So good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming, and thank you for participating online and in person at our conference. Sorry for the delay, because we wanted just to have a couple of minutes for people to arrive in our aula magna. Welcome to our university. I would just express my gratitude for all those presenters, keynote speakers who has accepted our invitation and who will present at the beginning and at the end of our conference. And I want just to remind you that the conference will be streamed online through our university YouTube channel and will be recorded. So please keep in mind of this fact. And some logistical and practical things. If you need Wi-Fi channel is Aula, so it's open access. You can just log in. If you need a charging port, below your seats are charging ports for your laptops and the mobile phones. So anything else, if it is needed, you will see Anna Maria, Josipa, and Anna with the accreditation staff. You can ask them or myself about anything you need. So I will announce our vice rector for science. He will greet the gathering and the participants on behalf of our university and our rector. Professor Antolovic, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure and honor to be able to cordially welcome you here at University of Croatia, Catholic University of Croatia, on behalf of the rector, Professor Dr. Željko Tanjić. We assemble today at the Catholic University, which is one of the youngest Croatian universities, founded on June 3rd, 2006, by the degree of the establishment of the Cardinal Josip Bozanić, Archbishop and Metropolitan of Zagreb. A little bit about history of our university. In 2008, the Ministry of Science of Republic Croatia gave us or issued a permit to the Catholic University to start with the studies and programs in psychology, history, and sociology. And 2 years later, in 2010, we started first study and education of our students in a history. Today, our university counts about 1,300 students studying 6 different programs: history, communication, sociology, nursing, medicine, and theology. And in addition to these areas, we are looking forward to develop and to get permission for the other areas and studies also in the natural and technical sciences. High quality education of the students of our university is our primary goal, but the university has a clear strategy of the scientific activities important for our further development. Important part of that scientific strategy is organization and continuation participation of our scientists and the students on scientific conferences, symposia, also organized or co-organized by our university. The number of such events grow each year as our university grows too. And today we all are witnessing the rapid development of the technology, which is essential for our everyday life and work. And therefore, I'm taking this opportunity to express my pleasure that our university in these 2 days, yesterday and today, host this commendable symposium, this conference organized by Laboratory for Ethics and Digital Technology in Health, DigiHealth, Catholic University of Croatia, and Cost Action, Good Brother on Privacy Aware Audio and Video-Based Application for Active and Assessed Living. This symposium, entitled International Conference of Privacy Friendly and Trustful Technology for Society, We'll place a great attention and importance on promoting knowledge of key ethical concepts such as privacy, trust, and transparency, embedded assistant technology for active living. Finally, I would like to thank all participants of the symposium, especially the leader of the Cost Action, Professor Francesco Flores Revolta, for the support he is expressing for the organization of such important events. My thanks certainly goes to all members of the program and scientific committee. Dr. Anton Fedoso, Department of Informatics, University of Zurich, Edward Forsch Villaronga, Assistant Professor at Law Center for Law and Digital Technology, University of Leiden, the Netherlands, Christoph Lutz, Associate Professor at the Department of Communication and Culture at the Nordic Center of Internet and Society, Norwegian Business School in Oslo, Dr. Aurelia Tamolerio, from the Center of Information Technology, Society and Law, University of Zurich, Switzerland. And last but not least, our Assistant Professor, Dr. Ante Chartolovny, from the Laboratory for Ethics and Digital Technology in Health, the leader of our digital laboratory. On this end, I would like just to wish you a good stay, pleasant atmosphere, and successful conference. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Professor Antolovic, for your kind words and greetings. And I would like now to announce our Cost Action leader, Professor Francisco Flores Revuelta. He will greet also the gathering and the participants.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, excellent, Paco. Welcome.
Thank
Good morning.
you. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I do apologize for not being there. I had other commitments, so I couldn't join the conference today. I would like to thank the Catholic University of Croatia for hosting this conference and yesterday's meeting of our Working Group 1. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference, Anton Fedosov, Eduard Forsch Villalonga, Christoph Lutz, Aurelia Tamolare, and Anto Chartolovny for organizing the conference. I hope that this conference will be very fruitful for those joining in person and those joining online. I would like to say a few words about the Good Brother Cost Action. This is an international network, mainly of all European countries, plus some other countries like Canada, United States, and Tunisia, working on advancing on the use of cameras and microphones to support the independent living of all the people at home. And obviously the use of these devices bring many ethical, legal, and societal issues. And this is what we are analyzing there in Croatia these days. So I have a technological background, so I'm very keen to learn from all of you on these aspects. So I don't want to spend more of your time. So please, I just want to wish you a fruitful conference to all of you. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Paco, especially for your support and perhaps for the backing up our organization logistics. And thank you very much for your understanding for all the logistical details that we have, bunch of emails and everything else that we have bombed you during this time. So Now we are starting with the official program of our conference. So I would announce Dr. Foch Villaronga, my good friend, to introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you so much. Good morning to everyone. Before going to the keynote speaker, I just wanted to introduce a little bit the session that we have prepared. We call it the Good Brother International Conference on Privacy-Friendly and Trustworthy Technology for Society. And when we were thinking about what we could do for the cost action, we thought that the current pandemic has even more increased the need to invest in these technologies that the cost action is so much concerned about, the active and assistive living technologies. And this is because they have a really good potential in enabling remote care and also to improve the European healthcare systems. However, the success of such technologies highly depends on their trustworthiness and ability to process information in a privacy-friendly manner. So the conference that we're organizing today aims very much at that, to advance the knowledge on critical ethical concepts such as privacy, trust, transparency of all technologies, and therefore contributing particularly by extending emerging concepts and themes such as privacy by design, transparency by design, and personalized transparency. And we couldn't do this event on our own, and that's why we invited you all that you have contributed to the program. And thanks to all of you, this is an amazing and exciting program, full and rich of presentations that we'll be hearing today. For the program of today, we have two amazing keynote speakers, one now in the morning and one closing in the afternoon. And we will have three different sessions, one on technology meets privacy, law, ethics, and society, then privacy and trust perceptions, and then social issues and contextual questions. So for the practicalities, now we're going to give the floor to Esther Kemolen. We will have then a short break at 10:45 more or less, and then we will have the session that will be chaired by Anton, and we will go for lunch at 12:30. If you have any questions, just raise your hands. We will have a mic that we will go around so that people online can hear that. And well, and then that is it. So thank you so much for all of you for being here. Now, with no more further delay, we are so honored, and I see her already online. I don't know if we could have her in a spotlight, but we are super honored to have the very recently Professor Esther Kemolen. Congratulations, gefeliciteerd, Esther, to come us and talk about from trust to trustworthiness and back again. Esther is right now at the Tilburg Institute for Law, Technology, and Society, and she has a background in philosophy of technology and post-phenomenology. And wait for that, she also has a bachelor's degree in pop music, which is fascinating. And she has been working a lot. If you do not know her work, but I'm sure you know, but she's really amazing and has been working a lot on the role of trust, trustworthiness, and privacy in networked and smart environments, and especially on what does trustworthiness mean for the user of an AI application. And she has been trying to apply this in different contexts for Airbnb, smart cities, and so. And I would very much also invite you to read her book, in which she, the book is called Trust on the Line, and she has been trying to develop this trust model. So without further delay, Esther, hi, the floor is yours.
I'm still kind of tweaking my slides. Can
Totally
you
fine.
see?
We can hear you, and everything is fine over here also.
Okay, let's try this again. Are you seeing in two slides or one slide?
No slides at the moment.
No slides. Oh, that's not good. Okay.
Oh, now, okay, yeah, from Trustworthiness, yeah, and now I see your notes.
Shouldn't see my notes.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, that is great. I'll give you the floor. I'll sit down, but we are here. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
And you're seeing just one slide at the moment, right? Not two.
Yeah, just the trustworthiness and back.
Okay,
yeah.
Perfect. Then everything should be okay. So thank you so much, Edward, for this very warm welcome. And I'm very happy and honored to be here. Or I'm of course in the Netherlands, but to be with you in Zagreb. I wish you all a very nice and very inspiring conference. And I'm very honored to be part of it. I'm going to talk indeed about trust and trustworthiness. Edward already introduced me, so I can quickly go through the background slide. I recently became a full professor indeed, and I'm also advising for research at Tilburg Law School, which actually means that I'm in a lot of meetings during the day. So I'm very happy also to be here in a more scientific research orientated venue instead of in the meeting. And so what am I going to do today is, now, as you all know, if people don't trust technologies, they won't use it. So in an increasingly data-driven society, it is really important that people are able to trust the technologies that they use and that we use to organize our society. And we've seen numerous design and regulatory strategies in trying to kind of empower users in order that it for them becomes easier to trust. Because what we oftentimes see is that this idea that if there are if users are able to have more control over their technologies, that they're in a better position to decide who and what they want to trust. And while of course these are very promising and much needed strategies, they're not always sufficient. After all, we see that people oftentimes put their trust in technologies that actually they shouldn't be trusting at all. And so recently we've seen a kind of shift from focusing on building trust, on empowering users, to being more trustworthy. So putting the emphasis more on the side of the companies, the tech developers. So in this talk, I want to kind of explore together with you the difference between what it means to design for trust and to design for trustworthiness, and how, if you do it properly, designing for trustworthiness can lead to genuine trust in a data-driven context. So if I look at quick overview of this talk. So first, I want to focus on trust. So what are we talking about when we talk about trust? Next, I want to focus on these strategies that are developed in order to empower citizens and make it easier for them to trust technologies, to trust data-driven applications. Then we're going to focus on this shift that we've seen recently from focusing on trust to trustworthiness. And then I also want to, based on philosophical literature, try to grasp what trustworthiness boils down to in a data-driven context, and how designing for trustworthiness could or should look like. So let's start with trust. What are we talking about when we talk about trust? And I think it doesn't really matter who you ask what trust is about. They will all start by saying trust is a fuzzy concept. It's just a bit like, just as it is the case with privacy, you could say. So they are kind of related in the sense that they're fuzzy, complex concepts. But generally speaking, you could say that trust has three parts. You have a trustor, A, who trusts B, a trustee, to do a certain thing. So what we've learned from this three-party relationship is that trust always takes place in a context where you're not kind of trusting a trustee to do everything, and we trust him or her to do something in a specific context. For instance, as a patient, I trust the doctor to give me a proper diagnosis. I'm not trusting my doctor to decorate my home, for instance, right? So I have a specific task, a specific context in which I place trust on my doctor, on the trustee. And trust, therefore, is always connected to vulnerability. And there's always something at stake for me when I trust someone. I need their help to accomplish something which is really important to me. This also means that when I have trust, or when I'm in a trusting relation, I can get hurt. And there is always a risk involved. There is a risk that I'm not seeing a good doctor, that he's misdiagnosing me. There's always uncertainty in a trust relation. So, but when I have trust, I have positive expectations of the actions of the trustee. So I am aware of the uncertainty, I'm aware of the risk, but in my trust, I'm hoping for this one positive outcome to take place. In a trust relation, because I need the help of someone else, I need their actions, I need their help, there's always agency involved, right? So I cannot fully control the doctor, I cannot fully control his or her actions. They always have agency and they can act in ways that I cannot foresee or that I cannot controls. In that sense, there is always a power imbalance when we talk about trust relation. There is always dependency. Until now, I was just talking about a patient and a doctor, persons, but of course, in our current data-driven society, trust is put also in technologies, and our relations, this relation with my doctor, is oftentimes mediated by technology. So increasingly, we see or we are confronted with the challenge of how to understand trust in and through technologies. In literature, you see that trust generally is seen as something that is part of an interpersonal relation. But now in our data-driven society, we see that this trust is extended as well to technology. Having said that, there is some debate on whether or not technology can actually be an object of trust, as trust is first and foremost something that is part of interpersonal relations. And one of the biggest objections is that technologies themselves are not aware of the fact that people are counting on them, and therefore they cannot be responsive to these people's expectations. I'm not going to engage in that discussion now, but for this talk, it is sufficient to highlight that I take technology to be part of a socio-technical network of both human and non-human actors. Technologies don't pop up out of thin air. They are developed, they're put into use, they're paid, and they're discarded by people. And while, of course, it's conspicuously clear that trust in technology and trust in people is not the same, it feels different. So if my physician, if my doctor betrays my trust by selling my data to a company, I might question myself, like, was I not careful enough? Did I not, was I too quickly in putting my trust in this doctor? But when my health data, my health app leaks data, I will hold others responsible, the company, the app store, etc. So this is just one difference between having trust in technology and having trust in people. So while trust in persons and trust in technology are not the same, I do think that they have a lot in common. Now we talked about vulnerability, we talked about dependency, about something being at stake. And this is all still true also in my interaction with technology. Generally, we trust technology to solve a certain problem for us. And this is why we need technology. We want it to fix something, to solve something that we cannot do ourselves, or at least not as quick or efficient as when we are assisted by technologies. And we base, therefore, which makes, I think, complete sense, we base a lot of our trust in these technologies, in their perceived use and ease of use. So are they going to, this technology, is it going to fix my problem? Is it going to help me live a healthier life? Secondly, is it easy to use? And do I need to put in a lot of time and effort in knowing how to use the technology? And there is nothing as frustrating as a technology where you have to go through a manual and have to put in a lot of effort to understand how it works. So oftentimes trust in technologies is based on what it does to us. Does it solve our problem? And is it easy to use? However, we do know, of course, that even if a technology is easy to use, even if it at first sight solves my problems, oftentimes it is still the case that there are vulnerabilities behind the interface, out of sight of people using the technologies. There are all kinds of vulnerabilities. The technology might enable surveillance, so that a lot of third actors are actually monitoring my actions, monitoring my interactions with others. Data may be monetized beyond people's awareness. Patients might lose control due to data-driven health applications. So in my everyday experience, the technology may be easy to use and may be useful, but behind the interface there might be vulnerabilities that actually, if we would be aware of them, might actually be negatively impacting my trust in the technology. So people might well trust technologies that, if you look behind the interface, are actually untrustworthy. So one strategy to deal with that is to try to empower citizens. So if we provide them with more control, if we provide them with more knowledge about how the technology works and what the possibilities are, they become less vulnerable, they become less dependent, they can make rational choices who or what to trust. And so when there is more control, there is less uncertainty, there is less vulnerability, and that should make it easier for people to trust and choose wisely. And we've seen over the years quite a few strategies to enable more control and empower citizens. So if we look at the regulatory interventions, especially for instance in the GDPR, we see that this right-based approach enabling citizens to have informational self-determination, so have more control over what happens with their data. I think of the right to access, the right to rectify, to delete, to data portability. These are all rights that try to empower, to give more control to data subjects. Also consent as one of the processing grounds, you can see that as a way of exercising more control. On the other side, we've seen it's oftentimes combined with a risk-based approach, so that data controllers are required to take certain measures, technical and organizational measures, or for instance, appoint a data protection officer. So all kinds of measures to enable, based on a risk assessment, and to make it easier for citizens to have trust. This has also been received with quite some critique, this regulatory top-down approach. For instance, exercising meaningful control is often not that easy for data subjects. Research on bounded rationality strongly suggests that human beings' decision-making is not based on an objective rational cost-benefit analysis, but is rather based on a biased and more intuitive processing of informations. Oftentimes, people lack the time, the expertise to and knowledge to read and understand all the terms and conditions. And even if they do understand and read it, there is oftentimes not really much alternatives to go to. We also know that providing more control through dashboards, for instance, leads actually to oversharing. So people, it's kind of counter-effective measure. And there's also critique on this risk assessment approach, that it actually provides data controllers with a blank check to do whatever they like with personal data. It can also lead to kind of checkbox mentality, or also referred to as mechanical proceduralism, whereby data controllers do ask the data subjects for consent, but without actually installing effective data protections measures. So I'm not saying that all these control strategies to empower citizens are not worthwhile. I think they're super important. Just they're necessary, but they're not sufficient in order to create a trustworthy data-driven environment. So, and this is something that we've seen, I think, over the last couple of years, that kind of a shift, you could say, from focusing predominantly on trust and empowering citizens to trustworthiness, to focusing on those in power to kind of become more trustworthy. So you have a shift from enabling citizens to, in a reasonable way, engage in risk-taking, to companies taking responsibility for the applications and the services that they provide. And I think one of the initiatives that put this trustworthiness high on the agenda was, of course, the high-level expert group in 2019, putting the Trustworthy AI Principles, ethics guidelines for trustworthy AI on the agenda. And there we see that in order to create trustworthy AI, AI should be lawful, so compliant with applicable law. It needs to be robust, so technical robust, but also ethical. So it needs to adhere to fundamental values that we think of as being key to a lively democratic society. Again, also here, we've received this criticism, and that trustworthy AI is conceptually misleading because it's much too focused on a technology, where actually you're talking about a socio-technical context. There are no clear enforcement mechanisms. It's also, people call it merely a marketing trick for companies to lure people into their applications and services. There's also the problem that trustworthy AI may not be compatible with certain business models. The interest of shareholders always comes first. So how are you going to manage that if you have to be trustworthy to end users, but you also have to make sure that the return on investment is sufficient for shareholders? So these are also critiques on this focus on trustworthiness in the AI context. And I think that there is a lot of this critique is valid. So I'm definitely not saying that trustworthiness is going to save us completely, but and so the combination of trust and trustworthiness may be something relevant to explore. And in order to do that, I now want to focus on trustworthiness. And so we've seen that trust strategies are predominantly focused on empowering citizens and providing them with more control. Trustworthiness focuses more on the other side of the relationship, so on the companies, the tech developers. And what I want to do in the last part of this talk is now look at the philosophical literature on trustworthiness and see what we can learn from that literature to understand what trustworthiness in this context of AI and data-driven applications, what we can learn from that. How would trustworthiness look like? So very quickly going through the literature, you could see that to be trustworthy means that you need to be competent in a certain domain. you need to be good in a certain domain, the proper skills, and the fact that people are counting on you is a compelling reason to act in a trustworthy way. So these are already two important things: to be competent and to be responsive to the fact that people are counting on you. And Karen Jones adds something to that, and she says, yeah, in order to be trustworthy in a rich way, it's also important that you actively identify yourself as being trustworthy. So it should not be up to the trustor, not up to the patient, for instance, to look for who is trustworthy. No, it's up to the other side, to the trustee, to actively show that they are trustworthy. And they should do that by giving assurances, giving evidence, actively showing that they are this trustworthy agent. And you could say that something from Nancy Potter, she says that while people with more privilege or power, they have proportionately more work to do to give that responsibility. And you can understand it in two senses. First, that actors with more privilege bear more the responsibility to establish trustworthiness. And second, that those who are with more privilege may also initially be actually less trustworthy because of a disposition to abuse the power that they actually have. So looking at the literature, you can actually kind of find three important aspects of trustworthiness. So you need to give assurances, you need to be competent, and you need to be committed to putting your competences to work in service of those who count on you. And just as trust is seen as a phenomenon that is part of the interpersonal interaction, trustworthiness is also seen as something that is part of the interpersonal interaction. So again, these three aspects of trustworthiness, we need to kind of translate them in order to be fitting in a context of data-driven practices. So I try to kind of translate them in our data-driven AI context. So giving assurances when it comes to technology, I believe should take place through the design, right? So on the interpersonal level, people give assurances or signal their trustworthiness by making promises and being explicit about their competences. But of course, you can't demand or expect from patients, citizens to look for representatives of companies to see whether or not they're trustworthy or make good promises. No, citizens, patients, they interact with technology directly through the design of the technology. So signaling trustworthiness should take place through the design. Second, being competent in a certain domain, I believe needs to be more than just about technical aspects. In interpersonal relations, competences are tied to specific roles. I think about a doctor being competent in the medical domain. Technology companies oftentimes merely focus on the technical aspects because they are a technical company. But I believe that if we want to have trustworthy applications, trustworthy services, that the people developing the technologies should have techno-moral competences, so that they're able to truly grasp what the ethical consequences are of the technologies that they develop. And finally, to be committed to putting your competences to work, I believe that it's super important to have robust commitments on the organizational level, on the structure of, for instance, the tech company developing the technology. Because as we've seen, trustworthiness is not something that that there are clear enforcement mechanisms for. So people have to kind of ensure that their companies, their organizations are organized in such a way that when other competing interests pop up, commercial interests, for instance, that the structure of the company is in such a way organized that they can't just leave their commitments to their end users at the door, that they really have to kind of walk the walk and not just talk the talk. So making it even more specific, so what would that look like? Signaling trustworthy design. Looking at the developments currently, and you see a lot of focus on, for instance, explainable, transparent AI. And if you look at that from a trustworthy perspective, now explainable AI is predominantly focused on explaining the rationale behind decisions made by AI applications. If you want to have signaling trustworthy design, you should also be explicit about what a technology can and cannot do. And you should have explained it prior to the decision, what the competences of the application are. And so, for instance, what goal was it initially built and tested on, and what are the limits of what it can predict, for instance? How related is this to the context in which it is now used? So these are aspects that could be added to this idea of explainable AI to signal trustworthy design. Oftentimes we talk about balancing values when we're designing technologies, but if you're signaling trustworthy design, you might have to actually prioritize them. So the values of what is at stake for the trustor might actually take privilege over other values. And another current development that might be used also to signal trustworthy design is this idea of more community-led design practices. Again, moving beyond merely including end users, patients, to ensure that the interface is user-friendly, but really engage them in, from the start, defining the problem. And maybe then you end up not with a technology, but maybe with something completely different. Okay, more practical about these technomoral competences. What are we talking about when we're talking about technomoral competences? And we've seen, for instance, data scientists, machine learning experts, all these new job descriptions. Their focus is predominantly on technologies, and which makes sense. So you need to have tech-savvy employees engaging in technical problem solving to make the best solution, the best product or service. But this perception also comes with a sense of power, of preoccupation, that problems will always be technical problems, right? The world becomes data. So as a result, moral attention is also often directed to this technology. So ethical issues become data ethical issues. They're focused on biased data sets, on opaque algorithms. And of course, this is all super important, but it's not the whole picture. Iris Murdoch, who's on the slide, philosopher and writer, she would say, this is not the proper mode of looking. This is not the good quality of consciousness. We are, when we have this technical view, we cannot move beyond, and I quote Iris Murdoch, we cannot move beyond our fat, relentless ego. And we have to engage, she says, in unselfing. Which with that she means that we really have to try to see the world more as a whole and putting things in the right perspective by really taking the perspective of other people and become much clearer on the context in which another person is living. So for Murdoch, being virtuous, to develop these techno-moral competences, we have to see reality, putting things in the right perspective. And finally, these robust organizational commitments. So how could they look like? Again, so data governance should go beyond the mere technical aspects. It's really also about how your organization is structured and how these different people in the organization are working together. Think about interdisciplinary teams, written down policies and obligatory trainings. Together with my students, we came up with ethics hotlines that if you as a data scientist, for instance, come across an ethical issue, that you have a hotline to the management, to the board even, to put this on the agenda. And also to invest in holistic business audits, where also the ethical aspects are taken into account. And this will, if you take all three together, you can come, I think, to what I refer to as a holistic approach to trustworthiness. So you have tech application services that signal trustworthiness by providing a clear view on what they can and cannot do, what their competences are. These technologies are designed by people with techno-moral values that understand the ethical consequences of their the technologies and understand the problems, the real-life problems that their end users are faced with. And this is embedded in a company that is structured in such a way that when there are competing values, that when there are competing interests, that the values and interests of the trustor come first. So my conclusion is that strategies to empower citizens should always be combined with trustworthiness strategies, because otherwise people might have more control, but they will still put their trust in services and technologies that are actually not trustworthy. So you have to have both. The trustworthiness account that I just presented is really a holistic approach. It's not a pick and choose model. If you want to avoid ethics washing, you really need to have all three levels set in place. And this makes it, I think, it's a very demanding account of trustworthiness in the context of tech companies. I don't think that currently a lot of companies would meet these trustworthiness requirements. And I also think that if you design for trustworthiness, that there might also be value conflicts. So it might be the case that you have to maybe even cut down a little bit on user friendliness or efficiency in order to be clear on where your competence ends, for instance. So this might actually not always be easy to design for both trust and trustworthiness. But I do think that if you take both into account, it becomes possible for end users to put their trust in trustworthy services and applications. And with this, I want to end my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and I'm much looking forward to all your questions.
Thank you so much, Esther. This was really amazing. Thank you so much for sharing the time and your knowledge with us. We come always back together to this idea of like, we need to address this together, right? We need to be in interdisciplinary teams. We need to be building together, listening each other, so that then we can very much realize the goals behind trustworthiness. I want to open the floor for questions. We have amazing 15 minutes for talking and discussing with Esther. I do not know if anyone in the room wants to start. Yes, please. We have here Anto Fedosov, please, because Esther might not be able maybe to see you. Say your name, where do you come from, and shoot your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther, for the great presentation. I'm Anton Fedosov, University of Zurich in Switzerland. Yeah, it's excellent. You really unpack this journey from trust to trustworthiness. And so you really looked into the systems trust as you presenting in your keynote. I wonder, do you see any kind of like dynamics and change where people start to trust systems more than they trust people? So what is the kind of like this transition between interpersonal and the systems trust? I'll give you an example. In the Airbnb, very famous platform for booking accommodations, recently this kind of smart lock technology started to be ubiquitous, and people would rather go and have no interactions and check in those apartments and would rather trust the website than actually meeting people and having this kind of personal experiences. I wonder, what is your take from the post-phenomenological perspective on this transition? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's an excellent question and a rich question. So I'm really thinking like, okay, how many things I would like to say. So first of all, I think when it comes to system trust, we often do see that even with big systems, there is a role for people still. Anthony Giddens refers to that as face work commitment. So we need kind of people to kind of translate our interaction or guide our interactions with systems. I think of if you enter an airplane, you have stewards helping you to find your way and welcoming you and enabling you to kind of put trust in this aviation system. However, you're also right that, of course, we see that, for instance, that example that you just provided about Airbnb, that the person is actually being kind of cut out of the interaction, that people find it even more easier or feel less uncertainty than if they can just interact with the company. I don't know. I don't have a normative take on that. So I don't think that it's always bad to have the person being cut out. I think there are actually moments that I'm very happy there are no persons around. So I would be very upset if there would be a person recommending me music instead of Spotify, or sometimes it can be very trustworthy not to have a person there. So I think the question therefore becomes like, where do you really want to have a person in the middle, and what is the role of that person? So is it just smoothing your interaction, or is it more than that, that you really want to have a conversation or reactions or an interaction? So I think the challenge is when it comes to our data-driven society, where it becomes increasingly easier to cut out the person, to really think about where are the contexts, where are the situations that we need to have this person there? Maybe not even just to smooth our interaction, but really because we need a human in the loop. And this is something that I think we need to do on case basis. So I think there are domains such as health, where there might be actually much to say for having a person in the loop, because we want a person that has empathy, that can kind of relate to what we are going through. And there, this person becomes really important also to develop trust. And sometimes it's okay to have no person at all. And that might actually also help us to have trust. So I'm not a black and I don't think there's a black and white answer here.
Thank you, Esther. Yeah, this is a fantastic, how the context like very much matters, and sometimes it might be desirable or not. We have another question here. No. Yeah, no.
No, thanks. Hi, Aurelia Tamolarieux from Maastricht University, co-organizing this conference with Edward and Chris and Anto and Anton, which is much an honor. So thank you so much for being here and for your great keynote, and also this answer to this question I think is very interesting, like how we're, like we're always talking about technology mediated trust, and now we maybe have to think back of human mediated trust again in relation to technologies. This is a very interesting concept. And a question that that Christoph and Edward and I were pondering was, the question comes a bit from another direction, but it's the question of overtrust. So what we were interested in another workshop we once organized was really this question, okay, but when, on the spectrum of trust, like when does it tip into something that is unhealthy and at times even dangerous, right? There are these very famous studies where the experiment was following basically a robot out of a house that was quote unquote on fire, like within the experiment setting, and that the robot was followed into the wrong direction, right? So that it can become at some point very dangerous. And this links also to the question, okay, but then what are these boundaries, and whether or not should we be designing for distrust? Like, would it make sense at certain instances that these capacities must be much more defined, and that it would make much more sense for us to have distrust in the technologies? And yeah, I'm very curious on what your take is on that, like how you balance this subtle, these subtle kind of challenges that arise when we talk about trust and trust in technology, especially.
Mm. Okay, thank you. Again, a super interesting question. I'm always so happy with these questions. It helps me also a lot to kind of think about our work. So I didn't really touch upon that in my keynote, but for me, I take a kind of Lumian perspective to trust. So trust as a way to reduce complexity, and the fact that we don't know what the future brings, the fact that we don't know how other people are going to behave. Trust is a kind of way to set aside these, so kind of, embrace the uncertainty, but not let us stop acting. But there are, of course, many strategies that you can use to reduce complexity. And I think for me, trust is always one of the strategies. I don't think we only use one strategy in a certain context. We often have different strategies that are combined. And of course, if you look at a specific practice, technological practice, you might, if you analyze it, see that, okay, trust is dominant here, but of course, it's also building on control, on protocols, on social, on traditions. So there are many things that you can, I think, distinguish that help us to deal with this uncertain future and with uncertainty in general. And I think that trust, so I like what you say about distrust. I think oftentimes you could think of trust as something good, inherently good. While I don't believe this is the case, it really depends on the context in which you are trusting and who you are trusting or what you are trusting. So I don't think that trust is inherently good. I think trust is a very robust strategy that human beings have to deal with uncertainty. And it can work well in contexts where you're not very focused on a specific steps, right? So if you really want to be certain that a certain procedure has to be followed, so it really has to be A, B, C, and then you're happy, then maybe trust is not always the best strategy, because when you trust, you leave things open to the other person or actor to kind of take your interests into account, but you're not going to control what they are actually going to do. If it's really important that you reach a certain goal in a certain way, then protocols, control mechanisms are probably a much better strategy to deal with uncertainty. So if a nuclear plant would be organized predominantly on trust, I would not want to live in that neighborhood, right? I want to have a nuclear plant that's organized through protocols and control mechanisms, etc. So bringing it back to the context of this conference, then I think if you are developing certain applications where it's really important that every step needs to be taken, then trust wouldn't be my go-to strategy. Of course, trust needs still, will to a certain extent still be there, but I think that then I would much more focus on very strict protocols and checks and balances and things like that in order to make it work. So that this is kind of, without having specific case to discuss, I would say that trust as a strategy to reduce complexity works really well if you're open to different outcomes and that the process is not something that you really want to focus on. However, if you're really certain that you need to end up in a certain place and through following a certain number of steps, then I would not necessarily focus on trust as a predominant strategy.
Yeah, I like that very much, like this idea of thinking that when you are trusting someone, you are also at the mercy of the goodwill of this other person, no, because you might not have this control, no, and that might also lead to power imbalances in the future. We have time for a very short last question from the audience. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Grant Blank from the Oxford Internet Institute. And thank you for a very interesting presentation. Your presentation was fairly abstract and normative in many cases. Could I ask you to be more concrete? Can you take an example of something like the GDPR and tell us where you think it's working and where you think it's not working? And if there are areas where it's not working, what do you think would be a good fixes that would make it work better?
Ooh.
You have 3 minutes, Esther.
3 minutes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the question. Focus on well, okay. From the top of my head. So a couple of years ago, when the GDPR came into force, I think we all received many emails, right, about, hi, I'm company X, and I still have you on my mailing list, and we uphold your privacy, and please confirm that you want to provide us with your consent that you still want to remain on our website or on our mailing list. So on the one hand, you could say, well, it makes things very explicit. So through the GDPR, you become aware as an end user that you actually are on all these mailing lists. And you're asked for consent, so you are in control. So to a certain extent, you could say, well, it makes it easier to have a trust because you are in control. But of course, what we see is that people actually don't feel that much in control. They receive many emails, and they're overburdened, and therefore they ignore it, or they just without giving second thought click accept. And of course then you can wonder how informed and how well reasoned that consent might be. Again, I'm not saying that everything, these control-based mechanisms in the GDPR are not good, but they're not sufficient, I think, to ensure that people in the end have a trust relation that is genuine. Therefore, I think it's important to have both sides more included in when we think of designing and developing technology practices. So I'm not sure if this is really practical. I would have to think more about that, about your question. It's a good question.
Thank you so much, Esther. Final round of applause for our keynote speaker. Thank you so much. Esther is a very approachable full professor. So if you have more questions, please do not hesitate to be in contact and to further continue the discussion. So thank you so much, Esther, also for attending this. We will be in touch online. Thank you so much again.
Thank you for having me. Have a good day.
So thank you very much for this wonderful lecture. To everyone in person, I just want to emphasize that there's a short coffee break. Across the hall, there's a C3 room, and the coffee break will be there, and we will start in time according to the schedule. And one more thing, for the people that haven't signed the attendance list, please do so. Like in the meantime, if your name is not on the list, just write your name and sign the list. Because if you don't sign the list, you will not get the refund from the cost association. So it's very important to sign the list. Okay, enjoy. Yeah, you want to share the session? Okay, I will announce it. And I'm part of the first session. Okay. I'll announce your name. Not a problem for me. No, don't. I can move it. I have to announce as well. But it's more like a real. No, but okay. Yeah, of course. Just not to be.
Yeah, just no. You will use this.
Yeah, you can use this.
Yeah, but you're not the first one. You are.
No.
You are number 5. Yeah.
Number 5.
Yeah.
It was presented from here.
No, it will
No,
present it. This is just mine.
Okay.
Yeah. You'll see how it's gonna go, and then. Okay, welcome to our first session on technology meets privacy, law, ethics, and society. My name is Anton Fedosov. I'm interaction design researcher at the University of Zurich, and I will be sharing this session today. We have 6 speakers in this session. Each will have 10 minutes to present their work, and after each, we'll have roughly 4 minutes for questions and answer. So there are some housekeeping rules. I will indicate to the speakers we have 2 minutes left with this gesture. And then with this gesture, I will say that you need to wrap up and we'll go to the Q&A. So without further ado, I would like to welcome the first speaker on the stage is Lian Kalona from Stockholm University in Sweden. She will be talking about addressing the responsibility gap in data protection by design towards a more future-oriented, relational, and distributed approach. Lian, stage is yours.
Good morning. It's wonderful to be here today. In recent years, responsible artificial intelligence has emerged as an approach to align AI with the legal, ethical, and moral practices of the communities and societies where it's being used. And I like this quote by Virginia Dingham, who says that a central concern of responsible AI is the identification of the relative responsibility of all actors involved in the design, development, deployment, and use of AI systems. And so for me, that was really the starting point for my paper. It got me interested in the idea of who's actually responsible for data protection by design and who should be responsible from a normative perspective. The problem that I located is that while data protection by design is this regulative technique that embraces this participatory and collaborative model of governance, it's generally only the data controller who's legally responsible for meeting the requirement. And for the non-lawyers in the room, a data controller is the person or the entity that determines the purpose and means of processing of personal data. So basically all the requirements of the GDPR stand with the data controller. And I think this approach is problematic because it fails to consider the important roles that other parties that act within the supply chain have, like parties like manufacturers and engineers and system developers. They also play a role in system design, right? So my research question is, well, is this current model of holding the data controller as the party mainly responsible for data protection by design sufficient? And if not, what kind of model should we adopt? The main argument that I set forward in this paper is that data protection by design should be conceived of as a more future-oriented, relational, and distributed concept in order to address the complex human technological interactions that are involved in the process of designing data protection into systems. Since this is an interdisciplinary conference, I just want to briefly describe my method, even if it's quite ordinary for us lawyers. The the paper basically applies a problem-solving method in order to understand, well, whether the current legal framework reflects a just and fair approach to managing responsibility for data protection by design. And so according to this method, I have identified a legal issue regarding the integration of ICT into society and pinpointed a legal vacuum. And here the specific question concerns to what extent are technology providers on the one hand responsible to end users or data subjects to build data protection rules into AI systems in order to safeguard their human rights. The next step in this method is to review the contents of the law in an orderly manner, which follows the established hierarchy of legal sources and norms. And I have tried to identify gaps and contradictions by, for example, clarifying vague and ambiguous language in the legal framework. And then the third thing that I do is I make de lege ferenda suggestions about how existing laws can be revised or how new laws can be developed in order to eliminate the legal vacuum. I also just want to make clear that this paper is concerned with legal responsibility, so liability, as opposed to moral responsibility, blame, although there are naturally some overlaps. So the paper is focused on responsibility that's attributed on the basis of the law. And I say that because in a few minutes, I'm going to talk about some moral philosophy, which is outside of my comfort zone. I also want to highlight that even if the design and deployment of AI is conceptualized as this complex technological social assemblage, this paper is mainly focused on legal responsibility to design privacy-aware AI by human actors. So to put it differently, I'm not focused on highly autonomous AI that has achieved some level of sentience and whether this AI should be responsible for privacy by design, although there is work coming here. So who are the relevant stakeholders that I'm interested in? Well, this is hard to name them all, but basically I'm interested in technology providers, which from a legal perspective, it's interesting to look at the liability and responsibility of software developers and engineers in their own right, as well as the companies where they work. And then I'm interested in deployers of AI, or the language of the GDPR is data controllers and the language of the AI Act is data users. But anyway, these are like the institutions, both public and private, that may buy technology from one of the providers. And then of course, I'm interested in the individuals and civil society more broadly, and how these technologies affect them. So why is it that data controllers are the only ones responsible for data protection by design, when typically they operate at the end of the supply chain? Isn't this too late for the obligation of data protection by design to be effective? It's argued that data protection by design must be conceived of as having a more forward-looking nature so that liability and risk can be better managed throughout the entire supply chain by all the different actors that are involved in the design of these technologies. Right. And here, there's so much more work that we need to do, and we need to develop methodological approaches to address what proactivity for data protection by design means in practice, and to better understand how proactivity can be translated into explicit legal requirements. And there are some great people in the room that have worked on some of this, and I think there's more to do. The next point that I make in my paper is that it's highly problematic from a legal perspective that these technology providers don't have any binding legal responsibility for data protection by design to the individuals or the groups of individuals or the communities that are ultimately affected by their systems, unless of course they wind up being classified as a controller or a processor. And I think what this does is to create a power imbalance between technology providers and end users. So computer scientists and designers, they get a relative advantage over most other stakeholders insofar as they're not legally responsible for meeting the requirements under the law. And as we just heard from Esther, I think that this creates a situation where technology providers think in more abstract and formalist ways rather than thinking more broadly about the larger socio-technical framework. Now, to be fair, a central reason why technology providers aren't held responsible is because there is a lack, or there may be a lack of causal connection between them and those individuals and communities that are ultimately harmed by the technical artifacts that they create. So Article 82 of the GDPR states that if you're going to get damages under the law, they must be, quote unquote, a result of an infringement in order to get the compensation. Now, here it can be argued that technology providers should be absolved of responsibility because of the multi-stability of technology. So according to this line of reasoning, technology providers, they cannot possibly foresee all the misuses and uses of the technologies that they are creating and then build safeguards into the systems to prevent harms because they lack a full awareness of the technology's ultimate context of use. The modular nature of software development also adds complexity and suggests a lack of coordination between different actors where it concerns design requirements and the opacity of certain AI systems just make it very hard to even understand what caused the harm in the first place. So I looked at this theory of distributed responsibility, which is a concept that's been put forward by modern philosophers such as Floridi and Simone. And what they say is that responsibility is inextricably interwoven with multiple actors and technology operating in complex social technical systems. And so when we talk about distributed responsibility, what we're saying is that, well, no one is really singularly at fault here, but rather that different parties share responsibility for an outcome. And I tried to apply this theory in the context of the GDPR, and I would argue actually that the European Court of Justice is already adopting a distributed approach to responsibility to the extent that it has defined ever more actors in the supply chain as joint data controllers and thus made them responsible for all the requirements of the law, including data protection by design. Now, I'm not sure that this is a good approach. Maybe we shouldn't be calling everyone a data controller. It's probably a better approach to specify rules to make technology providers be more proactive and to hold them responsible for when they are not. I think we also need a more clear taxonomy, but my time is running out. So I just want to end on my last slide here, which is if we adopt a more distributed approach to responsibility, the question becomes, how exactly do we distribute the responsibility? And again, we need more methodological approaches to solving this complex question about how we should apportion responsibility. There's no doubt in my mind that distributing responsibility means placing proportionate obligations on the relevant actor. So if one actor had a bigger role in causing the harm, then they should bear more legal responsibility. So thank you.
Thank you, Liana, for the wonderful presentation. Do we have a question from the audience, please?
Hi, Leanne. Thank you for a very interesting presentation and for a very interesting concept of distributed responsibility. I wanted to ask you a very similar question to the one I asked earlier, which is basically, I think, for an example, is there any example of this in practice now, or a version of this, a partial example of this, and how well is it working? Where is it working? Can you give us an example?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's this, I would say that the European Court of Justice is kind of applying this already. So what it has done is it's defined almost everyone as a controller or a joint controller. And then it has tried to somehow apportion the responsibility. And that's where the court is really quite stuck and hasn't provided much advice. Like how, okay, well, if we're going to hold everyone responsible by, for example, calling them a data controller, how much responsibility should each one of the different parties that are acting in the supply chain bear? I hope.
I mean, isn't that the key point? Is if you are really going to allocate responsibility across a bunch of different actors, then you really have to figure out what proportion or how you do this. That's the complicated actual practical problem to make it a workable system, isn't that?
Yeah, absolutely. And so the court now basically has two branches of reasoning. So it's basically looked at like who has the power and to prevent the infringement to human rights. And then it's also come up with this very much more complex, like looking at the different stages of the processing and kind of temporally. And it's very, people are very critical of that perspective because it doesn't look at the broader sociological technical context, but that's what I mean. I think that we need to have more methodological approaches, but I'm getting the eye here, so.
Thanks, Leanne. It was brilliant. And a round of applause for Leanne Colonna again. If you have more questions to Leanne, you can always catch her during the session and today throughout the day. The next speaker will be Zaira. The next presentation will be given by Aurelia Tamo in collaboration with Zaira Gilman, Kimberly Garcia, Simon Meyer from University Lucerne, Van Galen and Maastricht University in the Netherlands. And the title of the talk, A Right to Repair Privacy Invasive Services. Is it a new, more holistic European approach emerging? Aurelia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anton. Thank you very much for the introduction. Yes, as you heard from Anton Smith speaking. Oh, sorry. Do you hear me now? Okay. So Yura Zielman wanted to present today. Unfortunately, she cannot be here, so I have the opportunity to talk to you again and present our ongoing work. So Yura Zielman is leading here our research at the moment that we're building upon from actually maybe now almost 2 years of collaborations that we have between her, so Yura Zielman from the University of Lucerne, Kimberly Garcia and Simon Meyer from the University of St. Gallen, and me currently at the Law and Tech Lab at the University of Maastricht. And together, I want to kind of contextualize a bit for where we come from. So like together, we've been interested in like, and we created a toy robot that is privacy aware. So our goal was, or it still is like to understand much better how we can kind of play also with the different data processing systems and data flows in order to create technology that complies also with the law and is able to adapt also to personal privacy preferences. And within this research, it's really where we kind of realized, okay, how much more granular and modular these processing operations can be. But this is not, this is not really what we see in our digital economy, right? Like we are very much always confronted with these take it or leave it approaches, basically either either we agree to certain privacy policies and processing practices, much more, for instance, of Spotify or big platform economies, or we don't. And there's so much literature, right, on like not only not reading consent forms, but also the network effects and the reasons why people are using the services that we are using, even though they say and they do care about privacy settings overall. And coming with this approach that we see more and more emerging within also the right to repair community, and this is really just an inspirational basis. So we don't say that the right to customization, right to repair, or that privacy and repairing of hardware is the same in itself, but it works as an inspirational basis where we see that like big corporations obviously are not in favor necessarily of repair. It's also within, their business interests not to be, understandable. But we see more and more also kind of demands to be able to repair not only, the hardware, but also the appliances, the software. And we asked this question, all right, well, how far should we as individuals and consumers of different products and services, more like digital services, have this right to decide much more in a granular manner about how a service is provided to us, how data about us is being processed. And the slide I had before is that we see very much in the technical community solutions to enable allows us to set the privacy preferences, etc., that have emerged in the past, are emerging, and then maybe are not picked up as the academic community would sometimes like to by individuals, but that approaches that we see that or have a more of an enforcement strength to it, that are more embedded within also the legal environment, that those approaches potentially have a greater rate of success, because because there are also authorities and processes in place to make sure that these systems then adapt to these rules. And here we use really privacy by design as a stepping stone, and see how what kind of go back towards understanding what the ideals are of privacy by design, and the ideals that should be embedded, that throughout the life cycle of data, data controllers. We can also think here more holistically, as Liane is proposing, but the goal here really being that within this life cycle of data, technical and organizational measures are also included, also to empower individuals to take actions and to have a right to say how data about them is being processed. And what we propose with this right to customization is kind of a two-tiered approach, that we say, all right, it is possible either to create variants on the controller side. Controller has a setup in mind, has a service in mind, and is able to design that service in a more modular fashion. We see that in our own research, right? Especially when we do, like, for instance, with toy robots, that there are different services that we can use. There are different trade-offs that we can do. Like, for instance, for us, to put it more concretely, it was the idea to take faces and play. So the robot is able to was able to look at the face and then play a song according to the face. Like, you could set your preferences for music, for instance. And either these processing are done locally, they can be done in the cloud, they can also not exist at all. And depending on these different kind of services or different modules that you have different, data processing risks attached to it. But it is possible to customize these things on a controller side, for sure. And then another approach that we see more and more emerging now within the community is what we here refer to as alternatives. Alternatives require that the data controller makes services interoperable with other, with other processing. What we look at in the paper and what we are at the moment actually really interested in is also this approach of social linked data pods standing for personal online data stores. Okay, I see the time, and since I'm part of the organizing committee, I will I will speed up. Yeah, and here the interesting aspects are also just to go back to what Liane just presented, right, is also, okay, what changes here then in a legal setting, because as soon as we are starting to use privacy enhancing technologies or these pods, the question of controllership that Liane was just bringing up becomes actually an actual question, because the idea to go back to your question before, the idea, right, of data protection law is not really to put the individuals in the same spot and same responsibility than a data controller, which in the mind of when at least the law was created is more an entity like a big corporation. So this is, an example in practice of how these alternatives or variants can be used, for instance, to change a service like Alexa, but it can be really anything. And we see a lot of developments in the smart speaker business, but there are really a lot of applications that have come out in this domain. And I would like to end with two things. The first thing is that we are very much aware that there must be limitations to such customization. So of course, this is going against the business interest. And of course, there must be some trade-offs here. We believe that there are ways to kind of discuss these things, but it should at least be an option that we discuss. And the very last thing is to say that, well, it's not enough to put then again the user in the spotlight of having to use to understand how to use such a right of customization, but that we need to think much more within the community-based approaches. And here again, we inspire ourselves also from the right to repair community that has been very successful at creating these communities. Thank you, Anton. Sorry.
Thank you, Aurelia. We have time for the quick question. If the audience would like to ask something.
Otherwise, I'm very approachable also during coffee breaks.
Aurelia is really not approachable. I wanted to ask, so what are then the dimensions of customization? Because I see that there is the user stakeholder side on the one side, but there's also the device itself. No, is there a room for creating a sort of a spectrum of customization, also depending on the embodiment of this technology? Could we be talking about the cyber physical right to repair and so?
Yeah, so we were talking about these things, right? And also in how much you could like, also personalize the experience of the user depending on dimensions that you already recognized that that person would like, which preferences that person would like. But that's, as we know from our research, this is also really tricky, right? Especially with respect to the criteria we choose. To then customize that and then apply it to the different contexts, like you were saying, from a toy robot to a smart speaker in your house. But these are definitely the options that we, at least we need to kind of see a bit how they can be operationalized, and also see in effect what their use is with respect to whether or not people actually are more consent and feel like they have more control over that aspect. Thank you very much. I am approachable. Edward is lying.
Great, thank you, Aurelia. Our next presenter is Ji Cheng from Stockholm University in Sweden. We'll be talking about bridging law and technology, seeing through privacy enhancing technologies for assisted living from the perspective of the EU data protection law. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ji Cheng. I come from the Faculty of Law of Stockholm University. First of all, I want to thank all the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity to come to beautiful Zagreb and present my paper. The topic of my presentation today is about privacy enhancing technologies, but more specifically about anonymization and pseudonymization. So here is the agenda for today. I will start with examples of anonymization and pseudonymization, and then I will explain why are they important. And thirdly, I will then examine what are the traces of anonymization and pseudonymization under EU data protection law. What do they actually mean legally? And then I will end with a Q&A section. Okay, now what are anonymization and pseudonymization? Probably there are many different understanding and interpretation, but I will give you an example directly. So first and foremost, an example of anonymization. So on your left-hand side, there is an original data set on which there are some general personal information like names, gender, year of birth, and a diagnosis. And on your right-hand side, we have an anonymized data set from which the identity of the natural person cannot be identified anymore. Why? Because some information, as you can see, the names have been removed, and some information like the year of birth has been blurred to an extent that the person cannot be identified. So the idea of anonymization is to process personal data in a way that the natural person cannot be identified anymore. Now, of course, this is just an example of anonymization. Now we have more and more advanced techniques to achieve the similar effect. Now, an example of pseudonymization. So we also start from an original data set on your left-hand side of the slide with name, telephone number, and age on it. Instead of revising or deleting the original data set, we introduce some additional information, as you can see in the association table in the middle. And then we use that additional information to replace the original data set. And then we get this pseudonymized data set on your right-hand side. We cannot identify the person from the pseudonymized data at the first glance. But then here we have a critical difference between anonymization and pseudonymization. That is, pseudonymization should be a reversible process, which means that if we want to re-identify the person, we just need to find this association table and then trace it back to the person. So this is a key difference between anonymization and pseudonymization techniques. Okay, now why are they important then? Now, of course, because we wanted to protect our privacy and data in this digital age. But also here I have another aspect that I wanted to point out, that is we also have a strong need to facilitate the use and flow of personal data, especially data like health data, because they're so potential. They can help with developing technology, they can help with research, and they can help with public health. So we have seen how powerful they can be during our response to COVID-19, for example. Probably that is the reason why after many years of preparation, the European Commission finally released a draft regulation on the European health data space last month. They wanted to create a European health data space. And as the commissioner said, which I quote, "This data accessed under strong safeguards for security and privacy will also be a treasure trove for scientists, researchers, innovators, and policymakers working on the next life-saving treatment." So the strong safeguards for security and privacy mentioned here actually meant anonymization and pseudonymization techniques in the legislative proposal. And I will come back to this point a little bit later in my presentation. Okay, now what is the legal problem then? The problem is that although these techniques like anonymization and pseudonymization are widely used and are great, so their meanings under data protection law, especially under EU data protection law, are not always clear. And why is that? That is because we have different legal sources saying different things at the same time. On one hand, we have the very famous GDPR, saying something about anonymization and setting a standard for anonymization. But on the other hand, we have this opinion 2014 issued by Article 29 Data Protection Working Party, saying something else and setting an even higher standard on anonymization. This means that we have a legal tension between different legal instruments when it comes to the standard of anonymization. So that is the reason why I wanted to look at the traces of anonymization and pseudonymization under EU data protection law to examine where does this tension come from and where is this heading to. So I look at not only the GDPR and the opinion, but I also look at wider legal sources such as regulatory guidance, cases from the Court of Justice of the European Union, international treaty, and most importantly, forthcoming EU data laws such as the European Health Data Space Regulation, as I've just mentioned. Now, of course, we do not have enough time to go through all the nuances in each and every illegal instruments here. And I do not want to bore you with so many legal rules. So instead, I will show you directly two observations that I found really interesting based on my study. So the first point that I wanted to show you is that there has been a shift of approach toward anonymization from pre-GDPR period to post-GDPR period. Now, prior to the adoption of the GDPR, the notion of anonymization in EU data protection law is more stringent and is more absolute. As we can see from the opinion 2014, which I quote, an effective anonymization prevents all parties from singling out an individual in a data set, from linking to records within a data set or between two separate data sets, and from inferring any information in such data set. This means that in practice, anonymization is really difficult and hard to meet, according to this opinion. But this approach has been softened after the adoption of the GDPR, and this can be seen in many other legal instruments in the EU, including the GDPR itself, international treaty, and court cases, and other legal instruments. Now I'll give you an example from an international treaty called Convention 108+, which is a treaty on data protection, to which many European Union countries and even countries outside of the EU have signed up to. Now, according to this convention, which I quote, data is to be considered as anonymous only as long as A, it is impossible to re-identify the data subject. B, if such re-identification will require unreasonable time, effort, or resources. What does this mean? This means that, well, even in theory, the data subject is still identifiable, but if we consider the time, the efforts, the energy to do it is just extremely difficult, then it may be considered anonymous information under this treaty. Okay, now enough about existing laws. So let's have a look at what is forthcoming. So the second point that I wanted to show you here is that despite the legal tension, anonymization and pseudonymization will continue to play important roles in EU's data sharing schemes. Let's first have a look at the European Health Data Space Regulation draft, which was proposed last month. It says that health data shall be provided on an anonymous format. If the purpose cannot be met, then in a pseudonymized format. And similar notions, which I will be brief here, can also be found in Data Governance Act, which has been passed into law just last month, and in the Data Act draft, which has been proposed in February 2022. So of course, there are many more legal rules around anonymization and pseudonymization in each of these legal instruments that are forthcoming. But you get the idea is that, so these instruments these techniques will continue to play important roles in the data sharing schemes proposed by those forthcoming EU data laws. So basically that is what I wanted to present to you today. So I started with examples of anonymization and pseudonymization, and then I explained why are they important. And then we have looked at the concept from a more holistic and evolutionary perspective under EU's data protection law. And on that note, I wanted to thank you very much for your attention and patience. If you have any questions, I would be more than happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jizheng. Definitely, there's a room for some questions from the audience.
So thanks for your presentation and for putting the emphasis on the techniques that need to be highlighted and that they are important. And I agree that you mentioned anonymization and pseudonymization, and I will agree that they are important. They are well-known and mostly used techniques. However, I have some reservations regarding to the quality or the level of privacy they offer, since they only treat the quasi-identifiers in the data and not the actual sensitive information. Do you have any views on that, or do you have opinions on other techniques that involve higher levels of privacy protection?
Thank you for your question. This is obviously a very important observation. And I agree with you that techniques like anonymization and pseudonymization are not risk-free. And also this has been recognized in opinions such as the opinion 2014, in which the Article 29 Data Protection Working Party has specifically looked at many anonymization techniques, and then they come to this conclusion that most of them are actually not risk-free. They cannot prevent invaders from identifying or from singling out or from inferring information about the data subject. So I agree with you. So they're not risk-free, especially when it comes to quasi-identifier, as you've just mentioned. But also another point that I wanted to point out is that, I believe anonymization and pseudonymization, or even broader privacy enhancing techniques, should not be solely relied on to protect privacy and data in the legal framework. We also need to emphasize the importance of data governance, for example, the training of personnel that are involved in the process, the legal responsibility of not re-identify the person and penalties in that regard, and probably some other instruments that are suitable for information governance. So I believe that techniques are really important. I completely agree, but they should play an important role, but not the only role in the protection of personal data under the legal framework.
Thanks. Is there any other comment, Sid?
Thanks for the presentation. It was nice. I had a question regarding why anonymization and pseudonymization are like binary in nature. Like, for example, you can scramble data to different extents and make them, difficult to identify. And also, like in your presentation, you said that there's like a definition of the amount of time, or it should not be revealed in an unreasonable amount of time or something like that. Why is it so binary in nature and not like, fuzzy as a concept?
So here's the thing. So the concept of anonymization in law used to be more binary than it is now, according to my understanding. So it used to be the case that either it is personal data on one hand, or it is anonymous information, because it is really difficult to render personal data anonymous. But now the legal instruments and the court cases, they emphasize more on contextual and objective factors such as time, money, and resources to re-identify, which in practice means that if we consider these factors, and then that piece of information is is very difficult to re-identify, then probably that information is not personal data anymore in that context. So this pretty much means that a same piece of information can be personal data in the hands of an organization, and it can be anonymous information in the hands of another organization. So now it has become less binary, in my opinion, according to the legal rules that have been established.
Thanks, Zhicheng. So we got a thank you again. A round of applause for the speaker.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next, we're going to advance in our session. We have Naomi Lindtvedt from University of Oslo in Norway presenting us a paper under the title Thermal Imaging in Robotics as a Privacy Enhancing or Privacy Invasive Measure, the Necessity of a Holistic Approach to Privacy in Human-Robot Interaction. Naomi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you so much for allowing me to speak. This is a work in progress, so I welcome every comment both after this session and later on. So I'm part of a project called Vulnerability in Robot Society at the Norwegian Research Center for Computers and Law. And it's a multidisciplinary project with the technologists and lawyers, and I'm on the legal side. And that is the inspiration, or I would say the trigger for this talk and for this topic. Because when this is like, it is not even a trick question, the spoiler, is thermal imaging privacy enhancing or privacy invasive? It is certainly privacy invasive, because thermal imaging is capable of seeing things that we humans cannot see, whether you have a fever, sexual arousal, gender, if you're lying, if you're pregnant, and so on. And there's lots of research going into using thermal imaging for these and further purposes. And of course, they have inaccuracies that we will not talk about today. but it is also a subject of research within robotics. And that was the reason I wanted to look at it, because this is a very large topic of how they can use thermal imaging to preserve privacy. But this is very much linked to how they view privacy and how it is defined. So these are also techniques that can be used. So we can mask images of people. So that is what I will be looking at here in different ways. And of course, in some contexts, the blurring or pixelation of a photo can be privacy preserving. For example, if this was a very large crowd, or I brought a robot onto the street and it would just register unknown people and we had no chance later on to identify them, then of course a blurring of an image may be appropriate. Whether thermal imaging can be used in that way is, well, it depends, I guess, on how it is being used and for which purposes. Thermal imaging has been used quite extensively now under the pandemic to, for example, to register people with fever in crowds and so on. And of course, very often used in combination with facial recognition. So it's not either or. But in lots of robotics research, how they see is that if I remove the face, then it's not personal data and privacy is preserved. And for the lawyers here, I don't think I need to go into why that is not appropriate or not sufficient. The reason also thermal imaging is such a huge topic within robotics is it is a way of, for example, having an assistant robot outside the bathroom, not having to go into the room with you, because people feel uncomfortable if a robot sees you naked, as if it cares. But of course, it's registering, it has cameras, it will record, it will store. So one way of preserving the perceived privacy of a person is, of course, letting the robot stay outside. They can use thermal imaging to see, if, for example, if you fall. This is from a research paper, which I found really interesting. Because what do you see here? These are just two thermal spots. These are two people. So this is a way of using thermal imaging where we don't even see the outline of the body. So you could say that this is very privacy preserving, wouldn't you? Maybe. Until you read the conclusion and what this research is about, and this is very common. It says that it maintains the privacy of the persons and then goes on to, but with these thermal spots, we can track the precise spatial location of the persons and the behavior patterns. For example, when they go to the bathroom, when they leave the house, it monitors the average temperature and thereby the health status, and it can track whether the person is standing or laying down. All of that, personal data, of course. So in this context, and of course they know who these two people are, these spots are still personal data, and of course, when we use these to detect behavioral patterns. And this is a challenge maybe when we see the merger of law and technology, because this is quite basic law. But still, the way we talk about robots is that, for example, that they see. So it's very easy to then think that they see as we humans see, and of course they don't. They don't see. Maybe they observe or they monitor, but very often they survey. And one suggestion from legal scholars is that we should have a principle of honest anthropomorphism, and to design robots in a way that their full sensory capacities are openly displayed. What would that look like? These are only two examples: the fly, and the bat using what would, I guess, be compared to LiDAR, which is very much used in robot technology. And of course, we can add other animals also, to dogs and snakes and so on, because they don't see necessarily, they use what is compared to radar technology, they use sounds and other senses as well. So I don't know what an honestly an anthropomorphized designed robot would look like. It will certainly not look like this. So this is my favorite robot, so I always have it in my presentations. It's a social robot, it's a companion robot. It has very, very advanced sensors, but not only for imaging, but also for temperature and touch. It's very complex when it comes to how it will react to your touch. And of course, the eyes you see, they are not eyes, they are screens. The camera is on top and it's a 360 camera, of course. And the reason I wanted to look at that and also looked at this holistic approach is, first of all, we need to address what is personal data. And in this robotics research, I think we must ascertain that personal data here, we should see it as everything the robot does and can do. That must be the starting point. And the other way, why I call it holistic, and it's a popular topic today, is because what we do see, and that also is relevant for other technologies, we tend to see each function or each sensor by itself. And that is what's happened in lots of these research. We look at one sensor, how the robot sees, imagines, and we say, can we replace it with something else? Yes, let's replace it by thermal imaging. And then without seeing how that then affects other privacy questions. We could also replace seeing with hearing. But as you know, voice recognition technology is quite advanced. And it can also then register, for example, emotions. So many of these advanced techniques that we see being used in sensors will, of course, have different privacy effects. Yeah. And so and that is so this is the topic I'm trying to approach, and then looking more into what is this seeing and what is it really. And I think it's also also need to look at, for example, in this work that I'm looking at, why do they choose to replace the normal cameras with the thermal cameras? If you do need images of people, for example, to recognize them, that knowing that you are administering medicine to the right person, shouldn't we then use the camera, for example? So we also need, of course, to look this into the purpose and functionality that we need in these robots, to also to apply the law rightfully. And that doesn't necessarily mean starting by minimizing the data that we will collect and start looking at the sentences, but rather start looking at what do we want with this robot? What is the functionality? What is the functionality it needs to have? And how can we make it safe, first and foremost, and then look at also how can we make it privacy friendly to the extent that it still can serve its purpose. So privacy by design in context, and in the right context, instead of starting with trying to limit. Because by limiting separate entities, we may risk creating larger problems that we don't foresee. So thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. We have a room for some questions. I'm sure the audience would like to ask something. Sid?
I have a general question / comment on the presentation, which was nice. Thank you. So can you make like a broad sweeping statement by saying that thermal cameras are in general bad for privacy? Because it kind of depends on like what kind of place you're trying to monitor using the robot, right? For example, if you look at care homes, which I kind of am working with, you would see that people are not really concerned about their identity. They're mostly concerned about how their body looks like on camera. So if it's like bodily privacy, you are kind of preserving privacy to the extent. So can you make such a broad statement by saying that it's really not privacy preserving if you use thermal camera?
No, and I didn't. I would say that it depends on the context. So if you have, if you have, for example, as I said, a robot on the street that accompany you, and it registers people around you by the use of thermal cameras, you could say that or with blurring techniques that cameras can have, it only needs to see if there are people there, so we won't crash into them. And it can also be a very, if, for example, not storing the data, then it could be privacy preserving, but it does, when this is used, it assumes that it's only our face or our body that we are concerned about. So this term privacy and personal data within lots of robotics research is very much linked to our image, our clear image, our face. And I think that's a misconception that we need to address. And I would claim that if you have a robot in your home or in your care home that tends to only you, your data, whether it's a thermal imaging or it's a clear camera, it will always be identifiable and linked to you. And it's in that respect that we need to address this, because in a lot of the research that has been done with people, and then they are only posed the question, do you want the robot to see? Do you want it to turn away? It's a very common technique. While the robot has sensors in the back of what looks like the head, and those sensors are, for example, thermal imaging. So for the persons participating in those experiments, they get a sense that it's very reassuring, it's very kind of privacy friendly, but in fact, there's other information registered about them. Yeah, so, but yes, I agree, but it depends on the context again, and I think we will come back to that many times. We must also look at how this is being used. But my project and our project looks at the use of robots in health and elderly care. And of course, there will be a limited number of people who will be subject to the use of the robot.
Naomi, you have one question from the online audience, but it hasn't been processed yet. I'm just wondering, for our technical team out there, could we read out the question, or it's impossible? I will read out for you. Alin Akikop from Norway asks, could you explain how thermal imaging and AI machine learning are related? If it's a question outside of your field, I can pose a different one. So first question is outside of your field.
Now, it is linked. And of course, when you talk to researchers who work with thermal imaging, they will say that the thermal imaging they are only raw data. So we don't have to find out whether you have a fever or you are pregnant and so on. That's dependent on the software and the AI system that you use, whether you choose to develop those algorithms that can then infer that data. But the raw data in itself will be personal data, as long as the persons are identifiable. And when it comes to the other question of if the result of the thermal imaging monitoring are not recorded, stored, is it still considered personal data? Well, any recording, even if it happens only in real time and it's then deleted, it's still processing of personal data. So the interference with the privacy happens at the time of recording, but it can lower the risk. And that's another question that we will not address here, but it can lower the risk. Although there are some discussions on, for example, on the real-time recognition of faces that are used for, what do you call it, like live ads on the street, like ad billboards. That has been discussed. But if we look at the case law from the European Court of Justice and also from the European Court of Human Rights, they established that the interference in the private life happens at the time of registration of information. So I would say, yes, it happens at time of recording, but if it's deleted real time, low risk.
Thank you, Naomi, for answering it. Thanks, Aline, for the question online. So again, a round of applause for the speaker. Our next speaker is Zoltan Alexin from University of Szeged in Hungary. He will be talking about entropy-based approach to personal data. The floor is yours.
Good morning. I would like to thank you for the organizers to inviting me and for the excellent organization of the conference. In the forthcoming minutes, I would like to present my latest research, which is done in a couple of months ago. So it is a preliminary it needs further investigation. Who I am, so I am a mathematician, and later I moved to the field of medical data processing. I became an ethics committee member and then the privacy officer at the University of Szeged at the clinical center. So my field, my interest is medical health data, how to protect health data. Here is the content. Okay, so I will talk about some privacy risks and then the application of the entropy formula on data sets. I would like to say that the entropy is a single number. It is a real number, and my opinion is that it will characterize the data set, the privacy of the data set, if it is anonymous or not anonymous, or so we can decide, or we can get an insight what are the structure, the internal structure of the data set. I obtained the data set from the Hungarian Internal Ministry of Internal Affairs. Hungary has a population registry about each Hungarian citizens, which contains the date of birth, the resident address, and such type of information, the gender, and so on. I have lots of court cases, and one of my battlefield is a so-called itemized medical database. Here is a collection of medical insurance data. It collects the zip code, date of birth, doctors, institutions, date of visits. It contains lots of quasi-identifiers, but the government considers the database is anonymous. So they say that it is anonymous, and even the court, even the Constitutional Court and the Civil Court, the Supreme Court of Hungary, also decided that this database is anonymous. It means that people cannot have any control, and they do not provide any transparency when they are using the database. Okay, so if we look at the current trends in the AI data processing of medical data, then we can recognize that more and more data are accumulated by the force of law when we consider the European health data space. It tells lots of data, it collects lots of data by the force of law in order to provide training data for artificial intelligence algorithms and for machine learning. When somebody decides that if it is a database and can be handed over to researchers or can be publicized or something, then sometimes these people are not aware of the privacy, not aware of the notion of privacy. They do not have sufficient education behind. So it is very important to help, to assist them how to investigate, how to decide what is dangerous, what is not dangerous for the privacy of patients. Okay, so it is a recent article. It happened in May last year. Not in this year, in 2022 in the United States, when a data broker publicized the database, which is a heat map. It was a heat map of visitors of family planning clinics. And somebody discovered that a heat map can identify single ranches, single farms in the rural areas. And suddenly the data broker revoked the database because it threatens the privacy of those people who are lived in this farm. Another, perhaps you know that some years ago, the NHS, the UK NHS data was handed over to the Google DeepMind. This is again was a scandal. I just remind you the notion of the quasi-identifiers. So when we talk about data sets, then those data that can be alone, so not alone, but in combination of other data items, can be used for identification. I can tell that quasi-identifiers is those types of data that an adversary can know about me. So the adversary can have such type of data. Seeing that there are lots of data out there, lots of data becoming more and more public and available on the net or on the dark net, then the number of quasi-identifiers are increasing, and currently almost everything could be a quasi-identifier. This could be a date, this could be a location, this could be a tiny medical item, a medical visit data or something. So what is entropy? So now we arrive to the entropy. So if we have, let's say, n number of people, number of patients in a clinic or population of a country, this is the uppercase N. And if we identify all people, then we need a logarithm n number of bits. If the people cannot be distinguished, so if you have a group of people which cannot be distinguished upon the quasi-identifiers, so they are forming a k number group, then the number of bits here is less. So we know less information, and here the bits denoted by the uppercase X are not known. We know only the prefix, only the identifier of the group, but not the whole identifier inside. We cannot see into the group. Therefore, it is the logarithm n per k. So the number of bits here is n divided by k. And the entropy is simply the arithmetic average of the prefixes. So if we sum up all people and compute the sum of the prefix bits and divide by n, then we obtain the entropy. The entropy can be computed from the side of groups. So when we consider the groups, because we have less number of groups than the individuals, therefore we can get another formula, which is which can be seen here. Each number of bits receives a coefficient. Each number of bits receives a coefficient, the number of people in this group. So it is a weight sum of number of bits. Okay, so we can have a graph, a graphics graph here. On the vertical axis, you see the number of how many people are in the group. On the horizontal line, horizontal axis, you will see the groups itself. And this is the formula. When we have regular groups and each group contains one people, so it means that we can distinguish each people in the data set, then the entropy is logarithm n. So it is the maximum when we know everything. So we can identify each people one by one. If we have a regular combination, regular distribution of groups, and each group has a certain number of people, then we arrive at that the entropy of these settings is logarithm n per the number of groups, the number of people in the groups. This is the case of the K anonymity. If we have only one group, and this one group contains everybody, then the entropy is 0. So we know nothing in this case. Okay, so when we join two groups together, then we decrease the entropy. So you can find such things in the paper, in the proceedings. And if we compute the entropy, if you have a number of the entropy number, then we can compute a K, a presumed or an average K, which represents the anonymity of the database. This is n per 2 on the power of entropy. Here are some examples computed from the population registry. So when we consider the zip code, the distribution of zip codes and how anonymous is zip code, then you see that Hungary has a 4-digit zip code. And here, here you see the population, the number of people, the K, how many people are living in this zip code area. And we found that the number of bits is 10.3. So it is 10.3, and comparing with the logarithm n of Hungary, which is 23. So it is less, much less than that. It is 7,000 anonymity. So if we would like to argument or characterize how anonymous is, that it is 7,000 or almost 8,000 anonymity. Okay, then this, you can see the birth dates and the zip code, the Cartesian product of birth date and zip code distribution. It is very dangerous because it resulted in 1.33 anonymity. So it is very close to the individual identification. And it revealed that 6 million people can be identified individually. Okay, that's all. Here is the conclusion. So I consider that the entropy measure is a good characteristics of a data set, and we can somehow can decide or evaluate the dangerousness. So how when the database is dangerous or not. My opinion is that anonymous data is not exist in the medical settings because so many data items, and almost each of them is quasi-identifier. So it is not. I opt, or I am on the side of informed consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have a quick question from the audience? Audience is thinking. So I'm going to shoot my own question I prepared. So again, thank you for the presentation. And so just to clarify really quickly, how could this method be positioned within the modern mathematical based approaches specific of computational privacy? I'm talking about differential privacy, for example, that is ways and systems that allow to publicly share information about certain data sets when it comes to the patterns of groups, but not individuals. So withholding information about the individuals. So one of the famous examples of the differential privacy would be the Google Maps feature on how crowded is the place. For instance, if you click on this Aula Mania, Google will give you a graph of estimate how many people are around here without revealing their specific personal details. So how do you position your approach into that?
Thank you for the question. So it needs further analysis. I think as a side effect of the algorithm presented here is the distribution of the number of groups or the population of groups. And it is true, but I did not investigate it yet, the connection between the differential privacy. The K anonymity is clear. So I presented a formula and there is a close connection. So unfortunately, this time I cannot answer, but perhaps later.
Thanks. Okay.
Somebody.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. In the very back, we have a question.
Right back.
Hi, thanks. I'm not sure I completely, it's not the first time I encountered this term, but I always kind of forget, and it's really a difficult term, this thing of with, entropy to kind of digest, I guess. So just to make sure I understood, So basically, I'm referring to not exactly to what you presented, but I'm trying to make a connection with how entropy of data affects like the carbon footprint that data creates, right? So the higher the density, the higher the entropy and the higher the footprint. Is that correct? So, and then I'm trying to make a link with data anonymization. So my question is basically, does anonymization of data affect in any sort of way the carbon footprint that we create through, you know, having servers and everything?
Yes, anytime you generalize data items in your database, then the entropy will decrease. So it can be told generally. So when you apply a generalization transformation, so for example, cut the last 2 digits of the zip code, or remove the day from the date of birth, it is a kind of generalization, and this time the entropy will decrease, will gets less. So the goal of anonymization or pseudonymization is to decrease the entropy to a safe level, let's say to 1,000 anonymity or something. If it is reaching this level, then we can tell that, okay, it's anonymous, so we can send it. Yes, we can do this. Yeah.
Thanks for the question, and maybe we should follow up on the discussion offline. Thank you again for the speaker. The last speaker in this session will be Alex Shearsmith, who will be presenting on behalf of his author, Adrian Palmer, Rodrigo Perez Vega, and Ruby Zhang, their work under the title Service Robotics Beyond Privacy Concerns, an investigation of the role of learning abilities on tech adoption. Alex, the floor is yours.
Hello. Wow. First of all, this is very big. I'm quite small, you see. So there we go. Can you hear me? There we go. Okay. So first of all, thank you very much to the organizers. It's been a fantastic few days. It's been really, really good. And really today, it's sort of a work in progress. We're doing 2 big studies in one project. The first element has been done, okay? And the second element is currently underway. So as you can see on the board, we've named it Service Robotics Beyond Privacy Concern, because privacy is an aspect that we're looking at, but a big underdeveloped field that we're sort of instigating here is learning abilities and technological adoption from this, okay? So this is in conjunction with 2 universities, okay? I am from Henley Business School, University of Reading within the UK, and in conjunction with Kent Business School, we are looking at learning abilities with service robotics within the healthcare sector. So I propose a little case study for you. Deborah is a 70-year-old woman who has spent the last 5 years going into hospitals, okay? She's gone through a lockdown period. She's having transitional care, okay? And she is put into a care home, and she can only get half an hour with a care provider. Our systems in the UK are completely overstretched. Time, resources, you know, money, regulation is extremely sparse. And there's a lot of discussion within the UK about how to resolve this. We're not lawmakers, okay? We are marketers and business practitioners, but we're trying to tackle this, and we're trying to look at how robotics can be utilized to provide ongoing support into 2 key critical areas, okay? In transitional care and within the care sector, okay? So Deborah is only getting half an hour with a care provider. She's lonely. She can only get access to her family via a telephone that is at the front desk. She gets interactions with other people, but this is sparse. So we're really trying to look at, okay, on one side, what is technological adoption to social robots? And within the UK, There's not much data. There's a lot of data outside, but internally there's not much. So this is exciting for us. This is something that we're testing. Right, let me go on to my next slide. Okay, so at present, service robotics is adopted within the UK, and it's, you know, it's all over, but not within our care institutions. Okay, and we're really focused on personal care. So care within the home environment, within the NHS wards, okay, and also within the care homes. There's been a lot of research that has been conducted that will look into privacy concerns. You can see on the second paragraph there. So you'll have privacy, security, financial risk factors. There's a lot of research that's been conducted on financial implications of service robotics, product risk and informational risks. And we did a short little study about this, and we had some quite positive results on this. But from a user perspective and looking at security concerns, there seems to be a prominent issue here with the linkages to technological adoption. Okay. And there is a big reluctance for intelligent assistive technologies. So we're trying to combat this issue and to get more exposure and to understand how, we call them consumers, but you know, they're residents, how they utilize this and how do they learn, how do they dissect information and retention? What are the learning clusters and privacy concerns that are underpinned with social robotics within our care provisions? Okay. And this is stemming from, on one side, privacy, and the other side, awareness. And then awareness is an intrinsic aspect that we're also looking. So as you can see, it's quite a big study that we're looking. That's why we've done it into two main functions. Okay, right. So let's quickly outline some of the research gaps. Within the literature, there's many contradictory findings that are prevalent. Okay. This can stem from the consumer behavior field, okay, and certain novel robotic technologies. That, for example, there is tons of literature within the education and tourism sectors, but there is a distinct lack of literature that we found and our employees have found that look into the provision of social robots within care. Okay, and also I just want to, as a sort of cataracts to that, we're also looking at NHS wards and how social robots can be used for stroke patients. So there's little known about how consumers evaluate new forms of technologies, and in terms of evaluation, what do they do? And also learning. Yeah, this is a big novel aspect, learning styles and clusters of learning, which we want to integrate with privacy. So we're looking at how the adoption and how they learn to new forms of technologies are underpinned, okay? And this is with stakeholders such as care providers, you've got our care technicians, but also the residents. And our study at the moment is specifically looking at our residents, so within care homes and on the NHS wards, and future studies will then look at stakeholders with policymakers. That's at a later stage. Okay, so we're looking and we're looking specifically at learning clusters and how people learn with new forms of technologies. And as you can see on the left, would you say that's quite cute? Would you, if you were 70 years old and that was put in front of you, but you could only get an interaction with a human for half an hour, would that give you some comfort? I'm seeing some sort of, no, I hate it, or maybe. Okay, this is what we want to test. Okay. And this is very sparse within the UK, so this is what we're trying to look at. So our first study, as I said earlier, it's in two parts. So the second study is with residents within the care home, which is what we're doing right now. But we did a sort of an initial test, okay? And I'll talk about our methodological approach in a second, okay? So within our first study, we conducted a significant literature review, and as we are business practitioners, we had to incorporate some form of marketing in that. So when we're looking at technological adoption, the seminal research really stems from the UTA-UT2 model and the second iteration of it. So within that, we've got elements such as theory of planned behavior, technological acceptance models, and really within that, we're looking at, performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, and facilitating conditions. So this model derived from sort of a communications and IT background. So in order to make it fit and to order to reach our research aims and our gaps, we have then looked at a different approach, and we have utilized different elements to try and extenuate this concept and look at it from the lens of our aspects. Okay, so I like talking, so I'll try and wrap this up. I've got a 2-minute mark. So we're looking at the new areas of contention that we're looking at are hedonic motivation, price value, habits. Okay, but even closer, we're looking at learning styles and privacy. So we're incorporating different types of motivation, preferences, awareness, and habit. It's a huge model. I can't do it all, so I'm trying to give you some of a rough idea of what we're doing. Okay, so at the moment, we have conducted a quantitative study which looks at the UTU2 model, and we've adapted this. I can't show you. I've been told I'm not allowed to show you the model, but not yet anyway. But we've done a sample size of 400, which is pretty good. Okay, participants were recruited from an online dataset panel, and the survey obviously was built upon established models and innovative models that we've created as well. Okay, and we've utilized structural equational modeling and elements of SPSS. Okay, because of time. So some of our key findings in our first study. Okay, there was a relationship between utilitarian motivation and intentional acceptance of using service robotics, and this was mediated by the degree of performance expectancy, which was quite interesting. There was a similar relationship found for 400 respondents, which looked at really technological readiness of social robots and perceived risks. And the antecedents there was with intention of acceptance, which was mediated by performance expectancy, which obviously pricked our eyes up a bit. And there was a direct relationship between perceived risk and intention of acceptance, but we didn't find any direct relationship with effort expectancy, which was quite interesting. Okay, a couple of slides there. Anton, I promise you, a couple of slides there. Okay, as a short bit, we were looking at the moderating role of learning abilities. So there was a significantly negative moderation effect of cognitive learning ability between utilitarian motivation and performance expectancy, and effective learning had a positive moderational effect between technological readiness and performance expectancy. Okay, so some of our implications here, okay, which is my last slide, suggest that social robots to perform different tasks are central in terms of intention to adopt. Okay, secondly, individuals who hold lower cognitive learning abilities, utilitarian motivation will have a positive effect on performance expectancy, and consumers or residents who hold higher effective learning ability, technological readiness will also have a positive effect with their performance expectancy. Okay, so service robotics are designed here in our study to perform certain tasks, and learning abilities is intrinsic to this. So we are now looking at the data closely and identifying specifically how do they learn and what is the wider implications. But I please welcome any questions. I know we come from a bit of a different field with learning styles, but it'd be interesting to see your thoughts. And would you trust this in a care home if you were in a care home? Maybe not, maybe. But let's have a discussion about it.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
We have a room for one tiny short question, please.
Okay, who's going to ask?
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. I was wondering about the composition of your sample, because obviously age is an important thing here, and also the gender. And of course, because prolific, probably you have a sample that is maybe a bit younger. I was wondering.
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic question. Yeah, so we it was heavily based with sort of a younger generation moment, so late 20s, 30s, and 40s, and actually we're now looking at an older sample because the initial stage is on prolific, as you quite mentioned. Yeah, well, there's a lot of the younger generation, let's say, that would utilize it, and that was our first step. We wanted to with the UTA-UT2 model, there was an age was a key variable. So we originally were set out to say, right, let's look at a younger demographic, look at some of the aspects of learning, and we're now currently in our stage 2 looking at the older demographic through observations, which is currently underway, and when based upon that data, we'll look at a third iteration of it, which will be looking at individuals who are above 65 and above. And we're then going to go back, look at the data and look at the aspects of learning styles with different age. But as you can see, we're trying to do something extremely complex that we've been working on for the last 4 years. And yeah, at present, we've got some interesting data for some of the younger generations, but our studies so far in the care homes, there's a big difference between the age and obviously how they perceive things and what they do. But yeah, it's exciting, and you know, we're gonna look at these 2 data and see the difference, and then obviously we're gonna be publishing this anyway.
Thanks.
Great question, by the way.
Yep.
Really good question.
Thanks, Alex, and thanks all the speakers in this session. So thank you very much. I think we have an announcement about the lunch coming up.
Great lecture. So thank you all the participants of this panel. I want just a few announcements to make. We have a 1 hour for the lunch break. It's a little bit short. Please pay attention to be on time in the aula magna. And one of the suggestions is to order a daily menu, because daily menu are already prepared dishes or the meals, so they will be delivered faster, so faster you can eat, so faster you can be back to the next session. And on the afternoon session, please try to sit in the first rows, because it would be much easier for the mic and to see you all at one place. And if I may ask all the participants to come here, and we can make a mutual photo, because I'm pretty much aware that after the lunch some people will go. So when you are all here, perhaps now is the best time. And regarding the lunches, so many of you have filled the form. So if you don't know where to go to lunch, if you flip back your accreditation, you will see the date and name of the restaurant. So the people who are going to Marenda are going with Anna. Anna, please stand up. So they will meet outside with Anna. People who are going to Pivana are going with me. We will meet outside as well. And the people, I think the largest group that is going to Spajza is going with Anna Maria, Josipa, and Anna. Please stand up so that the people can see you. So great. So if you can approach for a photo, and then you are free and have a nice meal. Bon appetit. See you soon.
right. Thank you, everyone that is already here. The others are like joining now. They're a little bit late for lunch, since we had to do the photo shooting before. That took a little bit of time. I'm happy to welcome you all and also the audience online on this for this next session, which is with just the online participants. The sessions is on privacy and trust perceptions, and we have the pleasure to have 4 presentations. We have asked all the participants online to pre-record their presentation just because of logistics. And so what we're going to do today, I'm just going to quickly now say the name quickly of the presenters and the title of the presentations. And to make things a bit smoother and not having to stop and go all the time, what we decided upon is that we will show the presentations now. They're each like 10 minutes of length, and that maybe you record your questions, and that at the end we have a bit an extended Q&A sessions where all the participants then are on the screen with their camera on, please, for the online participants, so that we can really have an interaction with the online audience. I know these hybrid environments are always a bit tricky, but we think that like this, it's actually going to be a good Q&A. So again, just write down your questions, and then you can direct them to the specific people afterwards. All right, so we will start with the order that is listed also on the program. The first presentation is from Russ Stroink and his colleagues with the title of Who's Afraid of Genetic Tests? An Assessment of Singapore's Public's Attitude and Changes in Attitudes After Taking a Genetic Test. I was notified that the video has a little bit of a glitch at the point, but that it is running otherwise smoothly, so don't be disturbed by that. The second presentation is by Jessica McGarry and her colleagues with the title Probing for Privacy, a Digital Cultural Probe to Support Reflection on Situated Geoprivacy and Trust. The third presentation comes from Switzerland by Alain Sando and Léa Stiefel, Trust versus Control, the Dilemma Between Data Distribution and Centralization. And then the final presentation of the online session is from Karina Dantes and her colleague with the questions, are we ensuring a citizen empowerment approach for health data sharing? So without further ado, I'll ask our technical colleague to put the videos on, and I look forward to their presentations.
Good afternoon. I will be presenting on the behalf of my team on a study assessing Singaporean public's attitudes towards genetic testing. So before beginning, I would like to invite you to access the paper via the QR code provided over here. So I will first provide a brief introduction, outline the methodology of our study, discuss the results, and then finally conclude. So our study revolves around precision medicine, also popularly known as personalized medicine or stratified medicine. It is actually a novel approach for the management and prevention of diseases, and a key point about it is that it's actually individual-centric. That is, it provides treatments based on individual patient profiles rather than assuming a one-size-fits-all type of approach. However, it also, at the same time, yields large amounts of person-sensitive genetic data. So what is the significance of PM? Well, in terms of benefits, it provides more tailored treatments to avoid adverse side effects. For example, if a drug is to be prescribed, PM informs about the appropriate dosage and frequency at which it should be supplied based on the patient's symptomatic profile. It also reduces the costs of trial and error of therapeutic interventions. However, there are clear ethical concerns surrounding this approach. These include exploitation of citizens' rights, exposure to sensitive information such as on disease susceptibility, possible breach in informed consent, data privacy, and other issues reported over here. Hence, we need to circumvent these issues. To do so, we first require an in-depth understanding of public perception surrounding PM. But the key issue is that the majority of these investigations have been conducted in the West, with limited studies investigating the same in Asia. Hence, the research objective of our study was to assess genetic literacy, perceptions of genetic testing, privacy concerns, and governing norms amongst the Singaporean population. The significance of this research is paramount. Firstly, it will help raise awareness of the Singaporean public's attitudes towards precision medicine. It will also help inform citizens of the importance of genetic education, of their rights, and possible deceptive practices surrounding such research. Given the context of the study in Singapore, its findings may also serve useful to other neighboring countries with similar economic and demographic profiles, like Hong Kong and China. Finally, the study also holds much applicative value. Being tailored to Asia, it will help devise culturally sensitive educational programs as well as policies. As for methodology, there were 2 surveys that were conducted. The public health survey was for the general public of Singapore, with participants required to be 21 years of age or older. The second survey was for university students, aged between 18 to 26 years of age. They were required to have studied the Genetics and Evolution course taught at the School of Biological Sciences. All participants were required to know contemporary modern English, be Singaporean citizens, permanent or long-term residents. As for the public survey, we searched for articles with central themes bordering on genetic testing and genomic projects. They were drawn from multiple sources using the keywords mentioned, and the summaries of the selected articles were also created. A total of 13 articles were generated from 2009 to 2019. From these, survey questions were drawn and responses operationalized using both Likert and dichotomous scales. In particular, the questions were arranged along different themes as illustrated in this slide. For example, there were 19 questions in the theme of sociological factors, and one of these asked participants about whether they had children or not. As for students, they were provided the voluntary chance to take part in a personal genetic test. Pre-test and post-test surveys were constructed. Students first performed the pre-test survey, followed by the personal test kit that was provided by Genoplan Singapore, and finally, the post-test survey was conducted 6 weeks following the test commission. Our pre-test post-test design as such was important to assess whether the experience of taking a genetic test triggered any attitudinal changes. While the public survey provided a baseline measure of attitudes towards genetic testing, the student survey actually took a step further because it factored in the influence of genetics education as well as testing on attitudes as well. So moving on to the findings, I want you to take a wild guess. How do you think our public performed in terms of literacy? Perhaps 30%, 50%, or even perhaps 80%. A small test of 17 items was presented as shown to assess for genetic literacy. One example being the sex of the baby is determined by the father, for which the participants had to key in true or false. So for all the 17 questions that were asked, the average score was actually not that bad, with the participants scoring on average 8.31 out of 17, or 48.9% correct. When performance was assessed across age, participants below or equal to 40 years of age had a relatively better performance compared to those who were 60 years of age or older, as shown. As for household income, those with the highest income, that is equal to or above 150,000 Singaporean dollars, outperformed those with incomes that were less than $30,000, as illustrated. As per education, students with a higher general education that is greater than or equal to a bachelor's degree, and those who had previously studied genetics as part of the college education outperformed their more inferior counterparts, as you can see over here. Inferior educational counterparts. Disease status also influenced scores to some extent, with those holding a prior disease status or a prior COVID-19 status outperforming their healthy counterparts, as can be seen. Apart from literacy, there were interesting findings regarding participants' perceptions of genetic testing, with 61% believing that genetic testing improves quality of life and health. However, when it came to the value of genetic testing, we got a divided response, with half of them agreeing that it does more good, while the other half agreeing that it does more harm. Another interesting finding relates to the theme of religion. Only a little more than a third of the participants agreed that genetic testing tampers with the will of God, with the majority disagreeing with the same. Of the fraction that did agree, Muslims were the ones who maximally agreed of all the various ethnicities that were actually tested, as can be seen. As for privacy, majority, around 77.5% agreed that they would worry if the genetic information was shared. This implies hesitance of the public in trusting precision medicine platforms. This is further pointed out by the relatively large fraction, around 81.6%, wanting to know if the health information would be shared with insurance companies. As for the student survey, interestingly, there were no significant changes in attitudes observed for most of the survey items. But were there any exceptions? As a matter of fact, there were. There was a significant rise in the percentage of the participants who held discussions about genetic testing with their family after the test as opposed to before the test. In terms of discussion, we find several themes. The first one is on public health education and engagement. The mean literacy score of participants was around 45.7%. Interestingly, these rates are similar to those observed in a Qatar study where 51.6% scored high in genetic literacy. In that study, participants who held basic genetic literacy were also more likely to participate in genomic projects. This indicates the potential of increasing genetic literacy in Singapore, where it may also similarly increase willingness to take part in genomic projects. The second theme is on reducing fear and preserving donor control. Overall, 77.5% of the participants expressed concern over privacy. Essentially, they were concerned about sharing their personal data. This suggests for a need of increased trustworthiness and transparency in data security. To do so, policies that ensure donor control over third-party access to personal data need to be devised. Public fear may also be reduced by increasing active participation in genetic tests. In a study, despite a limited sample pool, there was a significant decline in fear towards genetic tests in students following genetic tests. Taking part in such a test will help increase familiarity with precision medicine. The third theme is on reducing potential genetic discrimination. Currently, there exists an absence of genetic non-discrimination policies in Singapore. Control of personal data is under the Personal Data Protection Act and Human Biomedical Research Act. However, according to previous scholarship, there are no laws in Singapore to protect patients against employment and insurance discrimination due to their genetic status. Singapore can follow the pillars of other countries like the United States and Europe. These countries have stringent acts to prevent disclosure of sensitive information against participant will. In terms of limitations, our study does hold a few. Firstly, we had a relatively small sample size for the student survey. This may explain as to why we did not observe significant differences across most survey items following the participation in the genetic test. To counter this, future studies should recruit larger pools. There were also generalizability issues. This is because the survey had mostly female participants who were of Chinese heritage. This can be avoided via random sampling as opposed to opportunity sampling as we did so in our current study. Finally, this study can be furthered by implementing a nationwide genetics education program and correlating it with public engagement in precision medicine projects. In terms of conclusion, we sought to assess genetic literacy, perceptions of genetic testing, privacy concerns, and governing norms amongst the Singaporean population. Overall, in response to this, we show a broad support for the use of genetic testing in Singapore, with moderate genetic literacy in the general population, and with broad privacy concerns regarding data sharing and governance. However, after taking part in a genetic test and receiving the results, participants reported significantly less fear of genetic tests. Together, these findings highlight the potential of genetic education and active engagement in genomic projects and testing in Singapore. They also call for the development of data protection policies, as such may give participants control over the dataset, thereby increasing support and trust. With this, I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Jessica McGarry, and along with my colleague Yu Cao, we will be presenting our paper today called Probing for Privacy. The probe study that we're going to discuss here forms part of a wider project that we've been working on with our colleagues from digital media, digital geographies, and human-computer interaction. The goal of the wider project is to rethink what location awareness means in an age of spatial media and to try to build greater public awareness of geoprivacy, moving towards shared public understandings of the everyday politics of geodata. In this presentation, Dr. Yu and I are going to report on the design and deployment of our Tamagotchi probe and why we chose this method to study everyday geoprivacy concerns and ambivalences. But first, a little background on geoprivacy and why it matters. As we know, the growth of smartphone ownership has seen rapid developments in location-based services to the point where it's now hard to find a recently developed app that doesn't request access to your location. At the bottom of this slide, you can see a sample of these services that show just how pervasive these types of media have become. Users must explicitly give consent for their location to be collected from these apps, but they may not fully understand what data is being accessed with these permissions, how it's being used, or who has access to it. And so for this reason, back in 2016, the European Commission Location Privacy Report flagged geodata as a looming privacy concern for public administrators. The Commission found that citizens are simply not aware of the value of the geodata they constantly give, and it also suggested there is something unique about location data because it not only says where you are, it says who you are. And in the same year, a Pew Research Centre report also noted that location data is especially precious in the age of the smartphone, offering a special intimacy for the individual user. So whether or not it's directly connected to a name, it's not hard to identify habitual routes and personally identifying sites, such as home or workplace. And this creates a tension where the sharing of geodata is essential to everyday digital media use, but it's also extremely personal. And so on this basis, we can say that geolocation exposes us to harms or potential privacy violations within digital ecosystems. So, for example, the headlines on this slide point to just some of the public controversies emerging from the geodata economy. The top two are from 2018, when the practice of location data sharing and breaches of public trust were first exposed by major newspapers. So we've got the Wall Street Journal there, and it's the New York Times on the right. We've seen constant geo-privacy scandals since then. Just in the last month, these are a few headlines below, particularly frightening in the context of the overturn of Roe versus Wade. Wired magazine wrote about data brokers selling geodata that can be used to identify women who have visited an abortion clinic. And that article talks about one company which made it possible for anyone who opens an account to access a heat map that shows where these women live. So we know from the existing literature that location data is special and users are incentivized to share their location to get the best out of services, but they also often share it unknowingly. And we also know that contextual integrity, so who people share with, when and for how long, has a location element, but we don't know enough about how ordinary people understand location data and what specifically impacts upon their feelings and decision-making around data sharing. So I'm now going to hand over to you to discuss why we chose the digital cultural probe method to try to prompt self-reflection around geoprivacy and how we went about designing the probe.
So cultural probe is a method that's commonly used in the field of interaction design. So cultural probe is usually comprised with materials such as notebooks, postcards that allow participants to self-report on a research topic for a set duration. So building on a larger scale survey of Australian smartphone users that we conducted earlier, we recognize that privacy is perceived differently depends on who we are sharing with, what we are sharing, and how do we share them. So therefore, we recognize that cultural probe is a suitable method to investigate people's response to location data privacy in situ, because this will allow us to explore how, what are the factors and scenarios that influence people's experience, perception towards location data sharing. So we designed our cultural probe Tamageochi through an exploratory and iterative process with our interdisciplinary team, which we developed several versions of prototype to test and evaluate them. Overall, we aim to design a digital cultural probe that prompts participants to reflect on their location data privacy in situ and report their observation. We realized this through giving Tamageochi a naive personality through the use of thought-provoking and yet innocent prompts. So the final cultural probe consists of Tamageochi device with a QR code stickers at the back that link to an individual photo diary, an 11 postcard, an instructional brochure, and a mood dice and a charger. So Tamageochi is presented as a digital pocket monster that needs care from their participant. Tamageochi includes 2 LED light as eye-like feature, an OLED screen, and 2 physical buttons. The device also includes a GPS module, vibration motor, and SD card reader. So via those components, Tamageochi is capable of recording participants' location, initiating conversation with the participant, and using the OLED screen. So depending on the prompt, participants could interact with the probe via the physical button or follow Tamageochi instruction to document their experience and feeling towards different scenarios regarding to their location privacy in their online photo diary. So for the participant, the overall Tamageochi study consists a pre-study workshop, a 10-day span with Tamajiyoshi, a post-study interview, and a co-design workshop. So the pre-study workshop was designed to understand participants' attitude and experience of location data privacy prior to the 10-day studies, and introduce Tamajiyoshi to the participant and show them what to do with it. So during the 10-day cultural probe study from day 1 to 4, Tamajiyoshi asked participants to register their perception towards places whether they like or dislike, and places whether they feel comfortable sharing or not comfortable sharing. And from day 5 to 10, Tamajiyoshi initiate conversation with participants regarding to their location data privacy, depends on the time of the day and the location. And some of the examples are here on the screen. So after the deployment, we invited the participant back for an individual follow-up interview. In this interview, we collectively review the material with each participant to develop a more in-depth understanding of their data. So once the data has been analyzed, our participants were invited back to imagine the future of geoprivacy and trustworthy design. We first presented the participant a several scenarios on location data privacy, where you can see on the screen as well. The end of this activity is to prompt the participant to reflect and discuss with one another about their location data sharing, whether their location data sharing is good, bad, or ambivalent. So in activity 2, we asked the participant to rethink what would it be like if they have total control of their privacy. The idea was to encourage a blue sky thinking, and then we wanted them to think beyond the current state of how geoprivacy is managed and explore how everyday users expected to manage privacy, which you can see some of the outcome that was conceptually visualized on the screen.
So in terms of where we're taking this research now, we're currently working up our findings for our submission for the special issue of Digital Society. But to note a few quick insights, our probe helped us to understand how people from very different backgrounds and demographics perceive sharing and tracking in the location data economy, and also helped us to understand when, where, why, for how long, and with whom people are willing or not willing to share their location data. Our participants' contradictory responses to various privacy situations demonstrates the difficulties that individuals face in thinking through what sharing and tracking in the geolocation economy means, and just how quickly their attitudes can change depending on spatial and temporal contextual integrity factors, such as who you are with and where you are. Trust was another dominant theme in our participants' responses, but who they trusted and why was not always clear. It was sometimes contradictory, or it was evolving in situ. And from this, we identified how privacy decision-making is highly individual and not one size fits all. In many cases, our participants found it difficult to navigate the contours of the location sharing economy and to understand their position within it, including weighing up the risks and rewards of geoprivacy decision-making. However, participation in the study, and particularly the materiality of the probe device as something separate to their smartphone that they had to carry around with them, prompted them to self-reflect on their geodata decision-making. In terms of where we're taking this project, in an earlier phase, we interviewed representatives from the location industry, as well as regulators and privacy advocacy groups. And now, to bring everything together, we're aiming to take our findings back to these groups to work towards building policy responses and privacy by design approaches to geoprivacy management. We're also working towards a design-led urban media piece that taps into some of these ambivalences that our participants experienced in relation to location sharing, and we're hoping to explore these further via public engagement. Thanks so much for listening to us today, and we look forward to answering any questions.
Good afternoon, I'm Alain. I will talk about data sharing, about trust between data users and data owners, and about the choice between centralization and distribution. He who does not trust wishes to keep control, but then how to share? He who trusts is willing to share, but then how to control? Maybe we all should trust one primus inter pares who would do the sharing and the control, but then how can that one be controlled? Our paper reports on the motives, and design of a peer-to-peer platform for sharing data between organizations that was implemented for non-commercial deployment in agriculture in Switzerland. The project was financed by a consortium of farmers' organizations that represented over 50% of Swiss farmers. I was the platform's architect and the project's chief strategist. Lea Stiefel, who is a PhD student from the STS field of social sciences, followed the project as an ethnographer. Lea went behind the scenes of the project and in parallel conducted tens of interviews with organizations and farmers to explore their concerns about data and data sharing. This work also owes much to my team of talented and experienced engineers, analysts, and programmers who contributed to the many special ideas of the projects and implemented them in the platform. Imagine a whole sector of the economy like healthcare or commercial banking, where sensitive data is scattered among many actors. Some are owners, like patients or bank account holders. Others are users, like medical doctors, hospitals or pharmacies, or credit card companies or banks. Owners, you and me, usually manage their data in an ad hoc, more or less laissez-faire manner. On the other hand, users operate databases integrated into enterprise computer infrastructures. While managing the data, they provide public or private services, in particular to themselves and to the data owners. All these actors are legally independent persons responsible for the operation of their information systems. Now consider green and red, two users who share some data that belongs to the same owner. The healthcare and the banking examples help us to understand this situation, since it happens to each one of us on a daily basis. How can this happen in good conditions? And first of all, what does good conditions actually mean for the data owner as well as for the data users? To study these questions empirically, healthcare and banking are out of our reach, but we had the privilege to study them and develop solutions in another sector, Swiss agriculture, between 2015 and 2019. It happened on the request of farmers' organizations that were fighting to keep control on their data and who were under the pressure of a very powerful consortium seeking to centralize all that data to its benefit. What do centralization and distribution of data mean? Centralization means that any shared data is operated under the central control of some operator. It promises more efficiency in data management and over time has led to the belief that more value can be extracted out of more data, hence the dilemma. Needless to say, it is a promise made by the central data holder, and it is true only for himself. For the others, users and owners alike, it means concentration of power in favor of the data holder through dependencies on locus, time, and format. It means central storage, and thus problems of sovereignty, liability, and vulnerability. It means many unanswered questions on privacy. It means increased costs for data management of the slaves and lock-in. And for some organizations, it was a threat to their mere existence. Distribution of data, on the other hand, is, say, all that is not centralization. This doesn't make distribution easier to imagine. I agree, if there are only a few ways to be inside a building, there are many ways to be outside, and saying that it means not being inside doesn't really help to understand. Maybe we can get a feeling of how IT makes this kind of thing possible by considering the pandemic. 30 months ago, meeting wasn't possible without everyone being in the same place. Today, it's common to hold meetings with participants being distributed anywhere. But bringing about changes requires incentives, say a market for online meeting platforms, and constraints, say the requirement of meeting and avoiding contagion. Enough for metaphors. Distributed data management requires to turn things inside out, to define strong design principles and to respect them, to let the owners of data share control with the users, and to enhance agreement and trust between them, to make technologies accessible, secure, low cost, and adaptable, to design mechanisms specific to the problems at hand, and to implement. But once you're there, outside, you can go anywhere you wish, as long as you don't trespass the rules. If we look at the landscape with 50,000 or more data owners and several hundreds of legally independent public or private data users, each with heterogeneous application-specific legacy systems, then we painstakingly come to enumerate some design principles for distributed data management, in particular to enhance trust. We must preserve the autonomy of owners and users, not ask to change any legacy system. They manage their data. But we may propose an API from a node they control to their system, not introduce any application domain, in this case, agriculture-specific data standard, enable data sharing between designated users, only with prior authorization from the data owner, transmit data directly between users, trace transmissions, beware of the central component. This is tricky, and relax any fancy constraint like sharing the data on the blockchain. Provide free, open source, widely accessible and available and sustainable middleware as a common infrastructure. Develop low-cost or free software for data sharing. Think maintenance and certification of the platform. And then imagine rules for usage and behavior that can be supervised and checked by external authorities. Only then can you begin to build the node and distribute it to the organizations. They will connect it to their legacy infrastructure over the node API and start sharing data with their peers. Without going into the details, data sharing works as follows. The data owner, the multicolor farmer on the top, has a contract with each of the users, green and red. Note that without a contract, implicit or explicit, speaking of sensitive data, makes no sense. In particular, the farmer interacts with data using a mobile app provided by the users, green or red, that identifies and authenticates the owner separately for each operator. Green registers the datasets, segments it's ready to share with other operators, and describes structure, format, meaning, and usage according to its practice. It is called a registrar. Red subscribes to one or more of green segments and publishes subscription and intended usage of the data it will get from green. It is called a subscriber. The roles of registrar and subscriber are symmetrical. Each peer can play one, the other, or both roles. Using the freely available Blue Authorization app, whose application server is the middleware infrastructure itself, the farmer owner defines an authorization for green to transmit some data to red. Authorization can be cancelled anytime, and the default is no authorization. When the farmer accesses the green app, changes that correspond to authorized datasets will be notified by green to red. Red may or not request the data. If it does, green will transmit the data provided that authorization is still valid, because the request from red may be indefinitely postponed depending on when red needs the new data, if ever, and the authorization might have been cancelled in between. Every operation is logged independently in green's and in red's local logger in their node. And out of these three, no other actor, peer, or component is aware of what goes on. Examining this project from different perspectives with Leah, we have learned a lot on what had been realized in the project and on its broader meaning with regard to the commons, to innovation, to dependencies between organizations that interact and interoperate, to the role of the architect, to how digitization is perceived on one side, the owner, and how it is conducted on another, the user, etc. Leah has been actively discussing these issues with the literature. You may find some of these works on her web pages if you wish. Our topic today was privacy-friendly and trustworthy technology for society. I hope we convinced you that distribution is useful, if not necessary, and that it can be realized within open, friendly, and trustworthy frameworks. So, thank you very much for your attention. This was my registered talk, and goodbye.
Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here and to be able to present the work that we have been developing in the scope of citizen empowerment in health data sharing. Well, we all know that COVID-19 made a lot of differences in our lives, and one of them was actually positive because it was quite clear now that health-related data is very, very important and needed in order to be able to shape future policy. However, all of the discussion about health data also raised tensions and showed very clearly that there are things to address between what is the public interest and what is the right of citizens to have their own privacy. And within this discussion, a lot of things were under evaluation and were being put on the spot, namely data sharing schemes, the possibility of citizens to control their own data, and what would be the governance models behind this. The main aim of these discussions was to try to provide bigger data, big data in this case, to predictive analytics. That is, we know that research and health can only advance to more personalized possibilities if big data is available. And this is also the reason behind the promotion of the European Health Data Space by the European Commission. However, very relevant challenges arise when we consider using big data. And of course, this has specific issues, even perhaps more challenging when we are discussing audio and video-based ambient-assisted living products and services. So in this case, we can talk about a number of technical concerns. For example, the safe storage of data, its analysis, the scalability, potential security breaches, cyber attacks, etc. But there are also a number of ethical concerns, especially in what regards the protection of citizens' rights. And of course, the fact that we are capturing and storing individual location, health data, activity, etc., may raise reasonable concerns regarding profiling, discrimination, exclusion, and loss of control. One possible way of trying to address the potential social and ethical challenges that arise from audio and video-based solutions is the use of the ethical dialogue. This is, well, a bit further than when we talk about co-creation. In co-creation, usually what we try to do is to develop an idea with the end users of that potential product or service. But when we discuss ethical dialogue, then we are going a bit beyond this. We are trying to create an iterative discussion, not only with users, but with all the relevant stakeholders around the potential uses, development, payments of that product or solution. So the idea is that we first have an explanation in context of how this product or service works, and then we should have an open discussion with all of the different participants in the same space and time about the effects of this technology, how it can be implemented, and what needs to be changed, adapted, or improved. For example, if we are considering some kind of home monitoring by audio or video, this is quite interesting in terms of the outcomes. The participation of this quadruple helix of stakeholders is really very important because it can enhance market acceptability and also bring to light a number of potential ethical challenges that perhaps those involved in the development would not see. This method is already being used by the AL program in a number of pilots, and it's so far being assessed as very positive. The ethical dialogue, though, brings a lot of different disciplines together, a lot of different views together, and can increase awareness on how digital health innovation is progressing. However, sometimes there are a number of issues that may hinder it, namely if professionals are not skilled enough digitally to be able to accompany the developments in audio and video-based solutions, if the citizens themselves have a low digital and health literacy and thus also don't quite understand how the product or service will work, which of course makes it more difficult to understand what can be the challenges. And the different authorities and organizations need to have further capacity building in order to understand also how to implement these products and services in place. For the future, Europe needs for sure a long-term strategy, educational pathways, and at last a cultural shift in order to promote the implementation of this kind of products and services, and of course also potential data sharing for the future. It is essential to promote empowerment. That means literacy, citizenship, democratic participation, and commitment of the society. So at the end, the idea is not just to try to gather data for the sake of research, but to try to make everyone understand the need to be committed into a society that uses the existing knowledge and data towards a common good. For this, it is very important that people actually understand better and are completely clarified on how their health data is captured, stored, organized, especially when we talk about this AAL tools that use video or audio technologies. Data, of course, needs to be completely discoverable, needs to be consistent, shared in a secure way, and hopefully with interoperability as well. Users on one side also must be assured that their intimacy, their private life are not disclosed for sure. And this is one of the main topics where the Good Brother is actually discussing potential technological solutions and others. And of course, at the end, empowerment models for the use of digital data shall be experimented and evaluated further to understand what can be done. At the end, we need to foster trust. There needs to be more public campaigns, more clear explanations of how data sharing can work, what benefits we can have at the individual level, at the societal level, and at the end, how we can involve everyone in this movement. This is the potential next steps, future work to be developed. How can we make all of us, especially the public, involved in this area? On behalf also of Carolina, I am fully available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Great, many thanks. Maybe can we have a screen with the online participants so that we also see them, and then we can start interacting with them. I'm asking everyone in the Zoom that was presenting to turn on your camera, and then we'll have you here to discuss things further. Yes, I think yes, gallery view would be great, and then maybe the camera's on. Hi, we see already Jolie here. Is it possible maybe to go to gallery view? So the speaker view with the little square so that we see. Yeah, perfect. Thank you so lot. I think then we see everyone. Welcome. Yeah, so we already have collected some questions. I think that you've also seen in the chats, but we wanted first now to give also the participants within the room the time and the opportunity to ask some questions. Please just raise your hands. Otherwise, we can also discuss the questions that are already in the chat. But you have a microphone, right? So like, who wants to go first? I know it's after lunch. We all had a big lunch, right? Maybe I'll pass the mic to Edward to address one of the questions that were already in the chat, or I don't know if Chris, you want to. Yeah, Edward,
so super. So we had some questions, and we wanted to ask to the first presenters, how does the type of healthcare systems, which may be private, public, semi-public, affect your findings, and what's the situation in Singapore, and what is the role of data tracking already there?
So I'll just address the second question first, because I'm more have more knowledge in that particular domain. So for the second question, thank you first of all for the questions. They were really, really insightful, and I really appreciate that you all pay attention to our presentation. So in a nutshell, basically Singapore has a semi-public healthcare system where like the national government is the one which controls majorly for like the healthcare of the patient of the public. However, we still also have a private system as well, and this is mostly for like more advanced type of therapies like stem cell therapy, and it's usually more for people who are not from the country, not for the native population. So in a sense, we can say that the country actually is very largely dependent on the government for healthcare policies and control of their data and everything. So I think that's one of the possible reasons as to why we see a very broad support for the use of their genomic data within these fields, because they trust the government. Approximately 70 to 80% of our population agreed that they want to perform genetic tests so that they can get to know about future genetic diseases and also contribute to the research as well. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. And
sorry.
Yeah. And Ross, do you want to go for the first one?
Sure. I think in the chat also, one of our colleagues mentioned if the COVID would be significantly like change the test score. Yes, but I guess we need to pay attention to the sample size, because out of our sample of the survey, 98.6% of the respondents didn't get COVID positive at that time. We did a survey in 2020, which is 2 years ago, when the COVID was first outbreak. And there was only 1.4% of the participants of the survey who got COVID. And that might be by chance that they have a higher literacy score. But it was very interesting for us and insightful for us enough, I think, for the future research, that we may want to see if that's the relevant point that we can look at. If COVID patients have more awareness or knowledge because of this special time, that would be the future, one of our future research agenda in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like the assumption maybe also being that there is more awareness that has been coming up now because of the pandemic. So maybe one good thing from the pandemic in general. Maybe in light of time, if it's okay, we would start moving on also to the other presentations, or you have a questions maybe now specific to the first one, Anton? I'll let you go. Yeah, please go ahead. You just need the mic so that everyone hears you online.
Hi, everybody. Anton Ferasov, University of Zurich. Thank you, all presenters. I'm sorry if I'm jumping ahead to the procedure. I had a question to the Alan and Leah, if that's okay.
Yes, of course. No, of course. I'm also gonna extend the session maybe by 5 minutes because we started 5 minutes late a bit. So go ahead, please.
Great.
Ask your question.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Alan and Leah. I have a question regarding like type of skills, smaller type of kind of cooperatives and collectives like Solidarity Agriculture co-ops would require to subscribe and on board to this process of distributed kind of approach of data sharing that you offered. Do you think they have that type of skills, or if not, like maybe can you elaborate what kind of approaches they should kind of think of, what kind of help they would need from the people with the tech skills to be able to use such a systems that you described today? Thank you.
So thank you, Anton, for the question. Do you hear me? Is it okay?
Yeah, I'm perfect.
Okay. Well, I'm traveling. It's a bit sketchy, so I'm in my room, and I'm not sure it would work. So, Anton, the question is related to the skills of the organizations. I think this is a very important and interesting question. First of all, because my experience with some of these organizations, like some small federations for cattle breeding or such type of organization, is that they have very little technical skills at all, which is in my view a problem when you manage databases of sensitive data from hundreds or thousands of people. So this is the starting point. Some of them don't have any skills. Most of them don't have sufficient skills to be able to understand what's going on when deploying an infrastructure like the one we built for bigger organizations. The ones we were working for had something like 30% of Swiss farmers, and they had big databases and skilled technicians. So the idea of the project was to take this into account, and then to develop what I showed as this node, this cube that could be integrated into the infrastructure of an organization in such a way that the node itself could be acquired as a commodity for the organization. And this would require first, well, it's a commodity that could be rented to some kind of neutral organization. I like to say that these nodes do not store data, which is very important. They only store metadata on transfers, which is data to be able to control what happened with data and not the data itself. Of course, the data in some sense is stored on the node, but it's encrypted. I mean, it's not accessible to the operator of the node if it's not the operator of the database itself. So the node can be provided as a commodity, and the interface to the node from the legacy application has to be built. Okay, it's a gRPC type interface, but this can also be acquired through a programming consultancy to external partners. The idea was to build a corpus of skills within the agricultural sector by organizations, which could be big organizations or public organizations, canton, and so on and so forth, to have this open community that would be able to help smaller organizations with the implementation of their interfaces and the operation of their node. And this in particular is one of the reasons this aspect why the legacy applications cannot be changed. Some of these legacy applications, as in other domains, are very old, and you cannot change them without requiring a big effort from the organization, and they would not do that to integrate this peer-to-peer platform. So we worked on this type of questions and came up with these solutions.
Great, thanks a lot for this very comprehensive answer. I see another question here.
Yeah, I have a question for Jessica. You mentioned a lot of examples, but one that really struck me was the example of the abortion clinics in the US, which of course it's a very pressing issue at the moment. Do you see some potential for the method for action research to empower users to cope and not fall prey to surveillance within such legal systems?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question, and very pressing and awful situation in the US at the moment that people have to deal with. When we designed the probe, we decided not to make it a smartphone app. We wanted a material, tangible device that people had to carry around. That had some limitations in the sense that sometimes the participants would forget to take it with them. They weren't used to carrying it. But by the same token, because it was this physical device, they spoke about how it just made them so much more aware that this thing was watching me, this thing knows where I am, and that really raised their own awareness about what their phone apps are collecting on a day-to-day basis. And it also had some effects that we hadn't necessarily designed for, but were a really good bonus in that a lot of our participants spoke about how the device acted as a conversation starter amongst their friends and family, right? So they go to dinner, it didn't fit in their pocket or their bag, it would sit on the table. And then, so it was creating these conversations around geoprivacy and location data tracking, what people felt it meant. One participant in particular spoke about how her friends were horrified that she was even sharing her location data with us as researchers. So it was really, it really acted as an awareness raising device in that sense. So I think, yes.
Yeah, that's very interesting. So how much, like if you see users becoming much more aware of these things, whether or not and how actually their privacy behavior is going to change. And there was also a question right in the chat on like the chilling effects and how much, you need to know what's happening in order for you to actually have an effect that potentially also leads you to a different privacy behaviors in general. So we're running almost out of time. Maybe one final question for the last presentation, and then we wrap it up.
Yeah, sure. I'll just read the question from to Karina and Carolina that we received online. In an ethical dialogue, we assume that focus rests on the discussing different aspects, and we assume that will be situations where there are no real conclusions and agreements within the stakeholders. How, Karina, those situations could be resolved? What those conflicts can be pointed towards?
Yeah, hi, thank you for the question. I hope you can hear me enough because I'm also traveling in an hotel, but already in the lobby, so less fortunate than Alan. I think that the main point of the dialogue is exactly to open up questions. It doesn't mean that you always find the right answer. Products are developed through a long period of time and they need to evolve. So what we try to do with the dialogue is to try to collect as many challenges as possible and to understand how people would feel comfortable in their different positions as stakeholders, either the users, the payers, the managers, the developers. How would they feel comfortable in using that specific product or service or application, for example? And based on this, try to develop it further, having this into note. So the idea is to do this dialogue sessions often and to try to understand how to progress. So not to have answers, but to be able to evolve. And this is a bit the overall aim. So I know it's perhaps easier to have strict answers to things, but we think that ethics is as such, it's really not a tick box or a shopping list. You just need to understand how things evolve in time and try to address them as much as possible. I hope this answered more or less the overall questions that were there.
Thank you very much, Karina. Also, this ties it so nicely back also to the keynote speaker that we had, and then that we need to move away right from these checkbox approaches towards creating these holistic approaches. So this is very, very nice. I would say a big round of applause for everyone and the videos. Thank you. And with that, there is now a coffee break, and we start back at 3 p.m. Thank you very much, and everyone online. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye, thank you.
Coffee break.
Keynote online as well. Yes. Definitely there. Okay. No, I don't think so. But six presentations in an hour, 5 minutes. That's very helpful. Have to be so vigorously. Yes, that's right. I'll go first. If you want. Huh? Yes, yeah. One. Yes, yeah.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Please take a seat. Edward, we're all waiting for you. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No. I'm just being silly here. Yeah, so thank you everyone for coming back from the coffee break. I hope you all have super high level of energy and caffeine intake. And so you're ready for this next session on social issues and contextual questions. So as I was just before chatting with some of you, just so you know, unfortunately, Renata won't make it today. So her presentation is not going to occur. So we have 5 presentations in this sessions. We wanted to leave a little bit earlier for coffee break because we know that these 15 minutes are a bit short, but it still means that every presenter has a bit longer time to present their work, and we have a bit more time for the questions, which is also very nice to have a more engaging discussion. So basically, I will follow Anton's protocol from this morning. I will tell you when you have 2 minutes left. So after 10 minutes mark, I'll give you like a sign that you have 2 minutes left, and then cut you more or less off at 12 minutes so that it leaves us like 5 to 8 minutes for the discussions. But don't feel rushed. As I said, we have a bit more time, which is nice. So without further ado, I give the floor to my colleague and co-organizer of this conference, Anton, who is presenting work that he's been conducting at the University of Zurich with his colleagues with the title Toward Unpacking Trust in a Local Sharing Economy Community in Switzerland. I'm looking forward to your presentation.
Thanks, Aurelia. Thanks. Yeah, again, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm Anton. So you saw me already today several times. I'm interaction design researcher at the University of Zurich, and I'm happy to be here today to share some of the insights towards unpacking trust based on our recent field study in Zurich of one local resource sharing community. This work has been done together with my colleagues, Mila, Sina, and Elaine from University of Zurich. And let me start with a problem here. Nowadays, people buy significant amount of goods every day. Many of them are used very infrequently and pile up in our garages like this. This is how a garage often looks like in a single family household in the place in San Francisco Bay Area I used to live. There were grill stations, bicycles, patio sets, and other barely used resources out there. Despite of the issues of cost, storage, and recycling, we keep buying new things instead of sharing them, and we see it as a massive missed opportunity. It's a socially, ecologically, and economically not sustainable. Maybe we can dim a little bit lights here at the stage, such that you can see the pictures better. So modern sharing economy services promise to address this problem of the undershared resources through matching supply and demand. They allow effectively and efficiently to connect people who have resources like cars, apartments, and tools, and who need them at a given time. So using the online platform. Going forward, the report from the British government in 2014 already predicted that sharing economy services will reach 50% market share in 2025 in accommodation and car sharing sectors. Those sectors of the sharing economy received lots of attention and criticism from academic research. However, there are some other sectors of the sharing economy, for instance, tool sharing, that received less attention, despite they have some unique features and issues are out there. For example, some of the issues related to the aspects of trust, specifically trust within the membership and the supporting online platforms. So we looked at one resource sharing community in Switzerland that aims to address this problem of the undershared resources in the urban context. This community called Sharely, it was launched in 2013 in Zurich as an online marketplace, and now have over 48,000 members who are sharing and renting out over 28,000 objects. Sharely receives a cut on each transaction on the platform, but also provide insurance for the rented items. The most requested items on the platform are car trailer, high pressure cleaner, projector, drone, carpet cleaner, or cordless drill. And to exchange items, one needs to arrange a meeting face-to-face and hand over items personally. This is how it works in most of the cases. At the beginning of this year, Shirley have introduced an impersonal exchange option through partnership with a Swiss Federal Railway Company, SBB. And the idea was to employ these lockers at the train station, which were usually used for storing luggage. Due to the new locker system being introduced using the card payment options at the different stations in Switzerland, the older coin lockers became obsolete and will be gradually replaced by the old one. By the new ones, obviously. So the Swiss railway company has refurbished some of those old lockers in such a way that can be opened and closed using the mobile interface, just to extend their kind of use in the circular economy fashion. And as no one carries really coins these days in Switzerland. For example, one can rent a locker for the 7 Swiss francs for 24 hours and open it with a mobile phone. That's how this project came about. So Shirley decided to share most popular items to understand the perceptions of their community with this new impersonal exchange option through the lockers. And the 10 most popular items is listed here. So it's again, high pressure cleaner, jigsaw, cordless drill, sander, video projector, it was a couple of drones there, and thermal camera. If one needs one of those items, they need to simply reserve this through the platform, and then they will receive a link in the form of this alphanumeric code, and they need to eventually go to the station on one of the pilot stations in Zurich and open up the locker using the app and this code and collect the item. So in this work, we asked 2 research questions. One being, what are the current conceptualizations of trust in the online local sharing community? And the second, how they can be shaped by the introduction of this impersonal exchange through the SBB Smart Box. To answer those questions, we designed a qualitative study. First, we sent a survey to Shirley members asking about their experiences with the platform and their attitudes and perceptions towards the new exchange option using the lockers. And then we recruited 14 participants for follow-up interviews. So we asked them to share their perceptions about trust in the community and describe positive and negative experiences with the sharing process. We adopted a thematic analysis technique to analyze our data and conceptualized a set of insights regarding interpersonal and systems trust. Today, I will give you just a glimpse of our finding, presenting 3 tensions we have identified in our data. The first one is a general leap of trust within the community that mediates the interpersonal trust to some extent. So, however, we discovered interesting dichotomy between the wanting personal contact to establish trust and favoring convenience that is not caring at all who is a renter is, like in this case of Anna. She said, I don't care at all who is renting my stuff. I also wouldn't read anything on their profile about them. I believe people who use Shirley have a similar mindset. I'm not attached to my stuff here on the platform, but if it's broken or lost, I wouldn't be too disappointed and I can replace it. So I fully trust members, and if not, there's insurance. I trust insurance. In turn, Ben explained, with expensive items, it's important for me that I have this personal contact, like with a racing bike. That's a good example. I asked, have you ever rode a racing bike? And when he answers yes, but then he comes over and sits on the bike and makes a test around, then I see, you'll never sit on the racing bike before. Then I would say, hey, I don't think that's the right item for you. I don't want to give my racing bike to someone that doesn't have a clue how to use it. Regarding the systems trust, we have observed some of the challenges related to issues of transparency in the newly introduced system. For example, Leah was not sure when she could open the locker standing in front of it, or there were more options. So this created some kind of uncertainty, as she explained. I got the link to open the locker when I was at home, and I was very curious to see what would have happened if I have clicked open now. So I'm not sure how the technology works, if it actually works only if you're in front of it, or it would be have really opened the locker where I was at home. So I could imagine that by mistake, people click open now. Would it open? Would it also locked after some time? I was curious, but I didn't touch it before I got to the station. That's maybe one thing that I would add, another layer of security when interacting with the box. Finally, we observed an interesting tension among the community building aspiration and transactional nature of the relationship in this platform. In this case of Henry, rated a pair of crampons from another Shirley member. Crampon, it's a traction device that is attached to the footwear to securely travel on snow and ice, such as crossing glaciers or climbing ice-covered rock. So he said, meeting face-to-face during the item's handover also makes it more personal. If I would go to the crampons from a locker, I wouldn't have got to know the other person. I would have heard, I wouldn't have heard where she has been and what she would recommend. That's also contributes to the quality of the members' interactions. That you meet people in a common hobby and in the best case directly in a neighborhood. In contrast, Leah added here, it's very convenient that you can pick up the object from the locker at any time without having to make a handover appointment to be in contact with anyone. I would even prefer to use the box. It sounds a bit strange, but for me, it was knowing that you rent something from the Shirley directly rather than from the person kind of gives you a bit of a more security that the product will be in a better shape. Whereas with the people, it's always, you hope it's always worked well, but there's always this thought, what if something is not going to work out? We formulated a set of design considerations to engender trust on the interpersonal and systems levels and collected examples of so-called trust supporting design elements from the existing services out there. First, to improve interpersonal trust, designers may consider implementing some of the contextual nudges or notifications to deal with unanswered requests on the Shirley platform, which our participants found frustrating. So this is an example how Google Mail implement contextual nudges for unanswering emails. Next, our participants found unreliable when getting cancellation for their items request. However, the context of this cancellation matters. When the renter feels ill, for example, it's deemed as an understandable behavior. Therefore, specifying the reason for cancellation will contribute to creating more transparency in the community interactions and overall reliability. When it comes to the system trust, users express some of the concerns related to the non-reversibility of certain actions on the website, which may damage reputation on the platform in the open run. For instance, if you forgot to lock the locker, you will have a drop in rating. So we recommended designers to make service predictable and knowing UI patterns, such as using the known UI patterns, such as snack bar here elements, again, from the Google Mail, when you can revert the action when you send the email in a short time. Finally, users are unsure what data are transferred between the intermediaries, namely between the box and the Shirley and other users, etc. So we recommended designers to look at the contextual privacy labels to let users know what information could be shared with a third party when they decided to use this service, like in case of this Apple privacy nutrition labels. And that's all for now. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to take any questions you have.
So much for the presentation, Anton. I like very much like this idea of how you can have different trust supporting design elements to engender this trust. I was wondering first whether this is something that it is desirable in all of the current platforms, and if so, whether then we need though anyway some case by case approach, so like that depending on how or what are the elements being sold or exchanged, or so like whether then these elements would be different. But also I was wondering whether some of these transparency elements could make one person feel uncomfortable, like in the case, for example, I was sick, sorry, that this would make it more responsible, but someone like whether they wouldn't like to disclose that. So those are like the questions that
I think this is a very interesting tension that you outlined, looking at your second question. So kind of personalizing this type of responses and maybe thinking about privacy personalization, the conversations we had here in the breaks. I don't have a straightforward answer for you. I think this is for the designers to navigate this kind of tensions and opportunities. It depends what you would like to emphasize more at the given stage when you're interacting with the service or the platform. When it comes to the trust supporting design elements, we are actually in our next stage of the research trying to collect different trust supporting design elements and maybe taxonomize them and categorize them to understand where it works in this context or where it works in a different context and scenarios. I think this is like a kind of future research opportunity out there to really kind of dig into this topic and to understand what works and when.
Thank you, Anton. Actually, I'm gonna use the opportunity if as a chair here to ask the questions that I'm also interested in, like maybe also building up actually on what Edward was saying, and then you with contextualization and then the creation of kind of categories of what are then trust enhancing mechanisms. My question was there a bit, and you see that also from your responses, right? They can be quite disparate. Like it can be quite some people really like the mediated approach of it, and others it's just not working. So I was kind of wondering, when you think about like these categorization of trust enhancing architectures, how much is within, I guess, the sphere of control? You know, like how many of these elements are on such a subjective level, and also outside of the designer's realm, outside of a regulatory realm? I was wondering if you were thinking about that, like how to classify them, and where where are the limits then also of you know, like what Esther K. Mullen was discussing this morning, like on how to design for such trustworthiness of the system.
Yeah. Obviously, there's several approaches to look at the classification of those elements. And first, you can try to go from the literature, from the existing sources out there. So trust would depends. We know it would depend on the reliability. One of the constituting component, like other component, will be the usability when it comes to the system's trust. So you can try to look along those axes primarily. And there's some others that that's in the paper. I don't recall them by heart. And another way would be to have more kind of a ground up approach, but for that you would need a lot of data. You would need to kind of survey many different websites, identify those elements, and classify them like more in a bottom up way. So we did that in our previous project, not related to the trust, but about sharing mechanisms in another cost action that was wrapped up just I think end of last year perhaps already. And so yeah, both approaches exist, and it depends like what exactly would be interesting of the researchers. And in our case, I will definitely would like to be informed more on the theoretical kind of conceptualizations of trust. We will go probably like top down, because as you see in the qualitative also interviews, we don't have those numbers. Like we're working with a specific set of users, but we go very deep into the kind of the understanding and conceptualizations of trust. And this is for us important to understand the context, how the services like presented to you today would potentially work. But so yeah.
All right, thank you very much. So as I said, like the next presentation of Renata is missing, but we are very lucky to have Suai Melissa Euskula here to present on the visibility paradox, empowerment and vulnerability in the inclusivity processes. A big round of applause, please. And
hi, thank you. Oh, yeah, sorry, I don't need to. Thank you for having me, and thank you also for hosting it in such a beautiful place. I know I'm a bit biased about Zagreb, I love it anyway, but it's nice to have it in other parts of the world and to meet new colleagues here locally as well. So I'll be talking a little bit about the visibility paradox. So see what I did here, privacy paradox, visibility paradox, a little bit of cheating there. This is part of, this is oh, sorry, already getting a little bit confused. This is part of a wider project that is my Marie Curie research project, which is called DGM. And that project is on digital political empowerment more generally. What I'm doing in that project is an international comparison of digital political empowerment in a climate justice frame. So part of that is questioning what we actually mean with empowerment. And I know it's been quite a buzzword also throughout the presentations today. It's a word that we often use, but part of the project is questioning what we actually mean with it and whether users in different parts of the world actually experience a sense of empowerment when they use technologies. And so the aim of that wider project is to get a more nuanced and user-driven and more culturally specific understanding of digital political empowerment. And if you don't know much about empowerment literature, the basis for it is that digital technologies are meant to empower because they provide new platforms, new opportunities for engagement. So the idea behind it is that users can gain a voice, they can amplify that voice, they can exert agency through that. And that kind of empowerment can take different forms. It can be through gaining control of one's own narrative or political narrative. It can be about people's own portrayal, self-representation, or more generally about gaining visibility. And the basis for that is that technologies disintermediate that. We have direct access and more horizontal communications. And I know there's a lot of critique to that, so I will come to that in a moment, but that is the basis for it. Now, this project that I'm talking about today is a sub-inquiry of that, because obviously it's not on climate justice. But what I'm doing here is I'm looking at some data that I collected as part of a secondment in my project. So I've joined a UN body that has different outreach strategies. And I was looking specifically at empowerment through virtual sessions. So when we use Google Meet, Zoom, and other remote technologies and include people through those. So what we're also kind of doing here with virtual participants. And the case study for this was an inclusivity process. So it was not just a UN body, but it was their open forum that both celebrates their work, but also includes people from all over the world who then present their work in that area. And this is specifically ICT's focus. So ICTs are not a hindsight in that process. It's very much the focus of it. And so the method for this was through a secondment. So it was ethnographic. I've been part of that organization for about 4 months, finishing this month. And I should say this is still work in progress because it's still playing around my head as I watch what they're doing every day. But this particular part's more on the virtual sessions. And my role in those virtual sessions was, because I was part of that forum, was I organized some of them, I moderated some of them, others I attended or observed. So the roles switched, but I was fully immersed in both the open sessions that were then put online. So all that data is publicly accessible, but I also got a view into the conversations behind this. So when the group, the UN body, was discussing the virtual sessions, when they were looking at different concerns from participants and discussing what to do in response. So that's in meetings, informal conversations, emails across the board. Right. The theoretical framework I used for this is slightly different in that it did not focus de facto on privacy, but privacy came in. I used the empowerment lens to see, well, first of all, whether we could assume that these kinds of processes would be empowering. And my initial judgment before the findings was that in theory, this should be empowering for 2 reasons. One is this is a trustworthy organization. It's a UN body, and we know that UN bodies attract trust already by default. There's extensive literature on that, but it was more than that. It's something we also experienced through participants who very much wanted to engage in these processes as soon as they saw the signature of a UN body. And the other reason we deemed this that I deemed this a trustworthy organization is because it also had this kind of commitment, which was also mentioned in the keynote today, that there was a commitment to empowering people. So it's on their web pages, it's part of their goal, And there's an aim to include, not just include people, but include people from different parts of the world, especially marginalized communities. So the whole aim of this open forum was actually to empower. And the second reason for deeming this potentially empowering was because remote technologies should, in theory, empower, because they create more visibility, and especially to communities that cannot traditionally participate. So especially marginalized group, people we consider the data poor, and especially people in the global south, because there are conventionally financial restraints, especially when events happen in other parts of the world. So in theory, the forum's pandemic activities, pandemic times activities should have been empowering because these virtual sessions allowed for more inclusivity. Now, there are some caveats to this. I know that I talk about digital empowerment, but there has been a lot of literature that also criticizes that concept. So I won't go into a lot of detail on this, but the entire literatures on algorithmic power, data power, and digital divides already tell us that there are many different constraints to people actually experiencing empowerment and inclusivity through digital technologies. And that also relates to online visibility, because even though in theory everyone should be able to gain visibility, there are many different influences that mean that certain groups, certain people gain more visibility than others. So that's literatures on gatekeepers, influencers, search engine optimization, but also different demographic indicators that we know already affect the different divides that exist. And then there's a substream of literature, especially around influencer cultures, that also relates to visibility as not necessarily being desirable because of the additional labor it creates and also the vulnerability it creates for users for harassment and all of that. Now, this literature exists, but the reason why I didn't think this would influence it particularly is because this is a fairly controlled environment. It is not a particular social media platform. It's a forum organized by a UN body and should in theory have fewer risks, because it means that a specific body, a trustworthy body, is organizing these events. They're inviting people, they're monitoring the events, they are partly scripting them, and they hold that data. So in theory, a lot of this should not apply. Right. When it came to the findings, I was somewhat surprised. At the initial stage, I looked at what the process actually looks like. So this is a forum that conventionally takes place in person once a year. And many of these things did not actually change during the pandemic with remote technologies. It's still once a year, stretched over a longer period of time. But essentially, things that very much influenced the findings were that this is run by volunteers, largely, so few staff, and that has to do with it being extra budgetary, which means this process does not have a lot of financial resources. So it will have some basic catering, but they were fundraising a lot to make the forum a bit bigger, and that's part of UN bodies' work, where certain activities will get more funding because they're considered core and others potentially not. Those things stayed the same during the pandemic. What was different was that the forum basically moved online, except for 1 week that still took place in person. But the vast majority of sessions were virtual. They were using Zoom. Sessions were live. They were streamed live, recorded in the process, and they were then archived online. They are still all open public access. And the scripting for these sort of varied. So some sessions were scripted very much in detail, which meant that any invited participant knew that they could control the content. It meant that they also knew what kinds of questions they'd get. And there would be some maybe questions. But even the more scripted sessions would have an element of uncertainty in that you don't know what's going to happen in the Q&A. So there was some aspect of vulnerability across all of them. And some sessions were much less scripted. So people would not have any sense of what the moderator might ask them. It would be a Q&A of sorts. So they know a rough topic, but not much more. But that meant for participants that they would receive an official invite. They'll get a general, sorry, I coughed into the microphone. They would get a general sense of the session, and depending on session, they might get a more detailed script or not. They would be briefed on the basic things, the timing, the order, some questions, and they would also be told openly that the session would be recorded. However, nevertheless, there was quite a lot of uncertainty amongst participants when they joined these sessions. And to some extent, this related to a lack of control. It was the idea of, what if I make a mistake? The session is live, it's recorded, I might misspeak, I might mention something that I'm not supposed to say. And in some instances, this happened, and participants asked to revoke things that were said in the middle of a session. One of them said that they included confidential data, and one of them mentioned that the discussion developed in a way where they said things that they wouldn't have said if they had a better idea of where the conversation would go. And this sort of matters because this was all basically opt-in, but full opt-in at the beginning, which is similar to many of the virtual sessions we do across different organizations and sectors, including this one, where we have an initial opt-in. We say, yes, we want to join, but the details of what people are opting in are still quite open. So will the session be recorded is something that very often in these processes, but also in academic circles, is mentioned later. How long is also a question that appears later. Whether the data will be removed, when, and what kinds of changes we can make are questions that are very often left for later. And that showed sort of in the post-session narratives. I'm sorry, the second one, I have the wrong word, Mac, can't change it anymore. But sometimes the session developed in a way that participants were not happy with, including certain metrics being collected that they did not expect to be collected in this kind of forum. So, and something, sorry, slide run over. Something that impacted this was that in the organizational context that this took place in, this was a gap. Confidentiality and privacy were concerns for employees, but not for people who were joining voluntarily that were invited. This was not seen as part of the organization, not their responsibility. And resourcing played a major role in that as well, in that it was extra budgetary and it was not something where they could curate data for a long time. So where I've ended up with this, and this is still ongoing work, is it led me to question whether visibility is necessarily a desirable thing, especially in these kinds of situations. So inclusivity process that is desirable because it's meant to be empowering, but actually even here, this created a lot of vulnerability. And we saw that this is a much more nuanced issue where we need to think about timelines, recordings, what are people opting in for? And it led me to questioning whether this kind of visibility actually is empowering, if not disempowering, because control is certainly not in the user's hands. If anything, the mediation has shifted. Even the technologies who are now mediators are not being controlled by these organizations. So this is where I'm at now, but it's still developing. So it's an ongoing conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Suhai. Thanks a lot. Sorry. Yes, we still have some questions for you. Actually, if I don't see any questions right away, I'm actually also very curious about. You listed some of your conclusions, but with respect also to this issue that you raised with consent, and that yes, things are evolving, that you don't know too, that you give a blank consent at the beginning. If you have some recommendations from your research that you have already sketched out, that you would be willing to share with us.
Right. So for these kinds of organizations, I know there are already a couple of reports that mention that this is a hindsight, that this is not something that in these organizations is currently addressed. So working groups on this, for one, do not exist in the organizations, because their working groups on privacy and confidentiality relate to very specific data that they consider personal. And data captured through Zoom is not considered such data. It's not considered confidential data, and it's not considered something that the organization holds because they say the technology holds that. It's just that we are using them. So one thing I would recommend, and I've been talking to the organization about it, is that they actually consider this as part of their responsibility, including giving very specific information to users about what will be recorded, that will be recorded, whether they can revoke any data, any kinds of timelines associated with this. Things that we generally consider, I suppose, quite basic, but conversations that are actually not taking place. So not having full opt-ins, but actually much more detailed opt-ins that give people options, and including organizational personnel that actually monitors these processes, because it's surprisingly not something that is happening with these kinds of in the middle technologies, in that they are not technically within the organization, but part of the organization.
Christoph Lutz from online is asking, how sensitive are the topics and discussions the UN agency deals with? And is it that participants actually want the visibility, or do they want more confidentiality?
Oh, hi, Lutz. Sorry, hi, Christoph. Great question, thank you. It varied a lot. It varied a lot. There were some sessions where people were presenting some of the work for which they were specifically seeking visibility, where they were trying to promote an existing initiative. So for instance, a climate initiatives where they are working with different communities. So they were specifically seeking visibility. But then there were other options where people could gain skills, they could get training, they could get access to networks, and people were much more sensitive about that. So for example, they had a range of hackathons specifically for groups that do not have, who typically do not have access to it. So those would be, say, girls under the age of 16, people from marginalized communities, and people were much more concerned about confidentiality in these cases because they were joining to gain the skills, to gain access, not to promote their own work. So in those cases, there were some conversations where there were debates about, should we collect the names of girls under 16, because they did not want that. So there was no context-specific consideration of when do people actually want that visibility and when are we meant to protect their data. So I'm really glad you asked that question.
Yeah, no, well, it's maybe more a reflection, but like maybe we talk later. This seemed to me that underlies a much more profound question in which we are running in a world where we are trying to capture everything, no? So it's I don't think it is the only context, no? Like also like in teaching and education, the students keep asking us, oh, are you recording the session? And I am always puzzled about also this question and what's the role that we have and how the future will look like. Can we really move towards a world that we keep capturing for others to see? Or is there a moment in which we will just disregard these practices? So a little bit more broader, like than what you just are doing. So thank you.
I completely agree with you on this one. And I think especially a tendency of organizations who rely a lot on data, where it's not their primary business, but where networks play a role, where there is a tendency to potentially capture a lot, and where something people do not necessarily think about is also, once you capture it, where does the data go? And I've seen this also in a previous case study with Amnesty International, where there were questions around this, like we have all this data, but at some point, people moving organizations, moving jobs, I think a trace of where data is stored, where it's managed, how it's managed, it gets lost over time as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great. It's my pleasure to announce the next talk. Anna is presenting her work, actually with others, but Anna is the leading presenter today on adapting debiasing strategies for conversational AI. Round of applause.
Hey, everyone, and thank you for nice introduction. Yeah, my name is Anna Leschanowski. I'm currently a research assistant at Fraunhofer, and this work was conducted together with Birgit Popp from Fraunhofer and Nils Peters from the Audio Labs, which is a joint institution of the University of Erlangen and the Fraunhofer IAS. So yeah, today I'm going to present our paper on adapting debiasing strategies on conversational AI. And just to get us all on the same page, when I'm talking about conversational AI, I'm actually talking about any piece of software and device that can in some ways understand and yeah, respond in some kind of natural language. So whether it's a smart assistant, it's a voice assistant, or it can be a text-based chatbot. So every device where you can interact with. Okay, how is this working? Oh yeah, okay. So let's talk about privacy in conversational AI. And I think most of the terms I put here are also connected to AAL technology. So previous studies and research has shown that users are concerned about the misuse of their data, that they have a feeling of surveillance when they're using those technologies. And on the other hand, they want to decide what data is analyzed and to whom it is transmitted. So it seems like there's obviously a need for self-privacy management tools for giving users control about their data. On the other hand, from privacy research, and we have heard about that today quite a lot, we know about the privacy paradox. So people report privacy concerns, but they don't engage in privacy preserving behavior. They don't act accordingly. They don't set their privacy settings accordingly. So it seems like there's this shift between privacy behavior and privacy attitudes. And then the question we asked was, how can we and how can conversational AI support users in their privacy decision making? And in particular, how can we support users in aligning their privacy behavior and their privacy attitudes? So basically, how can we help them to overcome the privacy paradox and to bridge this gap between their privacy behavior and privacy attitudes? And one theory that is used to explain the privacy paradox, why we don't engage in privacy preserving behavior, although we are so concerned about our privacy, is the dual process theory. And yeah, I'm pretty sure some of you might have heard or even read the book Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman. He is probably one of the most prominent representatives of this theory. And the theory basically attempts to explain how we make decisions. And it refers to a system 1 that is basically our intuition and instinct, and to system 2 that is, considers our rational thinking. And most of our decisions, they are based on system 1. So they are fast and unconscious. We decide automatically, which is good in our daily lives, right? It doesn't require effort to make decisions. What am I going to eat today? But on the other hand, they can be biased. They can be prone to error. The way we want people to make decisions about their privacy is actually based on a system 2, right? They should consider the costs and the benefits when they are sharing personal information with a system. And I just want to give you a quick example on that. I'm sure everyone knows about privacy cookies. And I myself, I have been researching privacy now for almost 2 years. So I feel like I'm privacy literate, I'm privacy aware. And still, when I'm making decisions, I find myself clicking this green acceptance button. And later I feel frustrated and I might regret my decision. And it's not about the insufficient knowledge I have about the topic, but it's just because in the moment that I make the decision, I'm not acting rationally or more or less rationally. I'm just, I want to read the article, so I'm just going to follow my intuition and my instinct. And one field where those biased decisions can have actually serious implications or even life-threatening implications, it's the medical field. And in the medical field, it was found that around 75% of diagnostic errors are a result of cognitive errors of biased decisions or are influenced by cognitive errors. So it's not the doctors or practitioners' insufficient knowledge that leads to diagnostic errors, but actually the way they make decisions in this moment, in this particular moment. And this is why the medical field is particularly rich on debiasing strategies. So strategies that help practitioners to overcome their biased decision making and help them to make more rational decisions. And in the medical field, one can distinguish between workplace strategies that enhance decision making in the moment and educational strategies that enhance decision making through training and awareness. And we focused, so in our research, we focused on the workplace strategies. And we basically adapted 4 different strategies that were known to reduce diagnostic errors in the medical field, to privacy, and to the conversational AI context. And in the following, I'm going to present those 4 strategies. The first one are checklists. Checklists are very common. They provide consistency, and they are not only known from the medical field, but also from other fields. And what you see here is how checklists can be applied in privacy research in the context of conversational AI. So for example, the conversational AI might ask, let's set up a privacy checklist together. Whenever you use a new application in the future, I'll make sure that it complies with your requirements or search for an alternative. And I will ask you some privacy related questions now. And then it would follow, would you like to allow sharing of data with third parties? The users might respond accordingly. Yes, but only with health related third parties. And in that way, the user might engage in setting the privacy settings accordingly through dialogue and natural language. Another strategy that was found in the medical research to drastically reduce cognitive errors and diagnostic errors is our cognitive forcing strategies. And cognitive forcing strategies aim to help people to make this transition between system 1 and system 2. So remember again, system 1 is our intuition and instinct, and we want people to make privacy decisions based on rational thinking by considering costs and benefits. And cognitive forcing aims to help to make this transition. And this can be, for example, done by considering alternatives. So again, here the conversational AI system can ask, hey, can I use your data for personalized marketing, or would you rather that I don't? And the user might answer something like, I do not want you to use my data for marketing. And simply by considering alternatives, we enable the user to make this transition, to make this shift in thinking, and take some time to consider their decision making. Second, reconsidering decisions has also been found to lead to a significant shift in behavior. This would be here in this example. Hey, you previously shared your medical data with the service. Would you like to have your data deleted? And just reminding the user, making them reconsider their decision, and then they might respond accordingly to what they prefer. It can be yes, it can be no. Instructions also rely on the same effect. They want to help to make this transition for the user. And it's basically a priming effect by priming users to think thoroughly about how their information will be used before installing a new application, or that they should consider the types of personal information that will be collected. And also here again, from the medical field, we know that instructions, like providing instructions to practitioners, has decreased diagnostic errors significantly. Lastly, and this is probably one of the more time-consuming and educational strategies, it's this guided reflection. And in guided reflection, the practitioner is assisted by a mentor in a process of self-inquiry, development, and learning through reflection. And we believe that conversational AI could act as such a guide, as such a mentor. So I gave an example here. Hey, I'm here to support you in your privacy decision-making. Before deciding upon using the service, you should think about benefits as well as risks to your privacy. And please tell me about possible privacy risks when using the service. So you can see, different to the other strategies, here the users actively ask to come up with risks and then have a discussion about privacy, which of course might raise awareness and also lead to a shift in behavior. So yeah, previously we did some research on debiasing strategies, on cognitive forcing strategies in particular, and in the privacy context and in conversational AI, and we found some promising results. So we believe that debiasing strategies can help users to make this shift to decide more rationally about their privacy. But of course, there's more work needed. So yeah, investigation of debiasing strategies for privacy decision-making is needed, as well as understanding the long-term effects of those strategies. So in the medical research, it has been shown that once users were engaged with once practitioners were exposed to these strategies over a long time, at one point they didn't need to rely on these strategies anymore, but they engaged in active decision-making by themselves. So this would also be interesting for privacy research. And lastly, I pointed to educational debiasing strategies, and this would of course be good to investigate as well, to raise awareness about the topic as a training opportunity and teaching effect. So yeah, thank you all, and looking forward.
Great, thanks a lot for this very interesting talk. I see a question over there, so I'll go. I have legs. All good.
Hello, my name is Hrvoje Belani from Ministry of Health in Zagreb, Croatia. Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering, have you stumbled in the research literature any similarities with the decision making with commercial airline pilots? I know this type of decision making is not maybe privacy concerning, but you mentioned in several times medical literature you gained your knowledge from and devised the strategies. But I know also that the commercial airline pilots have really or used to have, historically speaking, these issues and challenges regarding decision making. And again, medical also as the airline, both safety critical or mission critical fields. It's a long shot maybe, but I was just wondering. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks for the comment. Yeah, I think the only thing I'm aware of is that they're using checklists. But yeah, I'd be happy if you can recommend or point me to any other kind of literature on that. Yeah.
Sid?
I had a question regarding the results, if any, that you have. Like, did you find like how effective these are in debiasing?
Yeah, I might not be able to fully answer that question because it's still under publication or like under review, but so the shift was quite drastic, and what we saw that people were more, so their behavior was more aligned with their attitudes. So we definitely saw that privacy concerned people were more likely to have their data deleted than non-privacy concerned people. Yeah.
Hi, Anna. Thanks for the presentation. I was wondering, like, whether these debiasing strategies you can apply with actual designers, developers of the interactive systems that look at the conversational agents. Have you thought of how those could be effectively used in the co-design sessions or workshops, or do you envision any of those steps where those knowledge could be translated to the tools they're used in their practices, because often they wouldn't read the papers?
Yeah, that's definitely true. Thanks for the question. So we're trying to get to test those strategies now with startups on conversational AI, as well as in a larger research study with different. It's based on students working together with chatbots and doing some work there. But definitely it will be a next step, or our aim is to enable designers, especially when they're using dialogue editors, to edit their dialogues, to point them towards, okay, you are looking into personal information, you're gathering personal information, you might consider using the strategies. That's definitely a step, yeah.
Hi, yeah, thank you, Anna, for the interesting presentation. I was wondering why you were basing this on conversational AI, because large parts of that material struck me as simply checkboxes. You know, I mean, the checklist itself could simply be a set of checkboxes that a user could either check or not check what they wanted. The last example there where there was a question about deleting the data could easily also have just been formulated as a, please check this box if you want me to delete your data. Tell me a little bit more about why conversational AI played such a part in all those parts of the presentation.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, so my background is on speech processing. I think this is why I'm looking into conversational AI, but also conversational AI. Certainly we have problems in communicating privacy-related information to the user because you don't have a device. And nowadays, most of the tools, most of the smart speakers, they require a modality shift. So users need to accept the privacy policies on their phones rather than engaging with those systems in voice or via voice. So there's definitely a need, and this is why I also put those, I focus on conversational AI a lot to provide users with possibilities to engage in privacy-related conversations.
Great. Many thanks, Anna, for this presentation, and thank you also for answering all these questions. I'm actually giving the floor to the last person who's asked a question, to Grant Blank, who is gonna present to us work on an answer, hopefully, to the question, who cares about privacy online? We're looking forward to your talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aurelia. This paper has undergone a number of changes, including a change of title and a change in theory work and some other things. So it's a paper in progress, and I look forward to your comments and questions because we're certainly planning to work on it some more. You guys all know the motivation here. Privacy is an important issue, and so I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to go straight to the research question, which is implied in the title here of people responding to privacy concerns. Basically, the question is, what is it that stimulates actions to protect people's privacy? This is going to be primarily an empirical paper, and my colleague Egla Karpiskowski is handing out the table that you're going to need, because we couldn't think of any easy way to present logistic regression results on a slide that give you details. So I'm going to do a very brief literature review, and then I'm going to do three other parts. I'm going to talk about levels of concern about digital privacy in the UK. I'll talk about the relationship between concerns and different kinds of behavior, and then I'll discuss privacy in terms of a larger model of privacy. So the literature on privacy protection, of course, is vast, and I'm not going to summarize it at all here. I'm simply going to note that this paper has two advantages over many of the papers in the prior research. First is we're using a representative sample of a known population, the British internet users. This is from the Oxford Internet Survey. And second, our theoretical model incorporates both social, psychological, and structural variables. Others have done these, but a combination of these two is still quite unusual. So with that, I'm going to turn to a description of our model. There we go. We're going to use privacy protection motivation theory developed by Richard Rogers as our model for how people protect their privacy. The figure here is a graphical picture of some of the elements in that theory. I'll return to this later on, but there are two key processes that they argue governs behavior. First stems from an appraisal of the potential threat there, and then second is awareness of potential responses to the threat. So I'll talk about those. First, the threat appraisal has two elements. There is a perceived severity of the threat. So a person who perceives that the threat is more severe is more likely to try to protect themselves. Second is the perceived probability that the threat will occur to them. So threats have to be real, and people have to believe they're vulnerable. So in other words, the more the person believes that the threat is likely to affect them, the more likely they are to take actions to mitigate it. Threat awareness also has two components, response efficacy and self-efficacy. Response efficacy is the individual's belief that they know a way to successfully mitigate the threat. In other words, they know some technique or some particular method that will remove the threat. And if they know that, they're more likely to try that. Second is self-efficacy, which is the individual's assessment of their ability to actually implement this technique. In other words, do they believe they have the skills to implement the technique so their actions will make a difference? So each of these four paths corresponds to a hypothesis, basically in the paper, and for reasons of time, I'm not going to go through that in any more detail. Wrong direction. We're working with data from the Oxford Internet Survey. As I said, this is a representative sample of British Internet users. Data were collected biennially from 2003 to 2013, and then again in 2019. The surveys are nationally representative samples of about 2,000 individuals. They were conducted face-to-face, so they're very high quality data. Response rates for the 2019 survey are 47%. We have detailed privacy items only in 2019, so most of my analyses are going to be based on the 2019 wave. All the analyses will use post-stratification weights to match census proportions for age, gender, region, acorn group, urban, rural, and household size. The 2019 analyses are based on 1,484 internet users out of the full 2019 sample of 1,818 respondents. So we're going to begin with the question of privacy concerns. The question we asked back to 2009 was listed there on the screen. We asked people to respond to a question: the use of computers and the internet threatens personal privacy. This is by year. You can see the what's graphed here is the people who agreed with this question or strongly agreed with it. And between 2009 and 2019, the share of respondents who agreed or strongly agreed that the internet is a threat to privacy increased from 45% to 55%. So concern over privacy has definitely increased in Britain, about 10 percentage points. We asked 5 questions about how comfortable people were revealing certain kinds of personal information. For example, their age, their phone number, their address, or a picture with where their face was visible. And responses were recorded in a 4-category Likert scale, ranging from very comfortable to not comfortable at all. So comfort has been declining since 2009. In 2009, 52% of respondents said they were either comfortable or very comfortable. In 2019, that had dropped to 44%. So we've got a change of about 9% there. So the second part of this presentation, did I skip a? No, I did not. Okay, second part of this presentation, I'm going to talk about concerns and behavior here. There is a significant association between perceiving the internet as a threat to privacy and taking steps to keep your data private. So particularly we ask about 5 kinds of data that people wanted to keep private, about their address, their age, their relationship status, their medical conditions, and shopping habits. So possibly the most sensitive form of this data is medical data. And this graph shows the 2019 percentage of people who have taken steps to keep medical details private by whether they agree or disagree that the internet threatens privacy. And you can see here the people who disagree that the internet threatens privacy, 26% had taken steps to protect medical details. Among people who agree that the internet protects privacy, 36% had taken steps to protect their medical details. Now, this is interesting for two reasons. One is the relatively modest effect size here of about 10 percentage points. It is also interesting because over half of respondents report never having tried to keep their medical details private. Okay, I'm going to skip that for reasons of time. We have 5 items, as I said, asking whether people have taken steps to protect their privacy. If we sum those 5 items, we have a count from 0 to 5 of the number of steps people have taken to protect their privacy. So this graph shows you the mean number of steps people have taken to protect their privacy by whether they think their privacy is being threatened. So you can see people who strongly disagree here, they have taken about 1.4 steps to protect their privacy out of 5. People who strongly agree have taken about 2 steps to protect their privacy. So there is an effect here. It's statistically significant if you want to do a test, but it's not a particularly large effect. I'm going to skip that slide also. Let's see. One of the questions you could ask is there a, have people believe that their attempts to protect their privacy have been effective? You notice here, most people say their attempts to protect privacy have been either effective or very effective. That's 77% of respondents. So the question we have at this point is, we've shown you a variety of bivariate measures. What happens when we put all these in a multivariate model? Are we simply seeing, for example, the effects of some demographic differences or other things? So we're using protection motivation theory, and our dependent variable is predicting whether or not people take actions to protect their privacy. In other words, we're looking at actual behavior. It's a binary dependent variable with 2 categories. We simply say, have you taken no actions or have you taken at least 1 action? We looked at that count variable I showed you a moment ago, but the preliminary analyses showed that it really didn't matter. The difference between 1 and 5 actions was essentially 0. It turns out that the binary variable is actually a better measure of privacy protection. We included here 3 demographic variables: age, gender, and income. We examined a number of other demographic variables: ethnicity, urban, rural, number of children in the household, education. We don't include them because they're not statistically significant. To measure the severity issue, we have the question, that 5-category Likert scale, responses to, would you say, sorry, severity, yeah. Do you believe that computers and the internet threaten personal privacy? To measure vulnerability, we have 3 variables. We have a generalized trust variable that simply asks, would you say most people could be trusted, or you can't be too careful? And the responses are in 5 categories. We have a bad experiences variable, which measures a count of the number of bad experiences people report having had on the internet. Bad experiences would be something like buying something that was misrepresented or receiving a virus. And we also have another experience variable, which is doing DIY projects. It's a mean of 4 different questions of things like, have you gone online to learn how to repair something, for example, as a DIY project? Or have you gone online to investigate topics of personal interest? Self-efficacy is also measured by 3 variables. Helping others is simply a yes/no item. Have you helped others with the internet? Functional literacy is another binary item. We ask people, how confident are you in your ability to read and write? And they had 5 alternative answers. Anyone who did not say very comfortable was classified as not being functionally literate. And finally, confidence online is a mean of 5 Likert scale items, asking people how comfortable they are doing such common tasks as removing a virus from your computer, putting photos online, and things like that. Finally, response efficacy. This is difficult to measure because we have no easy direct measures, so we operationalized it with a yes/no item. In the past year, have you done any computer skills training? Just as a measure of people's skills. We tried a number of other variables in these models, things like internet skills in general, several measures of the amount of internet use, so on. There are collinearity problems that keep us from putting them in the model. Now, if you turn your attention to the handout, you're here in the room, you should all have the handout. Sorry to those of you who are online, it's a fairly complicated handout and there was no easy way to put it on a slide. So the summary here on this slide will have to do. So the handout displays a set of hierarchical logistic regressions predicting whether or not the respondent reported taking steps to protect their privacy. We begin with the demographics only and then add each of the 4 categories of protection motivation. To begin with the overall summary statistics at the bottom of the table, you notice as we add each of the 4 successive elements, the value of BIC declines. Similarly, the value of McFadden's R² increases steadily, reaching 13% for the final model. It's not a particularly large R², and I'll return to that. This means, however, that we are able to successfully predict whether respondents take privacy protective action, and that all 4 of the elements of protection motivation theory have a significant effect. In terms of effect sizes, I'm going to call your attention just to 2 of them there on the page. First is the biggest effect is simply belief in the efficacy of a response. In other words, self-efficacy. A respondent who reports receiving computer training is actually 140% more likely to say they have taken action to protect their privacy. This occurs even though that particular item is a very broad item, not at all specific. The second biggest effect are the self-efficacy measures. These measures increase the probability of taking protective action by between 42 and 66%. So for example, people who are very confident in their ability to read and write are 46% more likely to have taken at least one protective action compared to those who are less comfortable. Respondents who have helped others use the internet are 53% more likely to have taken protective action, and so on. So, what does this all mean? In the first place, we have a clear trend that we've documented of increasing privacy concern among British people. People are definitely worried about privacy. This is despite the fact that most people actually do not report having taken any privacy actions. Second, in the multivariate model here, we note that our findings are inconsistent with the privacy paradox. We are actually able to predict privacy behavior from privacy concerns. And we suggest 2 possible reasons for that. One is that the privacy paradox was first uncovered in research on social media, and most of the later research continues to use social media, particularly Facebook. None of the variables in this model involve social media, and it's entirely possible that people behave differently on social media than they do on other areas of the internet. Facebook in particular is notorious for spreading privacy settings across many often obscure locations, and the conventional wisdom is this is deliberate because having people protect their privacy would cut into Facebook's profitability. Facebook is also different from other social media. So findings on Facebook may not generalize to other social media. Furthermore, social media itself is generally different from the rest of the internet, and findings there may not generalize. So that's the first explanation. The second explanation simply is that this is one of a very small number of studies who studied privacy using a representative sample. Of the 29 studies listed in Kokolakis 2017 review of privacy protection and the privacy paradox, only 3 of those 29 studies used a representative sample, and none of the other studies support the privacy paradox. So turning now to the predictive ability of the model, you'll notice the R-square was only 13%. The effect size is quite small, and the model doesn't explain very much, and I'm going to suggest several possible explanations for this. I'm going to suggest only 1 or 2 because I see I've run out of time. All right, one is people may really not think very much about privacy, and so they may be answering questions off the top of their heads when they're responding to privacy questions. And that could easily account for a small effect size. There may be important variables we have omitted, and if you're interested, I can tell you what some of those are. Finally, there is evidence that privacy concerns are heavily context dependent, and if this is true, what people are doing on the internet matters. We hinted at this when I talked about about Facebook being different from elsewhere. But privacy concerns may well be different if people are looking at current events versus if people are gambling on the internet, or if people are shopping on the internet, or if people are using the internet on their mobile phones or whatever. So the general point here, I think, is privacy is probably more complex than our model, and there's considerable room to improve our model.
Great.
Thank you.
Many thanks. Thank you, Grant, for this excellent presentation. It was very interesting. I see so many questions already, so we don't have time for too many questions. I'll go into the back, but we can then also continue the conversations during the break.
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk to anyone during the break.
Thank you so much, and thank you for this interesting the results of your study. Just quickly, I found very interesting the covariate of the income of the last category. You did not discuss that, I believe, in your presentation, but it looks like very high income has some significant impact. Maybe a comment on that. I mean, I can have like an intuitive explanation, but I would like to know your opinion on that.
You're absolutely right in your interpretation of income. Right, that having a high income does considerably increase the probability of taking privacy protective action. I think the answer there is there's evidence that people who have higher incomes do different things on the internet than people who have lower incomes. So that's one issue. A second point is that what they do tends to be things that are more private. They tend to do much more things related to money and banking and stocks and investments and things like that. They also tend to do much more political things on the internet. And those are both things where people might consider privacy more important. So that would be my explanation of this. They have more to lose. Yeah, that's one way to think about it. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. My question concerns the privacy steps itself. I'm not sure if I missed it, but I was wondering, what are those 5 privacy steps, or how would you operationalize them? Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Right, the 5 steps. Let me see if I've got the list here handy for me to look at. I do have the list somewhere here. There we go. Okay, it's basically, we ask, have you taken steps to protect your privacy on terms of age, address, your postal address, your relationship status, your medical conditions, or your shopping habits. And the variable here, these are simply yes/no questions. And what we're doing is we're summing the number of yeses, and the dependent variable then simply divides. Anyone who's 0 is 0 on the dependent variable. Anyone who's 1 or greater is 1 on the dependent variable. So we end up with a binary variable.
Great, many thanks, Grant. Thanks for the. I think there are many more questions for you to answer during your coffee break. Thank you very much. I would like to welcome Javier Belani. Sorry, I'm not pronouncing this right. That's as our last presentation of today, and I'm very excited to hear everything now about acceptability of mHealth solutions and its relationship with public trust. Many thanks for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for being here through the day until the last session of the day. My name is Javier Belani, and I work at the Ministry of Health in Directorate for e-health here in Zagreb in Croatia. And I would like to talk to you a bit about acceptability of mHealth solutions and its relationship with public trust. This is the joint work in progress I've been doing with my two colleagues, Professor Kristina Fichter from University of Zagreb, School of Medicine, and Professor Petar Šolić from University of Split from the technical faculty there. This is the short agenda I will be covering from motivation and related work, describing three mHealth apps we've been studying, we've been deploying and studying the statistics of their usage, as well as the short survey we have conducted on the usefulness of these three apps in Croatia. So first, to introduce few definitions. Of course, we are all aware of the spread of the information and communication technologies in all measurable areas of human development and human activities. So apparently healthcare and health is one of them. And I will be talking about, and I mentioned in the title, mHealth. So that's a mobile health defined as a component of electronic health. So basically, it's a medical and public health practice supported by mobile devices, by mobile phones and other mobile technological means as PDAs, wireless devices, sensors, etc. Also, there is another term that is emerging in the years of digital health. So it's actually an umbrella term that encompasses e-health as well as developing areas of big data, AI, and genomics. So what was the motivation for our work? Big part of the motivation was COVID-19 pandemics in the last two and a half years. And this was the period when we actually, which made us as policymakers to update to make some major updates of our official mobile health solutions for Croatian citizens, and as well as to introduce two others of this I will describe which are their functionalities. So each of these applications had their own path in terms of user acceptance, in terms of gaining public trust, and we'll try to discuss more around those. So the literature of the related work says that there were four main areas which actually in which digital tools gain importance during the pandemic. So actually these three apps I will be mentioning cover the areas of communication, information, of continuing provision of healthcare, as well as the monitoring of vaccination programs. And of course, always the concerns that are rising are concerns about surveillance, privacy, and data protection. That's pretty reasonable to expect from the citizen's perspective. So three mobile apps I will be describing here. The first one is the Croatian National Health Portal, patient portals called named Health Portal. So it's actually the citizen's insight to its central electronic health record. It's been it's been deployed as a web application almost 6 years now, but in the last few years, so in the last 2 years, we have been also introduced mobile app to introduce more commodity to the users, to the citizens of Croatia. So it has many functionalities. So if we compare these three apps, it has the broadest set of functionalities for the citizens So enabling them to see their vaccination data, to order themselves to the vaccination, to see the lab reports, to see the dispensed medications, to ask for the medication refill, to communicate with the doctor, with the GP, etc., etc. The second app was the Stop COVID-19 app. So it belongs to the category of COVID-19 warning and notification apps that have been developing through mainly through the last year or two in the EU, all over the world, but it was a joint effort in the EU led by the European Commission and eHealth Network. So it's basically an app for anonymous exchange of random encrypted strings via Bluetooth Low Energy protocol. So actually enabling notifications among infected and infected persons and those that were in contact with them. Of course, privacy concerns again were one of the great discussions around these applications. And the third one was COVID Go, so Croatian EU DCC, so European Union digital COVID certificate verifying app. So they actually it was used as a wallet app for the COVID certificate, as well as the scanning to verify that the digital signature used at the certificate is actually valid, and that everything is pretty much okay in that sense. So this is the first thing we wanted to see, is because there were different dates of launching these apps. We wanted to put to make the timeline of launching and updates of these three apps and look at the statistics of these three apps, as well as the let's say major public actions, other public actions that have been done to see how they triggered some dynamics in the and some in the statistics and some change of course of dynamics. So to show it on the picture, I'll just mention that we use the download statistics from the Android users, because there were 84% of them. So we found it sufficient for recognizing trends in this sense. So for example, let's see. So, for example, Health Portal app was introduced in the first half of the 2020, and then it was the other version for the iOS was established here, and then we can see in the last summer last year one of the bigger upgrades, as well as the other at the end of the last year for Health app for the Health Portal. For the COVID Go, we have the launch date in the July 2020, and then establishing the cross-border interoperability in the late 2020, and then some public actions. For example, Health Minister actually promoted the app himself when he got infected, so he publicly used the app, and then it actually triggered a little bit the statistics, the reason of statistics here. So why is this interesting for us? It's a part of the frustration from the working people within the system, because we really wanted that these apps were promoted more intensively, and it wasn't the case. So decision makers were really reserved in the sense they had had second thoughts. Okay, we had the app, we did a lot of work, we did it jointly with the European member states, but they didn't accept it with both hands and promoted it as probably we should have. So if we look at the statistics, I don't have it here, so the other member states of the EU use these kind of apps on the percentage of 50 to 75 of percent of population regarding downloads and usage. So it really, there are studies that actually showed that there was a infection chain broken or stopped by using these apps, and using these apps as an anonymous way of informing people that they were in the risk of infection from COVID-19. Okay, so the other element that was really interesting also was about COVID Go app. So this app was really pushed through the legal means and through the media, from the decision makers, from the civil headquarters, and really, you know, the public was overwhelmed by the information about this app. So when it started to be in the November last year, when it started to be really obligatory for most of the state and the public sector in Croatia, you can really see so for the COVID Go, you can really see the rise here. But what is interesting, people also looked at the stores, so the iOS stores and Android stores for the other two apps, and decided, this is again not shown directly in our study, but decided to download the other two apps and use it also. So kind of they trusted the government tools in that sense. So they were pushed to use COVID Go. Okay, it's for one purpose, but then they saw health portal that's actually useful for their long-term usage, and they used it. Okay. So the next thing we did was conducted a short online survey just to check for the perceived and experienced usefulness of these three apps. So this was the only aspect actually covered by the survey in a timeline of 8 weeks at the end of last year, and we actually got 95 responses from students of University of Zagreb. This is what we really wanted to check with reasonably knowledgeable and digitally skilled and engaging respondents, how they see these three apps in this usefulness part. So as we can see, they have for the health portal app, almost half of them were aware that the app exists, but only 8% were actually installed it. For the Stop COVID app, without any promotion, as I said, and I will mention another important aspect at the end. They were not aware of the app and they have not installed it. It's really a low percentage of population that installed the app. And about the COVID Go, it was pretty popular because it was pushed by these decision makers from the policy level to be used nationwide. About the usefulness, we can see that for these purposes, COVID Go app has been graded as with 3 points average in terms of usefulness, health portal 2.4 average, and Stop COVID app with 1.9 points average. Okay, to conclude, health portal really had steady organic growth in acceptability by users during these last 2 years. There were not pretty much, the app was not pretty much promoted. It was promoted in the professional gatherings like these, etc. So it was really word of mouth and some advanced users that actually looked up if there is a mobile app for that, for the web app that actually existed 6 years. Stop COVID-19 publicity was even damaged before the app was launched itself. I think it really broke all the concept of promoting this tool, this digital tool, because there were large public debate about introducing the proper quarantine management app and actually changing the legislation in that sense in Croatia. After the heavy debate in public, it actually was dropped out. But actually, it was actually still it resulted that this pretty benevolent solution was not ever accepted. And the third one was, as I said, pretty much guided and promoted from the civil headquarters. So it had appreciable uptake with, I don't know, 1.2 million downloads by the end of last year. Okay, thank you very much. By this I conclude, and I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Any questions? We have time for 1 or 2 questions.
Thank you for presentation, Herboy. And it's incredible that you pull this off on this large scale and get comparison. But if you go to the slide with the use, okay, you can. If we can go to the slide with the usefulness, possibly. You presented some of the statistics, and there was 3 comparisons between 3 apps. And do you have a kind of a benchmark? I think it's slide 11 or something. Yeah. Further, one more. Yeah. So, do you have any kind of benchmark if this is what's usefulness of those apps, like maybe in other countries in the EU, or in relation to some other apps in the Apple Store or the Google Play, like, and this is the first part, and the second one is like whether this kind of like information you can actually make some kind of informed decisions what apps perform a little bit better to improve the usability of other two, like whether this feedback loop back to the developers or designers could be exercised.
Yeah, so for the benchmark, we haven't looked at the similar studies yet, but we plan to do that for the comparison. We have used the 5-point Likert scale in this sense to grade this. And for the you mentioned the feedback. Yeah, that's somewhere. It's always in the back of my head somewhere. I would really like to pull some conclusions from this to inform the decision makers, and I don't have the clear method still how to prove that the one app actually pulled the others from the dark in that sense. But anyway, there is a potential for mobile health apps in Croatia, and I think with more proper promotion and systematic promotion and pushing transparency and publishing source code. We actually published the source code for Stop COVID-19 app, and it didn't help because it's too abstract for the general public. Okay, the source code is there. Some professionals actually stood to our side and said, yes, it's really a good way of showing transparency, that there is nothing to hide. There is no some evil tool there collecting private data. But yeah, there's a lot way to go. And it's a multidisciplinary effort. So if we don't have the support from the promotion part of the decision makers, then there is no chance to achieve acceptance from the users on a larger scale.
Yeah, let's stay on this slide for a moment. I mean, when I first saw this slide, what struck me here and still strikes me is the modal category in every case is 1, meaning the most likely response is not at all. So I'm curious as to what your explanation is, why so many people found these apps not useful.
You mean for this one?
For all 3 of them, the modal category is 1.
Yeah, so maybe it's a part of the not appropriate study structure, because if we have introduced the not applicable part of the answer, then it would maybe take the load of the 1. But people answered that it's not useful because they didn't install it. Probably.
All right, we have a short coffee break, and then at 5 we have a short break. Good. We have a short break, and at 5 there's the next keynote speaker, and yeah, we're looking forward to your questions then.
Hi, yep.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, perfect. We can hear you.
Good.
Yeah, that's great. So
the slides are on the screen.
that's great. Yeah, we
That
are
works.
getting like just 1 or 2 minutes more. We're coming back from a break, but I wanted to check that everything was all right.
Okay, excellent.
Awesome. All right, fantastic. So welcome back. Oh my God, what a fascinating day. Today we have heard many interesting topics revolving around various topics, but including privacy, trust, active assistive living technologies. And for the program today, we had Esther Kemolen that kicked off the event. And then we had like 3 different sessions on technology meets privacy, law, ethics, and society, privacy and trust perceptions, and then social issues and contextual questions. And some of the presentations today started highlighting some of the very still unanswered topics that represent, I think, amazing opportunities for all of us to continue working and hopefully to continue working together in the future. For the closing of the event, we are super honored to have Jaap-Hein Hoopman, who is an associate professor of privacy enhancing protocols and privacy by design in the digital security group at the Institute for Computing and Information Sciences of Radboud University in Nijmegen in the Netherlands. And his main research topics are privacy enhancing protocols and privacy by design, and in particular, the Internet of Things and the advanced use of smart cards and privacy and identity management. And because he's very interested in the social and legal aspects of technology and likes to engage in the public debate about security and privacy, he has a very interesting blog that we actually encourage you to follow. But today he's here to present us his very recently published book, which is amazing, that it's called Privacy's Heart and Some Other Myths. And he talks about some myths that they surround about privacy, like, oh, but I do not really have anything to hide, or, oh no, we are not collecting personal data. So I think that this is a perfect event for a perfect presentation for closing these, because actually all of these technological developments that we have been discussing here today have a tremendous impact on our privacy, but at the same time can be used to protect our privacy. So without further delay, Jaap-Hein, the floor is yours. Then after the presentation, we will have a mic that will go around to ask you questions. So thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the kind introduction. It's a real pleasure to be able to talk to you here. Unfortunately, I could not be there in person, so we have to do it online, which is not my preference, but we'll have to make do. And as said, I will talk a little bit about some of the myths that I discuss in my book, Privacy is Hard, and 7 other myths, but given the time, I will probably not have time to discuss all 8 of them. So let's get started. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So the first myth that I discuss is we are not collecting personal data. And it is something that is said by many organizations, many businesses, many technology people, partly because of misunderstanding, the misunderstanding of what is personal data really, and also partly because of the tendency to stick their head into the sand, so to speak. And also it's something that we ourselves are not very much aware of, at least the general public. And even I, and I'm sort of a privacy expert, but even I sometimes get surprised and bitten by the privacy bug. Here you see a picture of a garage, and actually some 7 years ago, I parked my car in a garage close to a hospital, and I drove in. I got this paper ticket out of the machine, and then I went to the hospital. I came back. I put my paper ticket into the payment machine. I paid, and then I, got to my car, entered, and was ready to leave the parking garage. I drove up to the barrier, ready to stick the paper ticket back into the machine, but I didn't really have to, because the barrier automatically opened when my car approached. And I was like, first I was like totally flabbergasted, like what's going on here? And then I realized later that there was apparently a camera at the entrance, and there was also a camera at the exit that had scanned my license plate. And then later when I was home, I looked at my paper token that I had, and indeed my license plate number of my car was printed on it. So when entering the garage, the parking garage system recorded my license plate, and when I paid, it recorded that the license plate was being paid for, and therefore the barrier could open. And of course, as we will see later, a license plate is personal data. And in fact, there's many risks that you can already think about. So this is a parking garage close to a hospital. It's actually the only thing close to this parking garage that is of any interest. So anybody parking there is essentially somebody that's going to the hospital. So this record of cars parking there could be considered sensitive information because it's related to people that may have health issues or they're visiting people with health issues. So this is relevant. But there's other reasons why this is actually relevant, at least in the Netherlands. It depends a bit on different countries. But in the Netherlands, there was a famous case brought forward actually in front of the judges because in the Netherlands, we have this principle that if you work for a company, you can get a company car. But if you get a company car, you have to basically decide upfront whether you're going to use the car for personal, private reasons as well as for business reasons. And if you're actually going to use it for private reasons as well, you actually have to pay extra taxes because then the car is considered extra income. So you have to declare that upfront. Many people don't do that. And say 5 or 10 years ago, you could easily get away with it because how would you be able to detect whether somebody was using a car privately or not? But with this parking garages recording license plates, that suddenly becomes very easy. And actually the tax authorities in the Netherlands at some point subpoenaed one big company hosting several parking garages in the Netherlands. And they wanted to have the full data set of all cars, of all license plates that park there for a year. For the sole purpose of figuring out if people parked their car there on, say, a Saturday, close to the city center, and whether that car was a company car that was declared for private use or not. And the idea was, of course, that if you go park your car on a Saturday close to the city center and you didn't declare your car for private use, you were lying because this was basically the only reason why you would park your car there on a Saturday. So they used that to try to detect fraud with these company cars and how people record that. It went to the courts, and in the end, the court decided that actually the tax authorities were actually allowed to ask for this huge data set for this particular kind of fraud detection. What is the point of this example? And actually, what's the point of the book that I wrote? It's actually to make people aware of the fact that there's lots of systems collecting personal information. So what I want really is to make you observe a little bit better and watch and look at these systems, and also learn people how to look at these systems to decide for themselves or get a feeling for themselves for what kind of information they are processing, collecting, and whether this is a problem or not. And actually, there's many systems that collect personal data during our daily activities. We have the parking garage, payment by payment card is an example. In the Netherlands, and I think in also many other countries, you have electronic ways for paying for public transport. In the Netherlands, at least, that means that you have a personal card that you use to check in when you enter a station or a bus and check out when you leave the bus or leave the station, which means that the public transport authorities have a full record of my public transport trips throughout basically the last 10 years. And also maybe a lesser well-known example is the example of books and newspapers that you read on your tablet. If you read them electronically, then the publishers record which articles you read or which pages of the book you read, how fast you read or how slow you read, which parts you skip. And this is all used to either inform authors of how their books are being read and to improve their writing, but also for newspapers to decide which kind of newspaper articles are being read and which ones are not being read, and therefore to adapt the content of newspapers to what audiences apparently like based on their reading behavior. Now, the question with all these things is whether these things are necessary. And in a legal sense, if you look at the GDPR, necessity is really defined as whether there is a specific purpose for the processing, whether that's defined, and whether for that particular purpose, the collection of the data is proportional. That is to say, is it really that amount of data that you need, and is it reasonable to use that? And the subsidiarity principle, namely the principle whether a less infringing mechanism of collecting maybe less sensitive data would also achieve the same purpose. And this is a very carefully constructed house of cards in a sense, if you look at the GDPR. And I think part of the problem here is that especially the purpose is not always as strictly enforced. I mean, there's a lot of leeway in how companies can define the purpose for the collection. And because of that, then, of course, all kinds of collections of personal data are allowed. So, in short, actually, we are not collecting personal data is actually a myth. I mean, actually, many of the systems that we use are collecting personal data. Now, the second myth is the myth of you have zero privacy anyway, get over it. This was something that Scott McNealy said in 1999. He was then a CEO of Sun Microsystems. And basically what that is trying to say is that technology is something that happens without any external influence. It's just almost like an act of God, of a force of nature. And therefore, you know, the technology develops, that we have computers, that we have the internet. That is just a way of life. That's a fact of life, and we just have to live with it. But that really ignores the fact that these technological developments, yes, they have a big impact on our privacy, but these technologies are not just developed in isolation. They just not materialize without any human intervention. No, it's just the engineers, the people that design the systems that have a strong impact on how these technologies function, what they can and cannot do. So they basically define affordances of that technology. And of course, these technological developments, the development of the computer in the 1950s and the development of networks in the 1980s have had a tremendous impact on our privacy. The computers make searching much more easily. You don't have to have an index anymore, a paper index. You can just enter a keyword and you can find anything in the database. It also means that data is much harder to actually delete. And digital data, there's always a copy somewhere. So how do you make sure that everything is deleted? Networks have made it much easier to share data, to interconnect databases, and also to interrogate query databases from remote locations. So that has had together created a totally different landscape than the landscape from, say, before the 1960s. And of course, we see this has a tremendous impact on how governments work, how businesses work, and of course, our own personal lives. And so it has allowed governments to govern much more precisely. If you look at the developments of laws, for instance, in social welfare or taxation, you see that these laws have become much more complex, can actually cater for much more precise definitions, or make the decisions or the way whether you what kind of level of taxes you have to pay or what kind of welfare you get depend on very specific cases, because that information is available and actually can be processed by computers to make the decisions. Businesses, you see that it has made all kinds of businesses possible, and so that has created an impact. And that has also raised the question of what is the value of privacy. Yeah, and I think the main takeaway for this presentation and in general, that what I try to say is that it's often sort of framed as a personal right. It's something that is a fundamental right. Of course, that is true, but it should not be forgotten that privacy is also of societal value. The fact that we have like women rights or gay rights or labor rights, these all were not there 100 years ago. And the only reason why we have them is because people that were advocating these rights could discuss these things without direct interference from the state that at that time might have been against those rights. So this means that privacy is also a societal value. And I think the main message of the book is that the technologies that we have at our disposal are have created a strong impact on our privacy. They are, as I sometimes say, leaky by design. It's not that they were intentionally made to leak a lot of personal information, but if you look at how networks work or how computers work, they do leak a lot of personal information. So yes, technology has a negative impact, but actually technology can also be used to protect privacy, because yes, we have things like the GDPR, we have legal protection, but that legal protection is in general not enough for several reasons. It's partly because of the fact that the question of jurisdiction, so which laws do apply, and even if the GDPR applies in Europe, you see that lots of the perpetrators are not really based in Europe and therefore are somewhat harder to hold accountable. And the other part is that, at least for governments, so this is the case, and one of the reasons that the GDPR allows governments to collect personal data is because of a legal requirement, and that means that by just changing the laws or making the laws more complex or making the laws depend on much more personal data, then suddenly that personal data is necessary to execute the law, and therefore that legal protection is shifted. So you have this risk of things like function creep and that kind of stuff. So legal protection is not enough, so we need technology to protect privacy. Okay, this is what I already told you, so let me skip over this. The leaky design maybe is something to expound upon a little bit further. And so we have these computers that do all kinds of logging that are basically still working the way they were designed in the 1950s, with not a very clear separation of the different applications or different memory parts, etc. So that means that it is very easy to get the data mixed up. If you look at the internet, then both IP addresses and MAC addresses leak a lot of information and make it possible to track persons both when using the internet, but also when walking around on the squares, on the public spaces, by using things like Bluetooth scanning or Wi-Fi scanning that allow MAC addresses to be filtered, to detect it and to be followed. You have things like smartphones that, because we carry them with us and put basically with us all the time, are essentially, you could say, a Stasi agent in your pocket, because they have all kinds of sensors. They know how fast you walk, whether you walk or whether you're biking, whether you're running. They know whether you're sleeping. There's all kinds of context data. If you look at the health data that wearables collect, that's also a very sensitive source of information. And then a final example of the leaky design is the cookies that are a fundamental part of how the internet, how the web works. And interestingly enough, these cookies were, of course, they were invented, strictly speaking, not for the nefarious purposes that they are being used for now, but really only to make it possible to implement something like a shopping cart, where if you click on a button, you can add an item for ordering later a bunch of items and then paying for them all together in one go. The problem being that the ordinary internet itself is stateless, and you couldn't really implement that without any cookies. Okay, this is already something that I discussed, the value of privacy. But let's return now to the question of privacy by design. So how can we use technology to protect privacy? And the essence of the whole idea of privacy by design is to think and approach a problem in a different way, where you try to achieve the functionality that you want with a lesser impact on your privacy. And here you see an example. Here you see a picture of a sort of fancy restaurant, maybe a bit old restaurant, but it is usually very busy there, crowded there, so you need to book in advance a table. And if you want to book normally speaking at the restaurant, you phone them up, and the restaurant owner will ask for your name and ask like, okay, when do you want to book a table? So I will say like, hey, I'm Jaap Goedman. I want to book a table for next Friday for 2 persons. And then the restaurant owner says, yeah, I have space, sure. And he puts it down in the book on the notes. saying, okay, for next Friday, 2 people, person coming, Jaap and Koopman. But he also may actually keep these books, keep these records for some time to do kind of like analysis of when it is too busy or busy in the restaurant, when it's not so busy. That may be information that is relevant for deciding when to hire more or less staff, and also to maybe buy more or less groceries and stuff that you need to prepare the food. So that's relevant for other purposes as well. But clearly, if you do it like that, you collect personal data. You collect the names of the people, and you collect when they come to visit your restaurant. Now, the question is, can you do it differently while having still the same functionality? And the answer is yes. And of course, the solution is very, very simple. What you need to do is, as a restaurant owner, instead of asking for somebody's name, when I call, the restaurant owner should give me a reservation number, an arbitrary number that I have to keep. And then if I come visit the restaurant at the agreed upon time, I tell him or her the reservation number, and then I get a table as planned. Also, the restaurant owner can actually keep the list of bookings, but now in the list of bookings, there's no longer a name, but there's only a reservation number, but the number of people and the dates are still there, so you can use it for the same kind of like planning purposes that you use the original record for. The only difference is that now you do no longer record personal information. So, same functionality, but privacy is protected better in the second scheme. In other words, do we have zero privacy anyway? No, not really. We really shouldn't get over it. Actually, we should get on the table, at the table, together with these designers that make the technology, and together steer the technological development into a direction that is much more privacy friendly. A third myth that I discuss in the book is the so-called "I've got nothing to hide" myth. And now this is a very popular and common myth. It's often discussed, it's often brought forward. Daniel Solove wrote a whole book debunking the myth. Let me here basically just say that hiding is essentially essentially human. It's unavoidable even. And a simple example can show you that something like full transparency is something that you really do not want. So suppose that I work at the University of Nijmegen. I work there, I'm happy there, but I actually might be looking around for another job, and at some point I see some interesting offer at another university pop up, and I'm like, okay, I might be interested. Maybe I should talk to a few people there, and I do that. But of course, I'm not going to talk and tell that to my current employer straight away, because no, I'm still only an associate professor. I might want to go up for full professorship, so I don't want to ruin my chances for promotion. So I really shouldn't be telling him that I might actually not really, or give any indication that I'm not really 100% happy at my current position. So I only want to tell that I applied for a different job when either I get a job or if that has a certain specific reason for myself. Now imagine if there's full transparency, then the moment that I think about maybe going to apply for another job, then suddenly my employer will be aware of that, and all kinds of like problems could ensue. So hiding is something that is, you know, natural. It's something that is necessary even. And part of the things that I do in the book is actually not only talk about these things, but also talk about the technologies that can be used to actually counter the myth, and actually in this case to allow you to hide certain aspects of yourself or hide certain information in certain data sets, because as the argument shows, this is something that you sometimes want. So I explain in the book how things like encryption work, both for communication and for storage, and I also talk about things like privacy in databases and discuss techniques like statistical disclosure control or differential privacy that allow you, and that's an essential part of those technologies, that allow you to publish statistics, things that statistical offices all over the world do, about microdata that they collect and keep private and keep protected very strongly. But of course, you want to publish certain valuable statistics about, say, unemployment or changes in attitudes in society. And each of these things can be very, very sensitive when you could actually derive the person that they pertain to. So the part of statistical disclosure control and differential privacy is to allow to extract general information that is of certain value without revealing specific information about specific individuals that are in the data set. So this is something that privacy in databases is about, and something that things like statistical disclosure control and differential privacy aim to achieve. So in short, I've got nothing to hide. That's also a myth that is more or less easily busted. Now let's turn to another issue, another myth. It's less common perhaps, but also something that is commonly thought, at least, and that's the idea that the distinction between the real communications, the real data, the real things that you say and write, and the metadata is also relevant in terms of like the privacy impact of it. And the sort of tacit assumption there is that metadata is not all that important compared to the actual conversations that pertain to metadata. Now, metadata, of course, is the data that is data about the communication. So you can think of metadata like data about your location when you're walking around with a mobile phone, or the location where you take a picture, and then the location of where the picture is taken is stored in the picture. Metadata is information about who you are calling, at what time of the day, and for how long. So that's all kind of data that's automatically collected, and often in a way that makes it less transparent that that data is collected. So many people may be aware of the fact that your mobile phone keeps your location, but they might not necessarily be aware of the fact that when you take a picture, then that location is embedded in the picture. And there's many other examples. And the problem is that because that data is collected surreptitiously without you really being aware of this, you have less control over it. That's one part of it. And the other part is that metadata is much more compact, and it's actually related to behavior. It's clearly related to what you do. Another example of metadata is this use of cookies to track your web browsing patterns. So it shows you, or at least it allows others to determine the web pages you visit, and therefore to determine what your interests are. So the web pages you visit is something that you do, where you are, where you go to, is something that you do. And this behavior is in a way something that is maybe even closer to your personal desires and your personal attitudes than the things that you say, because partly what you say you have control over, and you may actually, like the example that I talked about before, whether to tell somebody that you actually are looking for another job or not is something that you have control over. So metadata actually is very sensitive, and that means that it's also important from a privacy perspective to think about how to hide metadata, how to protect metadata, how to make it harder to collect these kind of metadata. So this is things like cookie blockers or script blockers in browsers. But in general, it's concerned with things like how to make sure that if you make use of the internet, how to make sure that, for instance, your IP address, which is also an identifier that can be used very much like a cookie to link different visits of your computer to different websites. How can you hide your IP address? And then things like mixed networking and onion routing, the Tor router, for instance, are techniques that can be used to allow you to surf the internet while hiding from external observers which websites you are visiting. So it's merely metadata, again, a myth that is busted. Now, another myth that I want to maybe discuss a little bit more in detail is the myth we always need to know who you are. And actually, many of the services that we use allow or require you to log in, to identify yourself. And these things are like, for instance, when you buy concert tickets, or if you buy train tickets, we already had the example of the public transport ticketing systems that collect the traffic patterns. They are always connected to your identity. And in many cases, the question is that really necessary? Because, for instance, if I enter my house, or if I unlock my bike doesn't really need to know who I am. My house doesn't really know who I am. The only thing that my house or my bike cares for, if they care about anything, of course, is that I have the key, that I'm allowed to do this. But that doesn't have to be connected to my identity. It's enough to give me a capability, to give me a token, to give me something that allows me to prove that I can actually, that I have the authority to do what I'm about to do. And this idea is at the core of what we call attribute-based credentials. So let me explain a little bit about that technology. So in many cases, there is only a certain information about you that is relevant for the decision whether to grant you access. For instance, if I'm traveling by public transport, the only question that might be relevant is, do I have a ticket or do I have a transport pass? When I buy age-restricted material like alcohol or cigarettes, the only thing that matters is, am I over 18 or 21 or whatever the age limit is in a certain country? You don't need to know my identity. But what you do need to know is that that particular piece of information, that attribute, is actually relevant for the person that is now visiting your website and ordering something that has an age restriction. And this is what an attribute-based credential can provide. The credential is really a statement signed by an issuer, where the issuer claims that a certain person has, for a certain attribute A, a certain value. And I've listed a few examples here to show that it is important who makes the statement. So, for instance, the Dutch government can claim that Jaap Henk Hoekman has the Dutch nationality. So the attribute is nationality and the value is Dutch, and the person is Jaap Henk Hoekman. There's also the possibility that maybe the bank claims that Jaap Henk Hoekman has a good credit rating. And there's the example of the land register that claims that Jaap Henk Hoekman has a PhD in law. Now, of course, the first statement that the Dutch government makes about my nationality, as long as it's the Dutch nationality at least, is something that the Dutch government has total authority about making claims about. So that is a green claim. That is something that you could rely on. If the bank says something about my creditworthiness, depending a little bit on the bank and whether I have a bank account there, actually this is something that might be relevant for my credit rating. But the land register, of course, has no saying whatsoever on whether I have a PhD in law or not. So whether to trust such a statement depends on the issuer that makes the statement. Now, how do you use that in an online fashion? It's pretty much the same as you use ordinary paper credentials like driver's licenses or passports, where you obtain the passport or you obtain the driver's license once every 5 years or so from your local city council or from your local government. And in the case of attribute-based credentials, you obtain them once online from a so-called credential issuer. And that credential issuer could be, so the Dutch government, it could be, say, my university that gives me a certificate for my PhD, etc., etc. And I store these things locally, say, on my smartphone, in a wallet, just like I carry my identity card and my driver's license in a physical wallet that I carry with me in the normal physical world. And then if I want to use the credentials, I actually use a so-called showing protocol where I reveal certain information in that credential to the service provider that needs that specific piece of information to decide whether I have access. So again, the example, if I'm buying alcohol online, then the online shop has to verify that I am over 18. And this credential is such that it is bound to my person, in the sense that, or it's actually bound to my wallet. So only me as owner of my wallet can use that credential to show that I'm over 18. And this ensures that other people cannot fraudulently use credentials that are not really issued to their name. But my name, my identity is not revealed and cannot be kept by the service provider. We actually implemented a prototype. I should say, colleagues of mine in the Radboud University, called IRMA. IRMA stands for I Reveal My Attributes. It's an app on a phone that exactly does what I just talked about. And if you want to have more information about that, I refer to this URL, privacybydesign.foundation. Underlying these attribute-based credentials is a so-called zero knowledge proof, and it's funny to maybe tell you a little bit about these zero knowledge proofs, because there is a very intuitive story about how they work. And the story is as follows. And I didn't invent the story. The story was actually first told by Jean-Jacques Quiescater, a famous cryptographer. And he tells the story of the Alibaba and the cave. And Alibaba knows the secret of the cave. And the secret of the cave is that it has this special shape, so you can enter the cave, and then there's this junction, and you can go either to the left or the right. And if you know the secret of the cave, you can actually pass from the left to the right through the secret passage. If you do not know the secret, you cannot do that. So then, in order to get out of the cave, you actually have to walk back. Now, what zero knowledge proofs allow you to do, and what zero knowledge proofs allow Alibaba to do in this particular case, is to show that you know a secret without leaking the actual secret, but even more importantly, without allowing anybody to frame you for knowing that you know the secret. The problem in the case of Alibaba being that the Sultan has promised to chop off the head of anybody who knows the secret of the cave. Alibaba wants to prove to somebody else who he trusts, well, maybe not really trust that much, that he knows the secret of the cave, but he doesn't want to run the risk that this person then goes to the Sultan and says, look, Alibaba knows the secret of the cave, and I can prove it to you because he showed it to me like this and this and this. So how do you prove then knowledge of the secret passage? In this case, the protocol runs as follows. Alibaba enters the cave. At the junction, goes to the left and the right, or the right, without the person that he wants to prove the secret, that he knows the secret, knowing which way he turns. And then the person later enters the cave, stops at the junction, and asks Alibaba to come out at a random direction, either from the left or from the right. Now, depending on which way Alibaba went, and depending on the way the person that now is asking Alibaba to leave, which direction to come from, either Alibaba can just come back, walk back, and then satisfy the request, or he actually has to go through the secret passage. And with the probability 1/2, he actually has to go through the secret passage. So if Alibaba and the other person do this once, then with the probability 1/2, Alibaba had to go through the secret passage. Now, if you do this several times, then at some point, Alibaba must have entered a different direction than what you ask him to come out for, and therefore the only way that he can come out in the right direction is by going through the secret passage. So if you do this, say 10 times, you're pretty convinced that if Alibaba comes out every time at the right direction, the correct direction, let me make it clear, you know that he knows the secret. So In other words, we always need to know who you are. That's a myth easily busted. Another myth that is somewhat hilarious is the myth that your data is safe with us. This is actually a kind of like reframing done by a lot of companies like Google and Apple and Facebook by saying that privacy means that they protect our privacy and make sure that our data is safe with them. And of course, that's a very devious way of framing what privacy means. And I think what actually we should be doing much more is think about ways of doing the processing of our data in a much more decentralized, distributed system, and making the local processing of data the default. And in fact, many of the systems that we use, and apparently, especially now in the US, there's a big discussion about things like period tracker apps because of the recent overturning of Roe versus Wade. And that's of course weird, like something like a period tracker is something that you can do totally locally. So there's no need for anybody to know that you have that app installed, let alone to keep track of the data that you keep in that app. So this is one example, but there's many more examples that you really want to do this in a much more distributed fashion. Of course, there's a big elephant in the room, namely the business model. The only reason that these apps collect this information centrally is because of the business model, because they want to sell the data. So that means that you have to think about how to change the business model. One way to really do that change is to do something like personal data stores. So instead of having different businesses and different organizations having copies of your local personal data stored in the local database, you can actually turn that around by actually having the user store all the personal data in its own data store and letting all these organizations, service providers, and governments ask from the user in an automatic fashion, so without the user having to enter all the data again and again and again from its personal data store, and to provide that to the company or the government agency on demand. And this is then, if you see here in this picture, you see this shift from centralized to decentralized to distributed processing. So in other words, your data is safe with us. That is again easily busted. Another myth that I discuss in the book is privacy and security are a zero-sum game. And here the thing is really that what concerns me a lot in this debate is that you see people from the security community, so let's say secret services, law enforcement, governments that want access to personal data to combat serious crime. They are basically pitted in a trench warfare against privacy advocates that are basically against any form of access to this personal data. And a quote from an article by Matt Green and another author that I forgot the name of, unfortunately, is this: that it's highly unlikely that both extremes, total surveillance or total privacy, is good for society. Is really that's something that sums up my position in this issue very well, namely that we really should be thinking about ways to actually create schemes that are accountable, that are secure, and that are privacy friendly, all at the same time. This is possible. I will not go into that in this presentation. There's actually a lot more to say about this very interesting topic. Instead, I want to go to the last myth of the book: privacy is hard. And what is the issue here? The issue here is that, and I guess the conclusion is that for me is that privacy is not hard. Privacy is work. You have to do it. And it's what makes it work is the fact that what makes it like you have to put in an effort is that privacy is one of those topics that are very interdisciplinary in nature. So it's like, has aspects of technology, it has aspects of law, it has aspects of society in it. And actually, if you look at a specific company where you want to implement a certain system, you will see that there's the engineering department that has to implement it or manage it. There's the DPO that has that's the legal perspective. And there's the business perspective that basically starts with this idea, like, okay, I want to automate this. I want to do that. I want to build this kind of system. And these different disciplines have a different perspective, and they don't necessarily share a common language. And that is a problem. That basically creates a big canyon, a big divide between the legal people on the one side and the engineering people on the other side. And what we see is that if you want to create privacy-friendly systems, you as the engineers have to somehow engage with these fuzzy legal norms. And for them, that's hard to grapple with. And we wanted to give them a kind of methodology, a kind of structure that would allow them to do that in a much more concrete way. And this is what these so-called privacy design strategies aim to do. They really aim to map these fuzzy legal concepts to concrete data protection goals that help control the data processing. And it's really based on this life cycle approach. And that shouldn't come as a surprise. And the privacy by design is really about how to integrate privacy from the very start when building a system all the way up to deployment, operation, evaluation. Maybe you change a little bit in the definitions, you start the cycle again, and then at some point you decommission the system, you no longer use it. But in all these phases, privacy and decisions can be made that have an impact on privacy. And there's actually privacy design strategies and privacy enhancing technologies that help you think about the design and the development, and so support the design and development in being more privacy friendly. But in the very early stages of when you start thinking about the functionality of the system and roughly start thinking about how it should work, and compared to this very simple example of the restaurant reservation system, you need something to guide the initial stages. And this is what these privacy design strategies do. And how did they come about? And the core idea is really this. Any information processing system is a system that essentially can be seen as a database. It collects information about individuals, and this information is all kinds of different attributes that are connected to these individuals. Now, how can we, if we look at an information system like that, how can we make it more privacy friendly? Well, one thing you can do is minimize. You can decide not to collect a lot of information about individuals, and you can decide not to collect specific attributes about individuals. Another thing you can do is separation. Instead of having one big database for all kinds of purposes, you actually separate the data for different purposes. And you can actually do that in a logical sense, so have several databases still located centrally, but you can also do that in a distributed fashion, moving the processing to the endpoints. You can also think about abstraction. You can think about the level of detail that you want to collect information about individuals. Do I really want to know their date of birth, or do I only care about whether they are over 65? And finally, if you have done that, you can think about how to hide and protect that much smaller piece of information that you have there. Put in a slightly nicer picture, you see here these four processing-oriented strategies. And then around that, you see the more procedural things like the inform and control strategy and the enforce and demonstrate strategy. And like I said, these are connected to the system development lifecycle. And here you see them in summary. And so we have 4 data-oriented strategies called minimize, separate, abstract, and hide. And we have 4 process-oriented strategies called inform, control, enforce, and demonstrate. And the idea is that if you want to, at the very early phases of development, help engineers to make the first decisions about what kind of functionality to implement and how to implement that, they can actually start with trying to apply these strategies. So they can think about, okay, how can we minimize the collection of data? How can we apply separation? So the idea is that you try to apply each of these strategies one after another. And sometimes, depending on the kind of problem that you're trying to solve, certain strategies are more easy to apply or are more relevant than others. It depends a bit on the context. The idea is that you try to apply them all, and then you get to a more concrete design. And by further refining the design, at some point you get at the final description. So this was about privacy design strategies. There's also something called the privacy design pattern. I mentioned that already a few slides before, that are much more relevant in the context of the real design phase. And this idea of design patterns, and privacy design patterns are just one example of it, comes from this book, A Pattern Language, by Christopher Alexander and others, that realized, they are architects of the physical world, not the virtual world that we're talking about here, but like architects of the built environment. And they realized that if you look at problems that these kind of architects encounter in their work, then these problems have kind of like common solutions. And these common solutions they call design patterns. And to explain what a design pattern is maybe best illustrated with this problem of suppose you have a river, and on both sides of the river there's a part of a town, and the town is growing and growing. At some point you have to think about how to connect these two parts of the town across the river. And there's many different ways that you can do that. And the issue here is that you don't want to get like bogged down into details straight away, but you want to make like a sort of fundamental decision about the way that you want to solve this problem. And then if you think about this problem a little bit, you realize that there's actually different, say, fundamental ways, and those fundamental ways are called the design pattern, to create a way to cross the river. Namely, there's bridges and there's ferries. Bridges have the advantage that the connection from one side to of the river to the other is fixed, and depending on the kind of bridge, the volume of traffic can be higher or lower. Of course, there's also issues related to the use of a bridge, namely the fact that depending on how high the bridge is, it actually blocks traffic on the river itself. If you talk about ferries, it's the other way around. Essentially, it's more friendly to traffic on the river, whereas for the people that want to cross the river, it really has a sort of inherent limit to the capacity of the one side to the other traffic to cross the river. And you see that in general, like if you look at design patterns and privacy design patterns in particular, you see that they describe a recurring pattern to solve a general problem. And the general pattern of what a design pattern looks like is that it describes a summary of the solution. It describes the context in which the solution applies. It describes the problem that it solves. It describes the solution, of course. And it also describes the consequences of applying the solution. For instance, the consequence of applying the ferry solution is that the amount, or say the throughput, the amount of traffic that you can let go from one side to the other side of the river is in essence limited. And there's also a description of requirements. So if you want to build a bridge, both sides of the river have to have certain physical properties that allow you to even build a bridge. Now, in terms of privacy design patterns, there's initial catalogs being compiled to allow you to find these patterns when applied to privacy problems. So, busted, privacy isn't hard if you try. And with that, I've come to the end of the presentation. This is the cover of the book. It was published by MIT Press in October 2021. And with that, I would like to open the floor to questions or remarks or comments or anything.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think that this was a really amazing presentation and also very clear, no, on like how we are coming always to the question on how really it is privacy and how we can operationalize it. We have some time for some questions.
Yes.
Please, yes.
Thank you for elaborating all of these 8 myths so well. I have a suggestion for an additional one. It's a bit controversial because I kind of tend to see privacy as a myth in itself, in the sense that not that it doesn't exist, but that it's some kind of universal human need, in the sense that it hasn't been there for most of human history. It's not there in certain cultural contexts. As a desirable objective to achieve, and it's actually come up in the beginning of the 20th century as we understand it today. So I feel like perhaps it's just an ontological error in that sense of like privacy being a myth, in the sense that it's perhaps security what we're longing for, and maybe not privacy. Because, you know, like most of human history, we're social animals, we live in a tribal kind of way, everyone sees everything and everyone doing everything, and we never really cared. So like, why has it become such an important issue in the past, like 100 years, and especially since like e-commerce and that kind of stuff? I see a relation there. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. No, thank you so much for your question. And indeed, conceptualizations of privacy are both very culturally dependent and also technologically and societally dependent. And indeed, I didn't really go over this in this presentation into a lot of detail, but it's interesting to see that, for instance, the first legal definitions of what is now regarded as privacy were already formulated in the end of the 19th century, not because of the invention of computers or networking, because they were not there yet, but because of advances in the printing press and advances in making pictures. So it actually meant that the cameras became smaller. It was easier to take pictures in public space. And because printing presses became cheaper and were actually able to print pictures in the newspaper, you suddenly started seeing the pictures taken in public space being printed in a newspaper. And therefore, the distribution of what was public became suddenly much wider than before. And people in that public space no longer had a clear control of who at that point in time would see something. Because, I mean, you could be walking in the park and you would not be aware of who would be in the park. But then if a picture is taken and it's published, then suddenly the circulation of that information is much, much wider. And this led to this first formulation of the right to be let alone by Warren and Brandeis in 1890. And actually, if there's a lot of interesting material about the history of privacy. Even before that, there were notions of privacy, for instance, in this construction and design of Victorian houses, etc. So I agree with you in the sense that what privacy means is culturally and societally and technologically dependent, but it doesn't mean that we didn't have a need for privacy in the past. It was just that how privacy was understood in the past is probably different from how we understand it now.
Great, thank you so much. We have another question from Zoltan. Yeah.
Very good presentation.
I am Zoltán Alexin from Hungary.
Can you speak up a little bit because I can hardly hear you?
I am Zoltán Alexin from Hungary. I would like to ask you a question in relation with the electronic health record system. You mentioned quite interesting principles how to design a privacy-friendly electronic systems, minimal, distributed, control, and it seems that the electronic health record system is the opposite. So it collects data from everyone. It collects lots of data, not minimal. So what do you think about them?
Yeah, that's a very good question and a very good example of where I think the concept of personal data stores could actually be of a lot of help. Because indeed, what we see is that these electronic health records are central schemes where a lot of the health data is stored centrally, whereas you could very easily imagine a system where most of the health records are actually stored by you or under your control at a service provider that you trust, and that if you want to reveal certain health records to a particular doctor because you are in a patient-doctor relationship with that doctor, then you release that part of your health record to that doctor instead of having that happen basically through the back channel, through the centralized processes where you as a patient, where you as a citizen have much less control over. So yes, I agree. I think there's a lot of room for giving users control by moving the data more to the patients themselves.
All right, and the last question, Aurelia.
Thanks you. I'm Aurelia Tamulario from Maastricht University. Thank you very much for this excellent presentation. It was really great. And as a final question, maybe just to open back up a bit the scope, I was also wondering if whether or not you think that the current approaches to privacy and informational privacy, data protection are actually the right approaches. Because you also say with these myths, right, that, okay, yeah, we think like people think that they understand what the concept of personal data is, but they have not really understood it. We have already principles such as purpose limitation and data minimization, but they're not really implemented as well. So what do you think that we have to do, like in order to either live up to these principles, or whether or not it's the wrong approach that we have at the moment, from a regulatory perspective, and whether there needs to be a change?
Well, I think there's lots of things that we can improve in the designs of current systems, and actually there's still a lot of low-hanging fruit out there that with relatively easy changes could be improved a lot. But I think in the end, what really needs to be done is to have a conversation about the big elephant in the room, which is the business models. And if you don't change the business models, then in the end, then the systems will be still collecting personal data, because that's the way these systems earn money for their developers. So I think in the end, what we should be doing is be much more upfront and clear about what kind of business models we allow and do not allow. And only if we have that conversation will we really see a change.
All right. Well, yep, Henk, bedankt om hier met ons te zijn. Thank you so much. Our round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This was our closing part. So we will be in touch with you via email. But if anyone also wants to, because in the cost action we have the possibility to do short-term visitings, and you want to visit the Netherlands and also visit Radboud University with Jaap, Henk, they have a fantastic group there. So thank you so much.
Yes.
Being with us.
If you have any questions, feel free to email me and we can see what happens. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, for this wonderful lecture. So with regret, we came to the end of this wonderful conference. We have heard a lot of interesting presentations, talks, research, and I would like to use this opportunity to thank all the keynote speakers, all the participants, and in particular to my organizational team, my friends and colleagues, Aurelia, Edward, Anton, and Chris, who's unfortunately is in Croatia, but needed to stay because of the COVID in his room, but he supported us online. So thank you very much for all your support. I want to thank also my team from my laboratory and that they have provided their assistance during these 2 days, both of the days. So, and one other thing, like people that are not part of the Good Brother Cost Action, I wholeheartedly invite you to join us. If you are interested, you can visit our website. There's a section on becoming a member of different working groups. So I will, or you can reach me or our action leader as well if you have any other questions or doubts. And the people who are invited and will be reimbursed by the cost action, you will receive tomorrow, like tomorrow morning, like claim that's practically automatic email. You will need to upload your tickets for a long trip, like that presumes like more than 100 kilometers. All other costs are under daily allowance. So when claiming the cost, please tick the days that you have attended the meeting. So if you were or signed the attendance list for the both days, then tick the both of the boxes. If not, then just one box. And please do it as soon as possible because we cannot start reimbursement process before we have all the claims submitted. So that's the practical solution. It depends from us all when we submit the claims. At the end, I want to thank Good Brother Cost Action, Cost Association, and Croatian Science Foundation for supporting also financially this event. So at the end, I would like to say goodbye, so doviđenja, and see you again sometime in Zagreb or in Croatia. Edward, do you want to add something? Sorry. No worries. It was my pleasure. Thank you.